There is only one Wimbledon. Hello everybody and welcome to Centre Court for the 138th running of the Wimbledon Championships here in 2025. The Centre Court is about to get underway for the very first time with the two-time reigning champion Carlos Alcaraz from Spain. The 22-year-old is about to face Fabio Fognini, who is about to enter his last Wimbledon Championships. This is going to be a big one. Hello everybody, welcome up for the first time to JB Sports, and we are here all set to go for what is going to be, I think, a fantastic event. Welcome everybody up to the commentary box. I'm Joshua Birch as well, and I'm delighted to be joined by the British Broadcasting Corporation as well. The BBC will be on the team here as we're about to go underway for the Centre Court. The photos are being taken, and it's your first of all matches across here at Wimbledon on Centre Court this year, and we'll be providing you every final as well and updates throughout the day of how it works. So, the coin toss, and then we'll see who's going to go first as well. JT's also behind the scenes. He's producing for us as we get going. And do I like tennis? Yes, we've covered it on USRN a couple of times as well. And USRN, our partners here, we'll hear from Matthew Owens as well throughout the week, as well as Jake Sanson, and as well Tom Dillon. JT's going to be producing with the 5 Live team, and you'll hear from quite a lot of broadcasters over the next few months as well. But yes, I do enjoy a bit of tennis. And this is going to be a new experience. We haven't broadcast tennis before on the JB Sports Network, but we are live here from Centre Court. Andrew Cotter and Tim Henman will be alongside on the BBC commentary team as well to give us some more examples as we go throughout the day. And I apologise, we've done our best to sort of make sure that the microphones don't pick up the fan that's alongside me in the commentary box, as you can see, but it is very hot. It's 28 degrees here in the UK, and that's a total of 30 as well. It rises to about 50 in the commentary box as well, so it is somewhat of a difficult one. But here's Fognini as well, 38 years old, 5'10", 9 singles titles, world ranking at 138 as well, compared to Carlos Alcaraz as well, a two-time Wimbledon champion as well coming into this one. So this should be quite an interesting one. Second in the singles ranking across the world as well, but he's had in total, the 22-year-old from Spain, Wimbledon 23 and 2024 in the gentlemen's single. He's won 251 matches as well. He's only lost 61. Highest rank for singles was former world number 1. He's in the doubles as well, 119, but this is what I find unbelievable. $45,277,264 US has come through as well. As he did quite well at the Australian Open, got through to the quarterfinals. He won the second of the ATP Tour as well, just getting up as well for the starters. Now, it's not also what we've got on today, because we do have more coming today on Centre Court. We've also got access to everybody else. We've got the British runners here. The ladies' first single round is coming up. I'll be on the call with BBC Radio as well to come through. We'll bring you all the latest information throughout the day as well of what's happening currently around Wimbledon as we go. So we're not completely on our own here. We have got more information to talk about as well. And we're looking forward to what is hopefully going to be a very quick match. And when I say quick, I do mean it, because the thing is, they've faced each other twice before, these two. And, well, I don't know how to be disrespectful to it, but if you take a look at our screen here that we've got up in the commentary box, if we take a look at the preview, reigning champion Alcaraz set to face the world number 38, Fognini, in the first round. But if we click to the summary of these two, if it works, and I think it wants to work at the moment with these two. Here we go. Past matchups. 2023 Rio de Janeiro, where Carlos Alcaraz won 6-7, 6-2, 6-4, and then they played each other the year before in Rio de Janeiro, and Alcaraz won again 6-2, 7-5, so he won it in the second set in the Grand Slams ATP Tour as well in the last meetings between these two. So it is 2-0 on grass as they currently run. Both right-handed, so that's going to be an interesting factor to remember into it as well. But in terms of shot quality, as you can see, definitely on the serve, we've got Alcaraz on a 8.1, Fognini on a 7.3, returns Alcaraz on the 8 as well, so it's all sort of thrown up between the two, which is going to be quite interesting. We've got our ticker down at the bottom here, which will tell you everything as we go throughout the matchup. And 5 sets, of course, or first if we get either. Let's just face it, because I mean the winner predictor is showing Alcaraz as a 84% chance of win rate. If he does get, all he has to do is get to set 3, and if he wins set 3 as well without, well, say it's 2 sets of 3, you still have to go third and fourth. So we'll explain how it goes as we go, which is hopefully going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully you're all going to enjoy it over here. A new challenge on JB Motorsports as well. Let's look at the head-to-head at the moment as well. 2 head-to-heads wins as well. 38 years old for Fognini compared to Alcaraz with 22. But slight height advantage, 1.78 meters for Fabio. But for Carlos, he's at 6'10". Sorry, he's at 6 foot, which is 1.83 meters coming in. So quite not much, but a couple of inches, which helps with the serve every now and then with a bit more power coming up to it as well. Take a look at the stats if they want to show up. Here we go. Win-loss rate so far, 1-42, lost 5 so far in the 2025 stats, where Fognini has lost all of his matches so far. 221 aces compared to 4, 29 double faults though. Now double faults automatically means more points go on the board, so we'll remember that as it goes if you're new to tennis and new to Wimbledon coming into this as well. Just a reminder how the scoring system works. You get 15, 30, 40 advantage, and then you get the first set. And we'll explain how it goes, because we also could have a tie break if the unlikeliness happens. So we'll go through it all as we go. But let's check in, first of all then, with our colleagues at BBC, as well as we get set for all of the action to kick up.
He said that he played
yesterday
golf with Alcaraz yesterday.
Yeah. But that's how he does it on his days off at Wimbledon. And all, you know, sometimes it's just his way of unwinding.
You set green for me?
So the applause will grow. Out comes the champion, and Fabio Fognini will just take every moment. It's going to be hot work out there today, but we are ready for the start of the centre court showing at Wimbledon this year.
Indeed we are. Here we go then. And it's going to be Fognini serving first on this one, as JT is watching on. Are you ready then, everybody? The start of Wimbledon on the centre court, and we're underway. Good forehand return as well coming through for Fognini. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz, and the first point goes to Fognini. So 15 love already on the set. A good serve for Fognini as well. The Italian using just slightly less on height, but more on power to begin with on the serves as well. So 15 love at the moment. Alcaraz, a 2-time champion, of course, coming in here to Wimbledon. That's how we get ready for the next serve coming through. Pipe, backhander return, forehand coming in for Fognini. Alcaraz a bit low at the bottom right. Has to run for it, misses the ball! Bottom right comes in, double bounced over the line. 30 love for Fognini. Much better approach coming in as well, I think. Well, Fognini as well, off to a good start here. If he can get the first set, it'll be a better improvement. I think Carlos, not unlikely. He doesn't like not serving first. Up goes the ball, straight down, backhand return again. It hits the net for Carlos Alcaraz on his return serve with a backhander. Again, not going well for him on the restart here. So 40 love for Fognini. As we will continue on again. 1, 2, 3 bounces of the ball, up it goes. Hits the net. So false serve. We'll try that again. 2 bounces, ball goes up, straight over. Forehand return as well, coming in. Has to run low, ball goes high, bounces once, Fognini reserves it, backhander goes to Alcaraz into the wall. And so, but the ball was out for Fognini's return serve, so Alcaraz gets 15 on the board and his first points of Wimbledon in 2025. It was ball out for Fanini as well. Still on his serve though. Ball goes up, straight down, backhand and return into the net for Alcaraz. First set goes to Fanini.
First game.
Just scuffing away at that foot in the surface. Again, he quite often looks as if he's not too happy with life, Fabio Fognini, but
he would be happy that he got that first.
a comfortable opening service game though.
Yeah. It's his 15th appearance here at the championships. His best result, 3 times. He's been third 7 times. Most recently in 2024. There's Bautista as well coming through. A little bit of loving at the forward halves there. And we will go again. So Carlos Alcaraz will serve the 2-time reigning champion here, back-to-back Wimbledons. His first serve, ball goes up, straight hard down centre court, back into the net for Fanini. Forehand return. 15 love goes to Alcaraz. 4 balls in his hands, trying to work out which is the best 2. Puts one in his pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bounces. He's happy with it. Up it goes, straight down. Backhand return, but a fault called. Can't have a double fault though. So Alcaraz got to be careful here, otherwise it'll be 50 in all. Straight down. Backhand return from Fanini. Forehander, backhand for Alcaraz coming back. But Fognini as well, unfortunately goes backhand into the net. So it's love 30 at the moment for Alcaraz in this set. As you can see on your screens just below us here on the timer. Brilliantly new graphics done, by the way. JT's done an amazing job setting up this OBS software for you to use. Brilliant job, and I think many of the commentators will be praising him. Ball goes out for Alcaraz, straight down, backhander overly over the net, actually, with a cool, calm serve from Fanini, but straight goes through with an out for Alcaraz over the line. So Fanini gets 15 to 30. 135 mile an hour that ball is flowing in as well. As the dignitaries watch on. Not allowed to coach from the stands, remember. Williams getting interrupted with that one. Backhander coming in for early on Alcaraz's serve. Fanini goes high! Straight down! Oh, Alcaraz returned it! But Fanini was waiting. Ball straight up. Unfortunately went too high. As the guy Southgate watches on. Alcaraz now turns it to 15 to 40. Five bounces of the ball. Up it goes, straight down centre court. Into the net. 115 mile an hour, that one. Straight into the netting. Powerful nets here as they come through. They've got the windows open at the commentary boxes at one point. Over the net for Alcaraz on the return serve. Slow backhander actually when Fanini sent it back. Forehands. Backhand into the net. For Fanini. 1 game all then. And that was a better return.
Keep an eye on his serve, Carlos Alcaraz, during this match, because in a game which was already good all round, he's probably improved that serve, and that stands him in even greater stead for this championship. If there was a weakness, a relative weakness, it could be his serve, but even that seems to be as strong as the rest of his game now.
First serve coming in then from Fanini. Backhand return. Now, again, Alcaraz more powerful on his forehand returns, and as proved, gets the first. Out he goes, 15 to Fabio. It's going to be a trade of 2 halves. We were expecting a game that was pretty much one-sided for Carlos Alcaraz, but Fabio Fognini was really going to give us the advantage here. Ball goes up, serve down. Oh, and Alcaraz skies it high. And it ends up somewhere outside of Wimbledon into the crowd. 30 love for Fanini. That was weird from Alcaraz. It hits the wrong side of the racket and straight up it goes.
Onto court. If it was deflection, it was well executed.
Yeah, bit of a surprise of how that just sort of lunged up there. Straight down, fault serve coming through from Fanini. So he'll get another chance to do it. Can't double fault though on the overalls of the systems as well coming into it. Return serve looking good. Backhander coming in from Fanini. Alcaraz now picks up the serving pace. Ooh, little bit mistake on the back half. Had to lunge for the ball. Regains his composure. Now into the volley, but into the net for Fanini. 30-15 coming through. We were into the volley there, and I was quite looking forward to seeing what we're going to see. Just noticed an issue with the timing tower. Forehander coming in from Alcaraz on his return serves. Now into a good volley. At least 9 balls so far. They're getting close to the net. Out it goes. Follow early as well, unfortunately. Fanini could not keep it in. The follow through was too much. 30 all. We're tied. 1 game each, 30 all. This is getting quite fun. Yeah, just a small error to come through, unfortunately. So, we break, wait to go once more. Ball goes up straight into the... Well, that's the second time it's happened for Carlos. Tries to hit it, hits the exit of the racket, the plastic, and just shoots off in the other direction. There's no control coming through. So for Fanini, he's having a interesting time as he serves again. He's on 40. Have an advantage here to come into it. Back goes. Follow throughs. Out he goes. Bottom right of the net. Unfortunately, could not get through. Second game goes the way of Fanini. 2 games to 1 then after 9 minutes of play. And Carlos Alcaraz, the 2-time Wimbledon champion, looking a bit vulnerable. Let's check in with the BBC.
Plenty of action coming your way here through the championships, and you can catch every match on BBC iPlayer. The number 1 seed Arina Sabalenka's cruise through her first set against Carson Branstein, the Canadian qualifier. And they're into the second set right now. That's on BBC iPlayer. Arthur Ferry, the British wildcard, has taken the first set against number 20 seed Alexei Popyrin and is up in the second as well. So watch out for that one. That's on court 15. Oliver Crawford playing in his first main single draw here at the championships. He won the first set, lost the next 2 and is down in the fourth. That's on court 16. Every match available on the BBC iPlayer. Bright sunshine here on day 1 of the championships. It really is a sight to behold. We're loving bringing you the coverage as we can head now to centre court where the defending champion is in action.
Live from centre court. We're getting set for our 4th game so far today. We've got open now our graphics for the game so far with the match summary. And it's going to be Carlos Alcaraz with the serve. Up, straight down centre. Straight away a fault. Five bounces of the ball seems to be his tactic. Ball goes up, racket hits straight back over. And another hold to the game as well. Not counting those points straight off as well. That's not a double fault. There's a small issue coming through. Ball goes up, straight down. And another fault. That's a double fault coming through now. Surely that's going to be the advantage. Yep. Fanini with 15. So Carlos Alcaraz is not looking his best in this first game of Wimbledon in 2025. Up we go. Straight, and he's hit the net! This is a shocking performance from Carlos Alcaraz. Really is struggling right now. Up goes the ball. Straight down, finally return serves from Fognini, and Alcaraz tries to return then start a volley, and he hits the net. 5 mistakes in his set of serves alone so far. Fabio Fognini thinks that this might be his last match at Wimbledon. He might just go through to the second rounds. Might not be over just yet. Ball goes up for Alcaraz. Straight down, return serve on the backhander, hits the net for Fognini. So 30-15 as things stand so far. I wonder why the light's off in the garage in the commentary box. It is so hot here today in the UK. I just don't need lights for sit-down talk. The garage door's open anyway. Ball up. Straight down, hits the net again for Alcaraz. Struggling with performances today. Ball up. Straight down, return serve, backhander from Fognini. And out it goes. Great point.
Not often you say that Alcaraz's footwork lets him down. Didn't get into position there. Struck the forehand well long.
And an early peak of interest and of concern for the Alcaraz camp. 2 break points.
Break point coming then for Fabio Fognini. Up goes Alcaraz straight over. Miss serve. 112 miles an hour. It went too far. Ball up. Alcaraz serves. Backhand return. Out wide. And that just serves a little bit then. Coming through for Alcaraz, our second break point. 40-30 in game number 4. Still break point coming through. This will be a little bit of a challenge coming in now. 2 bounces of the ball. Here we go again. Straight down, into the nets. Alcaraz, what is Carlos up to? I've seen this guy play. We know what good he's going to do. He's just struggling out there today. Straight down, backhand return, goes high for Fognini. And now, Juice. It's Juice. We haven't got a juice button, actually. JT, if you're listening, we need a juice. Unless I'm not looking. No, we haven't got a juice button. It's still break point, number 3. Straight down then, backhander returns. Forehander, and there we go. Alcaraz goes on to advantage. I have to start off the break point now because it goes back to Alcaraz with an attempt to get this side of the game. So Alcaraz could make it 2-2 and really have to stroll it all. Don't worry, JT, I can control the break point. Straight down, false serve coming through. We need a juice because we might go to second juice shortly. Straight down again, clips the top of the net. Stays on at the advantage. They have yet to call double fault, which will put us back to juice. Straight over for Alcaraz. Straight down. Backhand return for Fognini. Alcaraz straight down. Fognini goes bottom right. Into the volley. Into the net. 2 games all then. As they come into it. Alcaraz and Fognini 2-2 after the openers.
Do we have the same automated callers that we had at Queen's, or is it different for Wimbledon? They've got their own.
I believe they're different voices. I'm trying to recognise a few of them. I think some of them are staff members at the All England.
No, I was never lost in the first round of a Grand Slam.
go again then. Into the volley between the two. Is now back to Fanini on the serve. Right-handers coming up. Fanini makes a small mistake. And again, Carlos returns it.
What the spin.
That was quite good for Carlos Alcaraz. Hits the ball at just the kilter angle. Gets the ball rotating in the opposite direction. And it's hard for Fanini to capture it back when the ball changes direction so suddenly. Fanini now with the serve. Alcaraz broke his serve. Straight down into the net. So Fanini needs to come through. Straight down. False serve again.
Goes on to break in the next game.
6 points in a row.
Yeah.
Straight down, backhand return goes over for Alcaraz. He sort of goes, okay, I'll walk into it, and it's played beautifully. Age over experience there, that was fantastic for Fanini as well. Just lulled Alcaraz into a false sense of security. He walked to the ball. It was fantastic, that one. Sent in the wrong direction both times. Very nice, very nice. Into the net, though, on his next serve for Fanini. Straight down. Oh, he clipped the top of the net. Serve. 15-30. Fifth game, straight down. Backhand return into the net! Carlos Alcaraz.
30 all.
Two games each, 30 all. Okay, so it's incredibly tied, this one, and to begin with. It might actually go down longer than we might think to the possible last innings of it. So it's not exactly how we were expecting it to be. Right, here we go again then. Ball up, straight down over. Backhand return into the net from Alcaraz though.
40-30.
40-30 then. Fanini has the chance here. It won't be another break point. So we'll have to hold on to just being 240, 230 as the day goes on. Match play straight over the net. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Forehand return with some speed. It caught the air. And Fanini plays it absolutely beautifully and gets 3 games to 2 in the opening set. Well, that's a better run after being playing for 20 minutes. It goes well.
Points that he might be fragile in his own serve after it, but on he goes. And it's so important in these conditions. They have these towels of ice.
Yeah, it's the hottest Wimbledon for a few decades, actually. This opening
So I
day.
mentioned he was a direct sort of contemporary of Djokovic and Andy Murray. They're all born in May '87. I played a lot of junior tennis against Murray and Djokovic, and has always had that talent. I don't know if it's been unfulfilled, a guy who's won 8-9 times and has been to the top 10 in the world, but he's played some brilliant matches, but just that consistency hasn't perhaps quite been there.
No, and he is a fantastically talented player who's been in the top 10, as we mentioned. He is a good athlete, moves very well. I think it's just perhaps the mental side, just be able to deliver the work day in, day out, and give himself that consistent platform to compete against the other best players, whereas he has been sort of volatile. He's been in and out. He can have his days where mentally he's not engaged, he doesn't have the concentration and that mental discipline that separates the greats.
Thank you, ladies and
Great
gentlemen.
actors in Eddie Redknapp, Jason Isaacs.
Players are ready.
Acting, I suppose not talking about acting, talking about tennis. I love tennis. Jason Isaacs, in particular, a huge tennis fan.
He is indeed. Lucius Malfoy and Captain in Star Trek. I can't remember his name now. It's gone out my head as we get the serves going again for Alcaraz. And straight into the net. So Fanini goes to 15. Love. Surprised that was actually the advantage we saw coming through on that one. Alcaraz has not been on his game so far today, has he? The two-time reigning Wimbledon champion. Ball goes up, straight down centre court, returns, backhander coming in into the net! Alcaraz, 30 love. Oh, this is a little bit of a surprise. 3 games to 2 so far for Fanini. I was sure there would be a differential approach, but it still seems to be having more problems than not. Straight down, return serve into the nets. That was out. That was Fanini having that issue that time. So 30-15 for Alcaraz coming into it. Loving the call so far. Let's check the rackets are okay here on centre court. Feels a bit rejuvenated this year. Ball down, fault serve. Yeah, centre court had a bit of work done to it, not too much, but just feel a little bit different this year. Grass looks green, but it'll be empty by the end of it, 2 weeks' time. Double fault coming through for Alcaraz. That puts it 40-15, and we go to break point. Well, didn't see that one coming. Break point this early in the game is bad for Carlos Alcaraz, the two-time champion. Coming through. Here we go again then. Backhander goes up for okay. Fanini that time skies it. 40-30. Second break point coming through. Still will have the advantage. Still going to hold it as they come into it. So the new blog post approach on the side. Alcaraz straight down, backhander from Fanini. Forehand returns over into the volley. Backhander into the net from Fanini. Juice. It's a repeat of game 3. Time and time again.
Can pass, he'd have loved to have made Alcaraz play that volley.
Let's see what happens next, shall we? Alcaraz ball up, straight down, clips the top of the net. Let first serve. Yeah, I don't want to risk anything coming into it just yet with the disadvantage that we know they could play. Ball up, Alcaraz straight down, hits the net on his second serve. Gets any more, and he runs the risk of going to just giving the advantage to Fanini. Ball straight over, backhand return. From both of them, out it goes. Advantage.
Very useful second serve, but then Wade.
Advantage, Fanini.
Fanini then with a third break point. A bad move coming through, and now we're really in trouble if you're Carlos Alcaraz, the two-time Wimbledon champ. Ball up, straight down the centre, into the net again from Alcaraz. The let first serve gets called. This is starting to alarm me just a little bit too much about how this is going to run. Let's see if it does change over again. Ball up, straight down, clips the top, fault again. And now the nerves start to rise and the tension is palpable. Straight over, backhand return. Forehander from Alcaraz. Fanini sends it up high, and it goes back for our second juice.
Juice.
He certainly is, and Fanini will be disappointed. It's really a rallying forehand. Complete miss hit, unforced error. Let's Alcaraz get back to juice.
And to see what can happen next as well as we pick up again. Ball up, Alcaraz straight over, fault again on the first serve. So many double fault issues so far today. So I just noticed an issue with our screen, I'll adjust it. Followoni slowly again returns the serve with the backhander, picks it up, we get a forehand return from Fanini, goes up, straight out. And the advantage goes to Alcaraz. This game been going on for 5 minutes already, this one alone, the longest we've had so far today. It is still break point advantage coming through. Alcaraz sends it down. It's a fault in the first serve. Break point gets taken away. With it now going to advantage to Alcaraz. Straight down centre court. A double fault again. Back to our third deuce. And the young 22-year-old starting to wonder what's going on.
The point, and we say it so often, the first round of any tournament is always a nervous occasion, let alone when you're coming in as defending champion.
Twice over. Alcaraz with the serve. Straight down centre court to the bottom right. Advantage goes to Alcaraz once again. Straight down, serves it with an ace. And that's certainly what he had up his sleeve to try and get himself a bit recomposed. He's still very much in the game, he's just struggling. Straight down, return serve, backhander. 3 games all then, and Alcaraz finally takes it after a 7-minute game. Had to wait for that one.
He gets all those break points, can't quite convert them. 3 games apiece.
That was a long one as well.
Early stages of this first round match for Carlos Alcaraz. This one then moving over to BBC One now. So if you want to carry on watching him start the defence of his title against Fognini, then switch over now. Or you can also watch it on BBC iPlayer.
Well, we are going to try and switch over as well and take it, but unfortunately our data system isn't working as the game continues on. So we'll hopefully have it back in a few seconds' time, and that's the BBC for you. They're never reliable with such things as well to come into it. So give us 30 seconds and we'll regroup with the main TV pictures to come into it. Back over we go, and here we are on BBC, taking you through. 15 for Fognini at the moment, his first serve coming into up 3 games, and takes it to 30 love already then. Masterful approach as Fognini takes it to 30 love in this 7th game in the first set. Ball up, straight down centre court into the net. Fully enjoying Wimbledon, so many storylines regarding players in the USA, says Adam Embridge. Fault coming in for Fognini on this serve. Yes, absolutely. There's so many to look forward to. And we've got a lot of commentators. Matthew Owens is going to be taking in some to come through. Jake Sanson is going to take a handful of matches as well over the next 2 weeks. And Tom Dillon's in too. 30-15. As a double fault comes over the board. Straight over backwards then. Fognini on his serve into the volley. 4-handers coming through. There's a butterfly distracting the players, and it goes to 30 all. Just a small change out. One of them will play mitigating circumstances, but the ball definitely did sort of interrupt the play.
Drop the ball in the middle of the court at your peril against Alcaraz. Good footwork. Crushes that forehand.
Yeah, he knows the score, doesn't he, as well? And how to play it well. Game continues on into the net.
And now the concern is for Fognini.
Yeah, Fognini goes into the net. Break point now goes to Alcaraz. Could come through. Nice full Honda between it as well. And he knew the backhand, it didn't work. Straight into the net. Fognini. Straight over, forehand return, skies it for Alcaraz. And we go to deuce. So off goes the break point then. He had a small advantage to do so, and he lost it. So I kind of saw that one, unfortunately, coming into fruition, didn't we, as well, with how the game plays. Straight over the net, though. And again, Fognini likes to slow the game down a bit, then hit the net. He tries to slow the pace down, and it doesn't work. Advantage and second break point now comes for Carlos Alcaraz. Break points won, by the way. None of them so far. All lost the break point. Which doesn't really surprise me as much as it should do, really. Follow early. That's MotoGP. Coming in then, Alcaraz sends over. Fognini loses it. Out goes, though. Back to Juice. Second Juice of the game. Yeah, well, this is just going to get annoying as the day goes on, because these two cannot keep the serves together. They can't find their advantage to jump forward. 3 bounces the ball for Fognini, straight over the net. Backs it up with a backhander from Alcaraz, goes too high. And now the advantage goes to Fognini and a break point for him today. So, slightly getting better. It's just different advantage, different skills. Straight down centre court, returns with a forehander, but gets called out for Carlos Alcaraz. 4 games to 3 for Fabio Fognini. And after 33 minutes of play, we're still in the first set, but now the first could be completed shortly.
Many chances at that now, but watching him serve there. However, let's have a look at his return so far for Fognini, because he's done pretty well.
Yeah, he's created opportunities, and it's interesting. It's not as if Alcaraz has been rolling these first and second serves in, and Fognini's looking to be very aggressive, taking that first serve just behind the baseline, but his second serve return hit point actually a meter inside the baseline. That's very, very aggressive. It's given him 5 breakpoint opportunities. He hasn't got anything to show for it just yet.
But again, if the chances keep coming, it's a great effort. In this heat, I think the people who deserve most of the applause are the ball boys and girls, and those who are billeted with holding the umbrellas over the players and supplying the ice packs. Hot work as the wet bulb globe temperature continues to rise. Don't know what it's at now, but so again, that last hole from Fabio Fognini giving him a huge boost, and can he continue to have the same success on the Alcaraz serve in terms of creating opportunities? Let's see what he can crank it up to, though, with the new balls.
Yes, new balls coming on then, as Carlos Alcaraz has his serve straight down, and immediately a fault coming in from Fognini. Double bounces the ball. So it's love to 15. You can see point by point now as well. We've opened up on our timing monitors in the first set. Out again. Love 30. This is Fognini's 3rd appearance on centre court. He was against Federer in 2012 and Murray in 2017. They are challenging whether or not that call was out, and it has been ruled as out. So Fognini challenged it, which is one of his 3, as Alcaraz serves with a fault straight away. Fognini just needs to calm down a bit. Try and break Alcaraz's serve. Goes up too high, loses out. Love 40. He's going to lose this game in straights. At this rate. Hasn't had that so far yet today. A straight run through in one of the games. It's been quite consistent between the two. All over. Straight down then. Backhand return. And into the net from Alcaraz on his return serve. 15 to 40. Much better to come through. As you can see now, appearing on your screen is a breakdown of each of the games, plus some more stats that we can show you throughout the broadcast. Straight down into the net, this time from Alcaraz. He's lost a point with a double serve. Very quickly typed out there. 30-40. So Alcaraz loses the point with a double fault once again. Now we're not delayed by anything here on the BBC. They're actually the most in sync. So that's very quick typing coming in from the Wimbledon team on their live website. Straight down centre court to the net again. Third time he's hit the net. New balls for Carlos Alcaraz. It's not working out the way he wants it to. Straight down, backhand return into the nets for Fognini. Four games all then, as we come into the fifth game. So, well, yeah, coming in now. Ninth game of the opening set. 38 minutes it's taken so far. Yeah, it's a long old set. We thought this would be quite quick coming into it, but no, it's been quite a slow open as Fognini serves immediately with a fault to come back down. Straight down, forehand return coming in from Alcaraz, and it's another out coming through. 15. Forehand unforced error, as you can see coming through on our monitors. So Fognini on 15, Alcaraz losing out. Straight down, centre court, brilliant serve from Fognini. Now into the volley, but it goes out. Fognini didn't touch it, the ball was already out, so it's 30. Second time, forehand unforced error. You can see on the blog alongside that as well, every other game that's going on around Wimbledon right now, bringing you up to date with everything. Straight down centre court. That would have been a lovely ace. But Alcaraz just at the right positioning. Into the volley. Forehand return into the net. Alcaraz sends it in. 40 love. Now coming in. And has a chance for break point. Straight down into the net. It's not been the way we were expecting this one to be, really. Straight down, backhand into the net from Alcaraz. 5 games to 4 then, and that's the first one lost in straights for Carlos Alcaraz. Fabio Fognini took it with an advantage. 9 games done in the opening 40 minutes. Fognini leads 5 games to 4.
Victories and everything points to a very comfortable win in this first round match against Fabio Fognini, or did. But so far in the first set, you'd say Fognini's the stronger player. Again, best of 5, best of 3. The top names can get caught by surprise and stunned just in a sprint. Best of 5, though, you'd still fancy whatever happens in this first set.
Yeah, that's right. We often talk about the scoreboard pressure when they get to the end of a set and it's 4-all, 5-all, and if you're serving second, you feel like you're playing catch-up. And certainly in a best-of-3 set match, if you do lose that first set, you feel somewhat vulnerable. But in the best-of-5, you feel like you've just got a little bit more time to work your way back into the match.
Yeah, there'll be no real worry yet for Carlos Alcaraz. He'll be a bit frustrated that he's not on peak form. As Tim mentioned, a few too many unforced errors coming from his racket, in particular that fearsome forehand is misfiring slightly. So that pressure reverts to the champion, who has to serve to stay in this first set. A lot of chat going between Alcaraz and Juan Carlos Ferrero.
Not really surprised. Now look at that, 18% that Fognini could win this to 82 for Alcaraz. Since Alcaraz gets in his game though, it's all going to be go. Alcaraz serves straight down. Backhander from Fognini, forehand from Alcaraz, gets called out.
Lovely bunted return and again draws the mistake.
Love 15.
It was a good serve. Alcaraz using the body serve. At that time, Fognini, as you say, just blocking the backhand.
15 for Fognini.
Another forehand mistake from Alcaraz.
Alcaraz sends it down, centre court, backhander return. Oh, lovely from Alcaraz. Sends it up, returns it down low to the right. Beautiful, 15 all.
15 all.
Beautiful return serve there from Alcaraz. He's not going to let his serve be broken. He can't get frazzled. But Fognini knows he could be on for break point. Could win it 6-4 the first set. Straight down, top of the net.
Let for service.
Ooh. 5 bounces. He's superstitious like that. They all are. Straight down, return. Lovely kill coming in. Slows the ball down for Fognini. Straight through. And he's happy with that. But he's missed out.
30-15.
As Alcaraz takes it 30-15. He was happy with it for like 35 milliseconds. And then he realised, oh, is that by that much? He slowed it down perfectly. But just over the line. Into the net, though, goes Alcaraz. As the signal gets a bit hotter. It's getting very warm here. Straight down, then we go again. Lovely volley down into the net, though. Return from Fognini. 40-15.
40-15.
So Alcaraz has the possibility here to take this and make it 5 games all in the opening set. 7 bounces there, that's up. Straight down the net. Fault. Would have been a lovely ace, but just missing out as the ball goes up. Straight down, backhand return, and it was called out. Game.
Alcaraz.
Not by much, but by enough, and certainly not how much. You can hear the ooze from the crowd as they were watching on the big screen, how close that was on that return from Fabio Fognini, but it is a hold.
Yep, so 44 minutes in, it's 5 games each in the first round. Well, this is fun. We go to a hold. Fognini then will be on the next serve. Alcaraz really not in the position as the ball comes down again. Into the volley we go, backhand return from Alcaraz. Fognini again slows that ball down. It just allows Alcaraz to set it up with a harder forehand return. It goes out though, and Alcaraz takes it to 15 love.
Love 15.
Great example of Alcaraz's balance there, moving into the forehand side, just sliding into the shot, playing the slice forehand, asking Fognini to hit one more ball.
3 bounces. Fognini sends it down. Backhand return from Alcaraz. And return from Fognini in the same way. Forehander swapping up. That backhand slows it down. Beautifully done. For Carlos Alcaraz, takes it to love 30.
Love 30.
You see the deep shot, Fognini back on his heels. Alcaraz just using that deft touch.
It was beautifully done as well, just over the net, slows it down as they return again. Let first serve.
I haven't trained the electronic calling yet to know that.
Yeah, it's just an electronic call.
Necessary.
It's an electronic call for out, not anything else. And it's actually top of the net.
For service.
Yeah, so the electronic calling this year, that was used as well at the Open. This is pretty much going to be a laser grid that determines whether you're out or not. So if it goes over the line, the automatic voice calls out. hits the net again. Fognini really struggling here. You can't let the break point go. Backhand returns coming in. Forehander with some power into the net. Alcaraz loses out to it.
15-30.
It's a familiar sight and sound when he unleashes, but less familiar is that he's finding the net, going long, going wide.
Yeah, that was poor execution at such a big point. He's done well to get to love 30 on Fognini's serve, but not finding the target.
Oh, again, touches that top net. Bonzi's got game, set, match on his one. Into the volley we come here. Backhanders between everyone. They're not ready yet to break each other's serve. Forehander comes in from Fognini. Now rinsed out.
Goodness me, it's wide and wide.
Way wide, 30 all.
30 all.
And we're tied again. 5 games each, 30 all. That was bad from Carlos Alcaraz. He's not doing his best here today. Shocking turn of events, actually. Really unpopular opinion on it, but straight down, return serve. Now slowing down, forehander comes in, goes out. Carlos Alcaraz has 40, break point.
30-40.
To find another break point.
Much better, actually. Alcaraz, if he can get in the lead, he'll get his momentum back and go after the next 2 sets and see if he can end it by set 3. Into the net, though, as Fognini gets his serve straight in. Carlos Alcaraz not doing too badly. I think he just keep his composure. Backhander was close to the net there, and I think Fognini knew that was coming as well. Forehander down and out.
And again, great depth from the ground strokes from Fognini to save himself.
Mr. Alcaraz is requesting a replay on the right baseline.
Oh, okay, replay.
Again, you can't argue, but you can look for the review and hope that it will show something.
Oh, it's in! It's in!
Don't fight technology.
Not necessarily arguing with the out call, but I don't think Alcaraz thought that it was that much on the line. Might have caught the back edge.
It put him in. Forehand return. Backhander coming in. It goes out again.
Advantage. Alcaraz.
Alcaraz goes to the advantage. Reviewed that one as out, didn't I?
Pressure once more on the serve of Fabio Fognini.
The heat's definitely helping today, isn't it? Advantage for Alcaraz as he sends it down, fault on the serve. We are now back, by the way, to break point. Straight down. Backhander for Alcaraz. Forehander still coming in for Fognini. Now, Alcaraz picks up that forehander. Now we're getting into the nice volley between the two. Oh, sends it up high. Makes Alcaraz run for it. Double bounces straight through. Brilliant bit of tennis between these. And it goes out.
There it is, the break finally.
Finally a break coming from Carlos Alcaraz. Beautifully done. Slowed the game down like Fognini's been trying to. And fantastically gets the break point. Alcaraz breaks his serve and gets through. 5 games to 6.
So much action going on for you around the courts. Every match available on BBC iPlayer, and the #1 seed found slight work on #1 court. Aryna Sabalenka, who missed out last year, having to pull out with a shoulder injury. She's back and looking in fine form as she progresses through to the second round. Big shock as Daniil Medvedev has been knocked out in the first round here, has made the semi-finals twice here at the championships. And the 29-year-old Frenchman Benjamin Bonzi will progress to the second round in 4 sets. '26-year-old British wildcard Oliver Crawford was in action. He won the first set, but then couldn't maintain the advantage against Matteo Bellucci of Italy. losing that in just under 3 hours. He is the first Brit out of the singles main draw out of 23. The best number of Brits on the show here at the Championships since 1984. And it really is a picture here on day one of Wimbledon. The sun is out, blue skies, hot conditions, as we can hand back to centre court.
Yeah, very warm, and 52 minutes of hard graft in the heat, and poor old Fabio Fognini has given his very best and has had opportunities against a slightly out of sorts Carlos Alcaraz, but
thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, he comes up to serve for this first set.
Ready for play.
Carlos sends it down.
15 love.
15 love with an ace. He's found his momentum, and we're now into the aces. Is this the first time that we're going to have the battle bluing? Chloe Grant there. Straight down once again. Fault on the serve. It was close to being an ace, and he was trying to go for a double ace there. Not going to be that way to begin with. Alcaraz. And Fognini hits the net. Alcaraz now will know. He's got possibly an advantage to break away and get that first game 7-5. Which would be an unusual first set, actually, compared to what we've seen so far. We didn't expect it to be this close. Straight up, down, backhand return coming in into the net for Fognini. Set points now coming through. Do we have a set point? No, we don't. See more graphics that we can add to the ball for later. This then for the first set, straight down, and he gets it with an ace! It was dicey! But in the first hour, the first set's complete. Carlos Alcaraz wins the first set 7-5.
The BBC has got you covered for all things Wimbledon 2025, including live television coverage across the fortnight on BBC One, BBC Two and BBC iPlayer, where you can watch all 18 courts and centre court in UHD. Also on iPlayer every evening is Today at Wimbledon, bringing you highlights of the day's action. Over on BBC Sounds, we're bringing you live commentary and discussion from some of the sport's biggest stars on BBC Radio 5 Live. Head to the BBC Sport website and app for in-play video clips, text commentaries, breaking news and articles, as well as Ask Me Anything, where you can send in your questions for all things Wimbledon. Make sure you follow BBC Sports social channels for the best of everything from around the grounds. However you're watching Wimbledon this year, you won't miss a shot with the BBC.
Yeah, the BBC, a staple Martin in Wimbledon coverage. We're covering the centre matches, but honestly, fantastic run. So looking elsewhere around Wimbledon right now, you can see the number 3 court for the ladies singles first round's underway. But coming up on court number 1, it's going to be Emma Raducanu as well coming in for the Great Britain perspective coming into this one. Back to the beam.
Time.
Time called as we get ready to go again here at Wimbledon. We're getting ready for our second set then here at the wonderful Wimbledon. Here's a look around the grounds. It's a beautiful area in London. See all the little, you've got centre court, court 1 and court 2. And then in between, you've got the practice courts in the background.
Ready.
A total of
for play.
18 courts. It is a superlative complex
Second set.
of tennis.
Fognini to serve.
Fognini to serve then.
Quiet, please.
The commentators are never quiet. First game then was won by Alcaraz 7-5. Fognini serves straight down. What are we going to see in this one then? Backhand return. Alcaraz still struggling a little bit, but boosted by the momentum, I would reckon. Longest volley of the day, and it goes out. Fognini gets it.
15 love.
15 love. Wins it. Now Alcaraz lost it there with a backhand unforced error coming through. Not really too unsurprised by that. Straight down, backhand returns come through. They slow it down. Fognini slows it down, and Alcaraz brings the pace back up again. It's not like they're just trying to tire each other out. It's that Fognini needs to do that as Alcaraz hits the net. One of 5 Grand Slam champions, the gentleman's single draw, and one of only 2 to have won here alongside Djokovic. Wonderful little facts there coming in from the BBC. As we take a look still at a bizarre Wimbledon. Yeah, again, Fognini's serves are too slow, and Alcaraz sometimes catches him out. Fognini into the net, brings it to 30-15.
30-15.
Such a small, simple issue. Come along, Carlos. The crowd cheering on their favourites. You do love tennis. It's so fun sometimes what you hear. Like when Andy Murray won and everyone thought he got it, the crowd went, yeah, and everyone shh.
Let's first service.
Let first serve down for Fognini, who touches the top of the net on his serve. Sun comes out then again. Bear in mind, Wimbledon does have air conditioning. We don't have a roof, so if it gets too hot, we can close the roof. But this is a grass court as they get back in the serves. It went out though. Fognini knew that was a serve that was too high.
30 all.
30
Big game
all.
this for Fognini, because psychologically, having to lift himself after the end of that first set.
You saw by that reaction from Alcaraz, the little fist bump.
Serve goes on, and that was brilliant for Fognini.
Finish perfect.
Yeah, walking to the other side of the ground and didn't even need to look back. He knew exactly where he was going with that one.
Perhaps didn't need to be quite this good, but Fognini finding the line with the backhand volley.
It was very nice. Textbook of age and experience, but youth and experience for the 2-time champion from Alcaraz. Backhand return as well from said Alcaraz, but Fognini tried it, went straight into his own net.
Juice.
We come to juice then in the first game of the second set. Saw that one coming, didn't we? Straight down, backhand returns coming in. Oh, and Alcaraz sliding on the grass, loses out because Fognini was able to capitalise back. He goes to advantage. Important he gets this first one. Advantage does come through, but will that advantage hold? 2 very different questions you've got to add in. Fognini serves straight down. Fault coming through. Ball up, straight down. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Oh, makes Fognini run through it. Pips over the top of the net. Now they're running very close together. And it's out for Alcaraz.
Well played.
Fognini gets the first game of the second set.
Fabio Fognini.
First game, second set.
Yeah, simply had to hold there. Serving first in the second set, just keeping things going on the board.
It was a lovely backhand volley
His
as well.
economy of movement around the court between points, Fabio Fognini. Just saunters around, conserving energy.
He saves energy, but 9 times out of 10 he has to. Sort of the downside of what he's been up to recently. Into the net on the first serve. Hasn't really worked out the way he wanted it to. Into the net again for Alcaraz. 15. Yeah, love 15 going in for Fognini. Takes the first 15. working out, is it? Straight down a little bit. And again,
Change of
takes
direction
it.
there, he saw it.
Changes direction mid-fight. And Alcaraz' serve's being broken here. Forehand winner coming in for Fognini.
And set up the easy forehand. Went inside out. Alcaraz went the wrong way.
Again, went the wrong way. And it goes out this time.
15 touching.
Yep, 15 goes to Alcaraz.
And that was the half chance. Wasn't the best first serve from Alcaraz. It was into the hitting zone. Just overcooked the return. Very easily could have been love 40.
Very, very, very easily could have been. Alcaraz sends it down. Backhand return for Fognini. Straight down again. The backhanders are just to pace at the volleys. As soon as we switch to forehand and see how it goes, because it's out it goes. And
By a fraction.
yeah, he wants to challenge that one, doesn't he?
30 all.
It was out. 30 all. Fognini was close against the barrier, but fortunately couldn't find the pace. How many times have we seen that before here? And a fault again. More and more faults coming through here than we were expecting to begin with as we get into our second serve set. Oh, straight over the top and into the net from Fognini, who was furious with that one. Alcaraz sent it straight up high.
40 touching.
Well, he knew what
The
to
forehand
do.
he made earlier on in the game. Got the shot he wanted, but buried it in the net.
Yeah. Fault on the first serve. Well, for Carlos Alcaraz, the 22-year-old, 4 previous championships played. This has certainly been his weakest start as they get back on. Slows it down. Fognini has to serve it back up. Goes one way. That was very good from Alcaraz as well. Played it beautifully to make it in for this set. One game all then in set 2.
30 pari di merda. 30 pari.
That's Fognini not happy with something over the ball.
Saying one Italian word over and over and over again, which is not a positive word.
If any Italians are watching, we do apologise.
He's playing well enough, Fabio Fognini.
Sometimes playing is okay. It's not as same as doing it, okay? Fault on the first serve. 15 going in for Fognini. And just again, more and more pressure's coming as it goes 15 for Fognini. The pressure's rising as the tension grows. It's one of these days where no one's ever sure what's going to happen next in this weird championship. Fognini serves straight down with her forehand, and it gets 30 love. He's starting to get his groove back. Starting to get his groove back now, is Fognini. I think that's important as well. Strokes on a grass just come out of nowhere. Ironically, with being Wimbledon. Straight down to the net though, Fognini's on his serve. Straight down again, backhand return. Oh, beautifully done. From Alcaraz makes it down, bottom right. Forehand win beautifully.
Mid-court, and he licks his chops, Alcaraz.
He knew what he was getting himself into. Straight down, he had that advantage to know the turf, know the routines. Forehand goes up high, doesn't work at that time, hits the net. 40-15.
40-15.
Has a chance now to take this third game of the second set, make it 2-1. Straight down, clips top of the net, first serve. Just got to hold it together. And remember the peace that's happening here. Up, down, forehand return, goes on wide.
That's another very good serve.
Fognini takes it. Poor return coming in for Marquez. And Fabio Fognini now is on 2-1 in the second set. But it is still Alcaraz in the lead.
So much for you to watch today here on day one of the championships, and plenty of Brits in action. Arthur Ferry, the 22-year-old British wildcard. He won the first 2 sets. He's on court 15 right now. Grew up just down the road here at Wimbledon, so enjoying his time here on day one. But he is in battle with the number 2 from Australia, Alexei Popyrin. Cam Norrie on court 18. Well, that's been swinging back and forth. He's 2 sets up in that match against the veteran Roberto Bautista Agut from Spain. And you can catch that on BBC iPlayer. And a few moments ago, 23-year-old British number 2, Jacob Fernley, walked out onto court. The Queen's quarter-finalist is up against the rising star from Brazil, 18-year-old João Fonseca. Blue skies here, and bright sunshine, which the players are having to manage, as well as the spectators, as we can hand back to centre court.
Yeah, all happening on day one of the championships, and in here in centre court, just leading, I suppose, the next opponent for Oliver Tarvin. What a great story that is. The British player who's at college in the States, and he came through against Leandro Riedi.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
And at the moment, it does look as if it should be the defending champion, but Fabio Fognini still with much to say on that matter.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be Carlos Alcaraz who will have the serve this time by. Let's see what he can do with. Up and down. We'll go again. Just close between the two of them. Okay, the backhander volleys coming in. Forehand slows it down. And Alcaraz beautifully takes 15. Love 15. Beautifully done as well on that little serve coming around. Just picks up the ball with the racket and sort of carries it over the net. Perfectly done. Stops anybody else catching up to it. Serve again. Straight down. Oh! Fast return for Fognini. And it catches out Alcaraz. Beautifully done. The serve goes up. It's just when?
Short backswing. Alcaraz had barely finished his service motion, and he'll be asking for a picture of that one, that is for sure.
That was beautifully done. Straight down this time, tries it for a second time. It's been called out at one end, but Fognini's hit the net. Alcaraz will get that point. Yeah, I heard an out call. I don't know if that came from a fan or not, but I think so far from around, you have to be very privileged to get in as well with the Richard Vamos. You can't just shout as they go through. Here we go again. Alcaraz straight down. First serve has come through on the board again. Five bounces. Ball up, straight down. Return backhander from Fognini. Gets called out. And Alcaraz even catches the ball. It was a close call, but it was out on the monitors here. Alcaraz 40-15 now. Going to level up this second set. Ball up, straight down. Backhand return from Fognini. But quick return from Alcaraz, but Fognini was ready for it. 30-40.
40-30.
That was very quick there as I came into it. Beautifully returned. You can see the results, same results. We're used to USRN calls with the situation, but you can see the games the same as we do. Ball up, straight down, backhand return serve. Forehander comes in now, and now Alcaraz hits the net!
Juice.
It is juice. In
It's
the
another
fourth
forehand
game.
you just wouldn't expect Alcaraz to miss, but
Yeah.
just got to find a way to get the job done. Can't always produce brilliant shots. You've only got to be better than one opponent on each given day.
Straight down. It's gone out. Advantage, Alcaraz.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Well, the Spanishman, the Carlos, is very much in demand at the moment. He's got his form back after a poor first set here. Alcaraz looking good. Ball straight down. Fault comes through. Tried for an ace once more. Up, straight down. Backhand return from Fanini into the net. Alcaraz gets the 2 games each then in the second set so far. Quick look at what's going on outside.
Reminder of what he's done and what he's looking for here, and going for a 3rd successive Wimbledon title. Well, in the modern era, in the Open era, he's looking to become the 5th man to win 3 consecutive Wimbledon titles.
2 games all, second set.
Richard Osman rehydrating. So Borg, Federer, Djokovic and Pete Sampras all won at least 3 consecutively. Still just 22.
Straight on again. Into the net for Alcaraz. So Manini takes it to 15 love on his serve. Straight down into the net though. Serves again. Backhander coming in. Forehand return into the net though from Alcaraz. Loses out a little bit. And, oh hello. Getting some Wimbledon news.
How many
coming
Grand Slam
through.
appearances did you make, Tim? 63 or more?
Wow, no idea. I would say in the 50s.
Got some Wimbledon news coming through. In a second we'll cover shortly. As clips to the top of the net, let second serve from Fanini. As they come into it. Straight down. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Oh, Fanini just drops it ever so slightly and he goes out.
And again, set it up so well. Lovely return.
40 love.
40 love in this song.
And that trademark shot. Forehand is misbehaving.
Backhand return comes in. Lovely, but out comes in. So 40-15 now the call.
40-15.
I'm having to do the scoring now, which is going to be quite alarming. JT's been doing it so far today. Let's see how much of a mistake I'll make of it. Hopefully I can control it all via my iPad as well. Saying that, my iPad's not working in the heat. Straight down into the net. Just takes the 2 differences so far.
40-30.
40-30. I said I have to do it, then JT's already doing it. Oh, he's covering. Okay. I thought he was doing it now. Into the net. Just a little bit downwards. Backhand return coming in. Forehanders now coming in. Over the net, slightly down. Forehand return into the net for Fanini. Juice again.
Juice.
Again, one of those games, server seems to be cruising along. But from 40 love back to juice.
Lost out just a little bit, unfortunately. Fanini losing the point with a forehand forced error. And another fault into the net. Oh, just touched the net again.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Alcaraz has the advantage.
Is this the moment for Carlos Alcaraz in this second set? Here's the breakpoint conversion so far.
Great point. Into the net for Fanini. The break point is won once again. Three games to 2 for Carlos Alcaraz.
Understandably so, and having lost that first set and now being broken, well, it's going to be hard from here on in. Soothing ice. How many did you play, Tim? You've done the maths?
Yes, I did. I just counted them. I got it wrong. I didn't make the 50s. 49
Disappointing.
Grand Slams. Yeah.
63rd for Fabio Fognini. He turned pro when Alcaraz was a year old, so there we are.
Crazy stuff. And Feliciano Lopez, I think, has the record. He did play in 78 consecutive slams. Phenomenal effort.
Extraordinary consistency and durability. I wonder how many this still youngster will play in his career, but again, to have won 5 already. And fresh off that win at Queen's, but before that, that extraordinary final against Yannick Sinner at Roland Garros.
Time's out though.
And Fabio continues to fume. So it is all now, really without playing particularly well by his standards, it's all now within the control of Carlos Alcaraz.
Quickly,
Set up a break-up.
Here we go again then. Alcaraz with the serve.
Thank you.
Straight up, straight down again. Fault on the first serve. Backhand return was nice there for Fanini, but this time on his second return back, he's got into the net.
15 love.
Be interesting to see now if the set and a break advantage Alcaraz plays with a freedom but a little bit more consistency. It has been erratic, been a lot of unforced errors, but still manages to find himself in a very strong position.
Straight down into the net again, lost out a little bit. We are struggling now. Straight down from Alcaraz on his set. Return serve was out for Fanini.
30 love.
30 love coming through. We'll have to take it more cautiously, I think. It's not going to be as simple as one might think it would be to change over the two. As we go again. Backhand return. Forehand coming in, but it's gone
40
out.
love.
40 love. So Fanini's serve was out. 40 love coming through. Don't expect it to come that way, to be fair. Straight down. Forehand return is nice. Now they're into a little volley. And when I mean little volley, I mean little volley because they're going right into each other. And Fanini's ended up on the other side of the court. He got right over and Alcaraz takes the point and takes it with the break point as well coming through. Fantastic serves, but that was a bit weird.
Quality, but there's some entertainment for the crowd.
No, and I thought they were both right-handed, but Fanini
went left, yeah.
hitting a very effective left-handed forehand down the line.
Both are right-handed, but it was a left-handed return. That was brave with the left
Stretching
hand.
for that backhand volley. Not playing his best, but still managing to enjoy himself.
Fanini serves, backhand return, and it's gone out. 15 to Fanini. Fanini takes it to 15. Straight down, backhand return coming in from the pair of them. Now they're slowed down this volley. Very much slowed down. And it goes out.
Slice after slice.
Don't know why Alcaraz did that, because now Fanini's got the 30-love advantage. Slowed it down, changed direction, lost it with a backhand error. Fanini to serve again, this time for 40. Straight down centre court. Fault on the serve. Straight down again. Forehand return. Surprised. Fanini. Alcaraz really is pushing hard this time. Backhander. Fanini's right there to go over. It goes out. Lost out to it. 30-15. Just lost out to it. We have to do a video on how all this works for you to see at home, actually, because JT set up a wonderful OBS software and a wonderful timing counter. We can control it on an iPad. Look, if I hold it up to the screen, we can control it via our iPads. It's fantastic work from JT. Fault on the serve coming through. All credit to JT for this, actually, because we can control it on an iPad. Again, a little bit into the net. Alcaraz puts it in, 40-15. JT sent an image of his setup, actually. See if we can get that on. Yeah, he's got a similar setup to me in the commentary box. So there's his. Similar setup.
Game Fanini.
Game goes to Fanini.
So Fanini
On the serve volley. Alcaraz was just out of it in the back. As you can see, forehand forced error. So Fanini takes it 3-4.
From court 12, Stefanos Tsitsipas there on the right, as he is now sadly having to retire injured. So Valentin Roy of France goes through. Tsitsipas, a former runner-up of the French and the Australian Opens. Sadly, though, out of Wimbledon on the very first day. Madison Keys here, who earlier this year won the Australian Open, her first Grand Slam title. She has started against Elena Gabriela Russa. She was a break of serve down. She's broken back, but as you can see, under pressure on her serve once again. So number 2 court is pretty tight there, and a real battle for the number 6 seed, Madison Keys. On number 3 court earlier, we saw a terrific win for Britain's Sonny Cartel, taking out Yelena Ostapenko in 3 sets. And that made way for the match. Now on court, this should be a real thriller. Holger Rune against Nicholas Jarry of Chile, but Rune has taken those first 2 sets, 6-4, 6-4, and it's good serve at the moment in the third. All of these matches available for you on BBC iPlayer. We're also on BBC One and BBC Two. We're across Radio 5 Live as well, and updates all the time on the website. But it is the top team, Tim Henman and Andrew Cotter. We're taking us through this one as Carlos Alcaraz tries to win the title here for a 3rd year in a row, his opening round against Fabio Fognini.
Yeah, we're just looking at, in the sit-down there, we're studying the winners to unforced errors and the differential between them, and both players far too many unforced errors, up at 24 and 25, and winners 12 and 13. So it's not been a match of high quality. Every player, however great they are, and this man is one of the young greats, will feel the pressure in their opening match. And again, he is doing enough. He is fairly comfortable with the break in the second set.
15 love.
15 love going the way for Alcaraz then. Straight down on that first run with an ace. 3rd ace of the game for him as well to come into it. Alcaraz straight down again. Backhand. Not an option. And he's taking it. 30. 30 love.
30 love.
And he has lifted that first set percentage in this second set.
going well so far. Fault on the serve. Yeah, well, sort of expecting this to be a change around. Serve down again. Backhand slows it down from Fanini and into the net on the return for Arkea. 15.
30-15.
As he comes through. JT loves the setup on the tennis graphics that you see just below there with the graphics and the timers. It's so good. Honestly, I love this. Love covering something new on JB Sports. Straight down. Let's serve because it clipped the top of the net. Just the first, actually, what we've got coming up. We've got the tennis, which I'll be on. Got some football coming up as well, actually. A weekly show. As we go straight down and into the net. If Arqueras does this again, he'll lose out on points this time. Forehand was out. Return serve coming in for Fanini. Now into the pair of backhanders. Arqueras very nearly went to the net there. He's slowing it down, but his pace is sloppy. Really having to go around. Forehand return into the net. Fanini. 40-30. 40-15.
40-15.
Had to really shout into the mic there.
Well, constructed rally from both players, but you'd just like to see it finish with a winner, not the unforced error.
Volleys are good, but it's 9 times out of 10 ends with an error. Tim should know that. Straight down. Fault on the serve. Did your finger slip, JT? Straight down. Fault again. Second serve. 40-30. Can hear just outside of court, the centre court here. People watching. They've got megaphones shouting their support as they sit on the balcony. Sit on the grass outside, I suppose, on the hills. That's the one I'm looking for. Straight down there.
Let's first serve.
Let first serve. It touches the top of the net for Arkea. Fanini knows now where his pressure will lie. Ball up. Straight down. Into the net again. Does that one more time. Arkea. It'll be juice. Straight down. Backhand return for Fanini. Backhand again from Arkea. Forehand now swapped up with Fanini. So, just touched the net.
Start to the service.
But it's juice. Arquea's serve was out. It's juice.
Juice.
Improved his first serve percentage, but in this game it's actually dropped away again. It just gives Fanini a chance to get into the rallies, and he's drawing the mistakes from the Spaniard.
Here we go again then. Straight down. Just clipping the top of the net. Let first serve again. It's time and time again, these small errors keep cropping up. The team now know. Into the net for a second time. Serves have not been great for Arqueras today. Over the back there this time. Into the volley. And a beautiful serve. Straight down, it's advantage for Arkea, straight down on the bottom right. It made Fanini has to run around for it, but didn't work out.
Last first serve, as the wind picks up here, he was looking to Juan Carlos Ferrero. Obvious frustration from the champion.
Straight down. Arquea's holding on.
Just took a lot of speed off that first serve.
Yeah, second juice. It's back to juice. We go. Okay, 5 minutes 30, another long game. Straight down into the net. Trying to relax his arm a little bit and get it all set up. Down. Backhand return from Fognini. Forehand coming in. And out it goes. Advantage Fognini.
Advantage Fognini.
Now the crowd.
And it's break point.
The Italian. They won the match here.
It is break point. Ball goes up over the net with a fault. He tried it for an ace again. Fognini now with the advantage. Forehand return. And he got it beautifully! Fognini with a perfect return. Alcaraz tried it, went too long. And an error coming through. It's 4 games each after 39 minutes in the second set.
So many unforced errors and more flowing from Alcaraz's racket there. Donates the break back to the Italian.
Fognini straight down again, now serving. And Alcaraz is definitely going to try and change over. Oh, it's a lovely volley actually between the two. And it's won by Alcaraz. Straight down from bottom right to top left. Straight through over the net. And unfortunately, Fognini couldn't catch anything in there. A lovely return. 15, love 15. So Fognini can't let his serve be broken at this point when he knows the pressure is on. Look how he tries to slow it down. Alcaraz is ready for him. Fognini sends it back, keeps it in, 15 all. Wonderful little game of tennis there.
15 all.
Crafty, I'd say, crafty. But very, very, very well timed. I suppose you never know what's going to happen next between the two. Turn serve coming in strong. Oh, and Alcaraz tried something clever there and it didn't work out. Fognini takes it to 30-15.
Strange choice of shot. Add to that, it didn't have the execution.
Yeah, it was too low and it hits the top of the net.
Life difficult for himself here, Alcaraz. It's up a set and a break. Could be serving to stay in this second set shortly.
Straight down. Fognini really is desperately now trying to catch out Alcaraz. He's trying to send him left and right, but the usefulness is not working out, but Fognini's got him. Alcaraz knew he couldn't run that high, 40-15.
But they're getting behind Fognini here.
40-15.
He knew that he couldn't run back that far. Alcaraz is darting around like
His coach on the right.
Well, to be fair, Alcaraz is running around like Jerry, and Fognini's being Tom. Just playing it nice and cool. Straight down again. Fault on the serve. Fognini serves it straight down. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Forehanders now in pursuit. Backhand from Fognini. Forehand from Alcaraz. Keeps it down, centre. Brilliant return for Fognini, but he goes out by a fraction. Alcaraz takes it 40-30.
A match of who makes the fewer errors.
We're hearing the advantage still coming through. Fognini sends it up high. Alcaraz just gets it in time, but he's kept it in. Fognini sends it back. Beautiful, but it's juice between the two.
Losing the point. Test of his psychology now.
Yeah, the defensive skills from Alcaraz were just brilliant there. Chipped the backhand back into play and then used the forehand defensive lob. Found the baseline.
it is a bit of pitch perfect
back on the Fognini serve.
Fognini serving again. Ball straight down. Forehand return coming in from Arqueras. It goes out for Fognini. Arqueras gets the breakpoint advantage. But absolutely furious is Fognini with what he did there. Swears crazy, louder than the crowd. It's breakpoint.
Even swearing sounds better in Italian.
That it does.
Breakpoint.
Yes. Straight down. Fault on the serve. Straight down again. Backhander returns. Forehand coming in for Arqueras into the net. Juice again.
Juice.
It's just not a shot you expect to see any of these top players miss, but break point 4-all. It's halfway up the net. Poor shot.
Ball up, straight down. Forehand return. Beautifully done between the two now into a volley. Backhander coming in from Fognini. Forehand from Arqueras. Now they're again slowing it down. Arqueras sends it up high. Fognini catches it. 5-10 is still going to be not enough. And he's just got out. Advantage Fognini.
Yes. Give me some support and they do.
The crowd loving this one. And who can blame them? It is perfect so
Take a
far.
breather.
Fognini.
A wonderful run around.
Not as young as I used to be.
He's, oh no, 38 years old.
Working hard out there. Wimbledon humour in full effect on centre court. Straight down the centre, coming for Fognini. But Arqueras trying to be a bit cocky, and it's costing! Fognini takes it! 5-4 in the second set. And now it's starting to get tasty.
Fognini leads by 5-4. Sets. First set, Alcaraz.
Let's check in with
It
how
was
the
a
other games
rather
are going.
tired walk back to his seat for Fabio Fognini, understandably so. That was just about the best game of the match. Not a match of tremendous quality, but it has its moments, and still a little bit of concern, as you say, because there are so many mistakes from Alcaraz.
Got to update you then on some things that have been coming through while we've been on the air here at Wimbledon. Some big shocking news with some games that have already been played coming through. Medvedev have lost semi-finalist each of the last 2 years. Dreadful year, out in second round in Australia, first round in French. Now first round here, ranking will drop to at least 14. It's his first round one exit at Wimbledon. That's coming in from the Oracle, Matthew Owens, and world number one, Sablinka, is through to the second round. She'll face either Lulu Sun or Mary Busakova in the second round. Both are former quarterfinalists. Tata has been beaten former Roland Garros champion Jenna Ostapenko in the number 20 seed. Ostapenko has just beaten her in straight sets 6 days ago at Eastbourne as well. So there's some latest news coming in as we return to the pitch to BBC.
Not always easy to find your timing straight out. Big service game this for Alcaraz.
Yeah, we're back to the same pattern as the first set. Alcaraz having to serve to...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay in the set. Everybody
Players are ready. Quiet, please.
Here we go then. Straight down to the net though from Arqueras on the first serve. Kind of saw that one coming though, really.
Let's second service.
Leapt on the second serve. Hasn't yet needed the ability to put in for
Let's second serve.
let second serve. Can't do another one, it'll be a double fault. We've got to be careful now. That's Alcaraz. Backhand return. Oi!
knows that.
Alcaraz gets 15 love. Fanini really is angry. If he makes a mistake, he swears like crazy. I wonder if that's a possibility of saying exactly what he's like out there today. Straight down. Alcaraz trying to have a ace up his sleeve. It's not working. He's gone out this time. 15 all.
15 all.
I must admit, JT's setup that he's done is fantastic. I'm really enjoying this myself, actually. BBC take us to the second game. With me in the producing chair. JT will be back for the third game later. Straight down. Back half return. Goes out. So Alcaraz takes it
30-15.
to 30-15. Forehand forced error. Five-time Grand Slam champion Carlos Alcaraz appearing in his 18th career Grand Slam. He's a two-time Wimbledon champions winner, reigning 2013 and 2014. Straight down the set on his serve, goes to fault on his two. Straight down centre, backhand return into the nets. Fanini.
Deep second serve. Early return from Fanini, just catching the top of the net.
Kind of saw that one coming there, didn't you? 9 times out of 10, it's that type of game, unfortunately. Straight down.
Okay.
Game goes 5-5. It's just like it was in the previous, and Alcaraz came back and got 2. So it's following an hour and 44 minutes in. It's following the same positions as the first set did. We've still got a third and fourth and possibly fifth to play here. The final could go, is probably going to go all the way, and we'll be there with you for that. Straight down, backhand return goes over. Just missing out ever so slightly there, as Fanini's on his serve. Straight down, forehand coming in. Straight down, beautiful! 15 to Alcaraz.
Good footwork, and for me, it doesn't try to overhit with this one. Yes, good racket head acceleration inside the line.
Straight down on Fanini's serve. This is out just ever so slightly.
15 all.
15 all though. Straight down. Backhander goes up. Alcaraz trips up. But it goes out. Fanini takes it to 30.
30-15.
I am good to take over it now, JT, by the way. All is well. Ball up, straight down. Forehand return, and it's a false serve into the net. Fanini, straight down. Into the net, Alcaraz, 30. 40-15.
Hit well by Alcaraz, but into the net, and
Alcaraz really struggling now.
looking fairly comfortable.
Straight down once more. Backhand return goes up. Fanini sends it down low. And Alcaraz is all over the place. Lovely! Game for Fanini! Well, you didn't expect him to have that. But it was a beautiful, beautiful serve. It's 6-5 in the second set. Fanini back into it.
We'll have the tie break. And then, who knows? It's again, if he were to take this set, you would fancy a best of 5 sets. Carth will either sort things out, but also he will be a little bit fitter than Fognini is with all his injury issues, and he's 38 now. But this is very encouraging for the Italian, and still much to ponder for Alcaraz.
Yeah, definitely. Fognini's done well in the end of this second set. He was down a set and a break. He turned it around. He's played a couple of strong service games and gets that opportunity again to try and put pressure on the Alcaraz serve, and who knows, maybe get it at a set all.
Somebody disrobing in front of us there. So there's also, when you've got expectation as well, that brings its own pressure, because people are saying not only is Alcaraz in great form, but they're looking at his draw and saying, what a comfortable looking draw, you know, if seeding goes to plan. Auger-Aliassime perhaps in the third round, Rublev in the last 16, could then meet Holger Rune and Zverev in the semis, and they're saying this is a good draw.
Yeah, I think it's our job in the media, isn't it, to get ahead of ourselves and start planning who's going to be in the second week. But when you are the athlete out in this cauldron, you've got to focus on the job in hand. You've got to focus on the next point and consumed by that process and not get ahead of yourself thinking about the outcome.
Yes, great sports people in watching, as mentioned. Stuart was behind the Sirrs, Beckham and Southgate. Alcaraz then to try and take it into a tie-break.
Straight down, backhand and return from Fognini. Alcaraz on the serve still. Oh, it's into the net, and Fognini knows that was a bad thing to do. Alcaraz takes it to 15 love.
Set the point up well. The less said about this, the better.
Yeah, straight into the net was not the way he wanted to go about things today. Will the set go to a tie-break, though? Okay, it's going to try and take it straight down into the net, though. That's a fault. Straight down. Forehand return from Fognini. Backhander from Alcaraz goes out. 15-15. Now the tension starts to rise, doesn't it? Also, I'm now scoring it myself, by the way, on JT's wonderful app that you'll see back at home. I get to press all the buttons, so this is very fun for me. Alcaraz sends it up, straight down. Backhand return into the net for Fognini. Alcaraz goes to 30. Oh, this is tense. Will we have to go to tie-break? Five bounces. Alcaraz sends it down. Fault. Getting rather warm out in the comms box. Ball straight down. Backhand return from Fognini. Backhander coming in as well from Alcaraz. Forehander return. Fognini gets it. 30 all. He was happy with that one as it came through.
Set.
30 all.
Good deep return.
Wrong button.
Cuts down the angle on this backhand, steps in and just drives it through the court. Beautifully executed.
Here we go again then. Alcaraz with the serve, 30 all. Trying to take it to a tiebreaker. Straight down. Fault on the serve. He tried for another ace. It didn't pay off for him. He's got to take it with some calm now. 2 hours been on it. Straight down. 400 to the net! Fognini costs it. Alcaraz will take 40.
Wasn't holding back on that second serve return, but again, just coming over the top of the ball, bearing it into the net.
This first serve continues to trouble Alcaraz.
It's troubling me. Alcaraz sends it down. Fault, he tried again for another ace. The aces have it, don't they, here today? Straight down, backhand return coming in. Forehand return. Into the volley we go. Oh, that was a bit bad from Fognini. He's catching up though. Alcaraz desperately running around like a headless chicken. One of them's going to run into the net. They're both taking it super low. Fognini sends it high. Alcaraz going to send it down low and gets the point. It's to a tie break. A tie break we go for the second set.
6 games all. Second set, tiebreak.
So into the shootout we go. I mean, there were oohs, gasps, and the power that Fognini injected at one point. There we are, nearly 100 miles an hour.
Good passing shot there, taking the pace off, dipping it down, and easy smash to finish it off.
Straight down then, in the tie break, and we get a fault. Straight down. Backhander coming in for Fognini. Forehander with some power.
The noise was there, the shot was not.
1-0.
1-0. Fognini.
I think it's a difficult balance because we've seen Alcaraz hit so many of these extraordinary forehands for winners, and I watch that shot on a grass court and think, does it need to be that hard? Does it need to be that close to the line? If it's 4 feet in from the baseline and the sideline, probably still win the point.
Straight down into the net though from Alcaraz. So Fognini gets 1 at the moment in the tie break. Oh, fault again.
2-0. Fognini.
Fognini now gets 2. Tie break not going his way, is it?
The sound looks all round.
Alcaraz sends it up, straight down, and it's a fault again. Straight down, centre court, forehand return to the net, Fognini, 2-1.
It's a carbon copy of the one in the previous service game.
2-1. Fognini.
It was a good second serve. Alcaraz had just double faulted, but it didn't stop him being aggressive. 108 miles an hour. It's his side of the scoreboard going in this tie-break.
Yeah, Alcaraz now down below 50% first serves in this set.
Fognini now serving. Straight down, backhand return. And it goes out. Fognini takes it to 3-1.
3-1. Fognini.
Tie break going well for Fognini. Still on 6 each, of course. That's why we've gone to the tie break. Straight down. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz. Goes out.
Well, he got the mini break.
4-1 to Fognini.
Impressive.
4-1. Fognini.
Tie break is incredibly difficult. But Fognini's making it look easy. And the reigning Wimbledon champion is struggling out here. Let's see it again then, shall we? Serves it down. Alcaraz now with the serve. Takes it to 4-2. Fognini into the net on his serve.
Just that one mini break in front in this tiebreak for Fognini. Actually, in the 2 previous meetings, both on clay that we talked about at the start of the match in Rio, the one set that Fognini has won was in a tiebreak. It was in the 2023
80-20
meeting.
now, so Fognini's chances of winning this match have gone up according to the stat sheets from the IBS tracker.
Can he find a first serve?
Which it sounds like something else, doesn't it, the IBS tracker? Yeah, they should thought that one through. Straight down. Camera's at the wrong angle. Couldn't quite see that. Goes out. 5-2. Fognini, as Alcaraz, unfortunately, did not think about where he was putting the ball.
Still a half volley that Alcaraz would expect to make.
Fognini back with the serve. sends it down. Forehand return. It went out. It's 6-2. Alcaraz' return not going well. 6-2. Set point. Fognini sends it down. Backhander. And it goes out. 6-3.
6-3. Fognini.
Basically, the systems I'm pressing are the same as what the umpire has. Just calming down. Come on. Alcaraz now with the serve. We go again. Straight down centre court. Alcaraz forehand return from Fognini. Powerful forehander coming in as well from Alcaraz. He slides on the grass. And into the net for Fognini. 6-4. Oh, this is getting tasty.
6-4. Fognini.
Talked about Alcaraz missing some forehands that he normally makes. Fognini would like that one back again. From 6-2 to 6-4.
Still set points.
Let's check in again. Straight down. Alcaraz with the serve. Brings it in low. Makes Fognini run for it. Sends him low. Sends him high. Backhander coming in. Straight down back. Beautiful!
Another one save. Fognini applauds.
6-5.
Alcaraz survives.
Set point coming in. Beautiful rally.
The hardest shot in the game, they say, the overhead backhand and the flick of the wrist on this one.
Backhand, flip wrist, badly done. Brilliant. Even Fognini, congratulate him with that. Alcaraz beautiful there.
And now only one remains.
Fognini with the serve. Straight down. Backhand coming in. Fognini desperately now needs to get it through. Just one mistake from Alcaraz will cost him. Alcaraz pushing it too high. Fognini now for the first time today showing his power. Flicks it up high, bad spots, bad twice. And it's gone through! There it is! Fognini takes it 7-5 and takes the second set. They each have one set each. We will have to go to 4. Another 2 sets to play in the first round at Wimbledon. 7-6.
We didn't see that coming up. Alcaraz a break up earlier in the set. We did not see the comeback from Fognini, but he has played so well to get back into this.
He certainly has, and he did well to finish that tiebreak off from 6-2 back to 6-5. You can see by that reaction. I think Fognini felt that Alcaraz would make that forehand to get it back to 6-all, but it's not the case. It's 1 set all, and we've got a match on our hands.
Yeah, again, can he go the distance is the question, a very, very big question. Again, reminder that in 17 previous Grand Slam appearances, Carlos Alcaraz has never lost in the first round. We're still a long, long way from that. But I look at the numbers, and again, we bang on about the first serves, but we were talking about how that has historically been a bit of a frailty for Alcaraz, his serve, compared to the rest of his imperious game. It's been so much better of late. Today it's not been.
No, absolutely. It's been a work in progress, you could say, because he's made some changes to the motion, but it's been so effective. We've watched him win Grand Slam titles. We've seen him on an amazing win streak, but down at 53%, giving Fognini far too many looks at second serve.
The unforced errors just in that set from Carlos Alcaraz was huge numbers.
There's no reason to panic, but Alcaraz will be frustrated that he's had those opportunities and he's not up 2 sets to love, and he sits down at the change of ends, changing his serve, his shirt rather, and it's 1 set all.
Yep, hot work out there, and the rather parched looking area that is going to be developed. What's happening with that, Tim? You can update us on.
I think that's another work in progress.
Okay. Anyway, looking towards centre court, number 1 court on the right, and all the action on all the outside courts as well. And some very interesting results around, which we'll update you with, but possibly something very, very interesting developing here. Although again, I've said it before during this match, in best of 5 the quality will usually come through, and again there is that question of stamina and fitness when Alcaraz has all of that, and Fabio Fognini, who's just taken a break for now. Fabio Fognini, with the injuries that he has had earlier in the season and in recent seasons, will he have that fitness to take it in a best of 5? And we mentioned they do have that heat rule break coming in if it goes so at the end of the next set, but we've got a sort of break here anyway.
Penny for his thoughts.
I'm not playing very well, are his thoughts,
and he'll be certainly trying to put those 2 sets behind him, focus on best of 3 set match, as you say, and try and get off to a fast start in this 3rd set.
Listening to so much of the talk before the championship, because he'd won at Roland Garros and because he won at Queen's and because he's been playing so well, people are saying, well, this is his for the taking. He's clear favourite, but it just shows that in tennis, in sport, even the very best can have off days, and that's why you can get caught out. Why Federer and Nadal and Djokovic and whoever it might be, even in their pomp, sometimes get stunned.
Yeah, you can never take anything for granted in this sport, in any sport for that matter. You've got to go out there and prove yourself each and every day, and that's why I said earlier in commentary, you've only got to be better than one player. He's only got to find the solutions against Fognini, but at this extended change of ends, as Fognini has left the court, there's plenty to ponder for the defending champion right now.
Just how much of a struggle it's been for Fabio Fognini this season since that injury. I mean, even in the grass court season, he's played 3 tournaments and only 3 matches. Lost in the first round of Stuttgart to Mute, then to Arthur Ferry in the Challenger event in Nottingham, and just last week went out in the first round in Mallorca to the German Daniel Altmaier. But here he is, a set-apiece against the man who hasn't lost here since 2022. I've always known he has the skills, temperament sometimes under question, but how he'd like some slightly younger legs now going forward. But he has a chance, and looking towards his coaching crew. Difference in this set, Alcaraz serving first.
Ready for play.
In over 2 hours. On a very hot centre court. And on we go.
Thank you. Wide, please.
Here we go again then. Starting this next set with Alcaraz to serve straight down the centre, and Fognini immediately skies it. Alcaraz looking for it, but it's gone out. Alcaraz takes it to 15 love. In now to our 3rd set. We are at least going to run to 4, by the way. Into the net for Alcaraz on this serve. Can't quite find the pace. Straight down, backhander, forehander return to the net. Alcaraz. Fognini goes to 15 as well. So, just quickly, I think I am going to be calling some of those matches, Adam. If you're still watching, hello. Matthew Owens, who is going to be on the commentary team with us this season, has got to retain that. That's the 11th set Alcaraz has dropped in a major tournament this year. And this is his 14th match. As Alette on the first serve to come through as well. Ball up for Alcaraz. Straight down. Return hand for Fognini. Backhander into the net for Fognini on his fourth serve. 15-30. Super calm then in this first one of the weekend. Just trying to work out where the audio needs to be. I think it's actually that way a little bit. Ball up, straight down for Alcaraz.
40-15.
40-15. Alcaraz got an ace up his sleeve. Very beautifully done. And this then to get the first one of the game. Straight down, backhander. Beautifully done for Alcaraz. He gets the first game of this match.
Third set.
You can see he's not enjoying this much to think about, but when you have the best of 5 matches, the best players work things out as they go along. They'll find something, and it can take just a small thing to trigger it.
Yeah, you would expect that from Alcaraz. That for me, he's just been very careless. He's set up points, and his forehand is such a great shot, but time and time again, he's made the unforced errors. Unforced error count up to 37.
Yeah, and former Italian #1 is Fognini, with a career high of number 9 in the high ranking in 15th of July 2019, some 6 years ago. So, straight up, down, backhander coming through as well. Fognini with the serve on this run, and gets the first points as well on the board as we swap back around. 15 love for Fognini with a great run and serve. Fognini has won 426 matches. He's lost 395. So a nice little average there between the two. Hit the net on that first serve though. Straights again. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Forehand is now coming in. Down the line. That was just in with a lovely go. 30 love. Fognini with a great run around.
Of late, coming from the racket of Fognini, right on the line.
2 hours and 9 minutes into the game here. Hope you're enjoying something new on JB Sports. Usually we're motorsports now. It all changes up here for Wimbledon. Whole new era coming for the channel with other sports we're branching out into. Fognini straight down with his second serve on his first attempt. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Forehand now getting pace. Alcaraz skies it. Oh, a little jump and into the net. That was perfect. Fognini knew what he was trying to do there. Little hop, skip, whack, and it caught out Alcaraz.
Not sure what his belief levels were when he walked on the court at the start of this match, but get the sense they're increasing.
Interesting enough, the rain covers on the cameras, not because it's wet, but because it's so hot. It's keeping the sun cool. Straight down, tried an ace there for Alcaraz. And he's got a straight down the middle. A straight game for Alcaraz then. And makes it 1 game all in the third set. So Fognini 5-7-1, Alcaraz 5-6-1. They've both got a set each, and now they're pretty much level again, looking at the scoreboards as we play. We swap over then, with Alcaraz now having the serve. Straight down, gets the top of the net, let on the serve. So a slight changeover to come into it. 2 bounces, usually it's 5. Alcaraz sends it down. Forehand return with less power coming from Fognini. A lot of power coming from Alcaraz. Goes out, and Alcaraz takes it to 15.
15 love.
I see JT's just joined the Discord call, so I presume he's home, but he'll be setting up his Discord and doing a couple, his OBS and doing a couple more bits before he takes over later on in the day to produce the next matches. Straight up. fault, but it would have been a good ace again for Alcaraz coming through. Oh, he's still watching. Hello, mate. Straight down, backhand return from Fognini. Forehanding out, changing up for Alcaraz. Straight down, goes out though, 15-all.
15-all.
Okay, so with that first serve, a lot of those first serves are not missing by narrow margins, a long way out.
Here we go again then. Alcaraz still serving. Oh, hang on a minute, they've holded something. What's going on here? Fognini wants to hold for a second. Something was in his eye line. Straight down into the net. I'm still waiting around, I see. Backhand returns. A little bit upsies coming. Oh, beautifully done.
Dropping from a long way back.
Alcaraz to 30. Beautifully done on the left-hand side.
13.
Something's up with our graphics here on the BBC column.
Seemed to hang in the air for a long, long time. Fognini again, not quite with the zip to get there.
Let's adjust our BBC graphics on the blog. Into the net though. That gives me 30 seconds. It's changeover time, you see. They're moving to BBC 2 again. Backhand return coming through. A little bit of a slide for Alcaraz. Fognini will know to go high and straight down. Takes it to
30-all. 30-all.
30-all. It's a beautiful power play between the two, though. It very much is that. Screaming, come on, come on, come on, what can you do? They are level, by the way, at this point. They're the most level they've been each with a set, and each with a game in this hand. Straight down again. Ooh, Fognini just slowing it down. Alcaraz picking up the pace. Forehander returns now, with a lot more power, but Alcaraz just slows it. Oh, and Fognini tried! He tried to be clever! But he just pops it into the net. Alcaraz goes to 40.
30.
Using that drop shot more and more, Alcaraz shaping up for the big forehand and then just coming underneath.
Right, we've got three different people calling three different names.
Head, feathering it over the net.
You've got Alcaraz, as I've been calling him, and then whatever, something Klingon sounding. Tim, I do not trust his pronunciation. He's been famously wrong. He's had Amir Raducanu's name wrong for about 3 years. So, Alcaraz straight down, let first serve. I'll continue with Alcaraz, because I did the Spanish translation. Alcaraz still takes it to 40. This would be break point as well if you go ahead. Oh, just a little bit off. Alcaraz still going to the net. But we're on the wrong camera angle actually right now. Ball up, straight down. Another fault.
Juice.
It goes to Juice.
Starting to look quite messy on serve for Alcaraz.
40-40.
If it wasn't already.
That's the 7th double fault. And
well, it's changing up a lot here. The fans are loving it.
can sense the nervousness in the crowd.
It's all level. What a cracking opening game on centre court for the Championships Wimbledon 2025. Alcaraz sends it down low. Fognini sends it up high. They're both sending each other to the extreme edges of the court. Beautiful return to Fognini. Advantage goes his way. Great point.
Advantage, Fognini.
Beautifully done, beautifully timed as well.
No holding back on that drive volley.
It was perfect return, and you've got a feeling that...
So a chance. Break point for the Italian.
You've got a feeling that this might actually be a surprise, and Alcaraz might actually be knocked through. Fognini might just try something different, and if his stamina can keep up. Alcaraz sends it down low, nearly falls over for third time. Straight through, backhander hasn't it!
There it is.
And there it is! It's a break point! Fanini gets it! And nobody expected that to happen today. Arkea making several big mistakes. Can't believe what we're seeing. Let's check in with the other games.
But this is officially the warmest start to Wimbledon in history. Let us bring you up to date on some of the British success around the grounds, because Arthur Ferry has been here 3 times, but this is the first time that he has won a match at Wimbledon, and that is why it means so much. The 22-year-old grew up just down the road. He has knocked out the 20th seed, Alexei Popyrin from Australia. Great performance that from Ferry, and he was celebrating in style with his coaching team, with his friends and family as well, and with everyone who was there watching him and supporting him. Just fabulous. For Cam Norrie, it is slightly more usual to win his first round match. He did so for the 6th time in a row, but he was up against a tough opponent in Roberto Bautista Agut, so it meant an awful lot to him as well. Cam Norrie through to the 2nd round in 4 sets. Another British player in action right now on number 1 court is Jacob Fernley, but he is struggling out there up against the teenage sensation from Brazil, João Fonseca. Fonseca took the first set 6-4 and sealed the 2nd set as well. Let's just have a look here at set point on the Fonseca serve. He gets an awful lot of support. Even here in the UK, any Brazilians in London would have travelled here to watch him. They create quite a noise as well, and he is an exciting player to watch with a big serve, as he proved there, taking that 2nd set. That match is live now on BBC Two, but we are returning to centre court, because, my word, we've got a thriller on our hands. Fabio Fognini against Carlos Alcaraz.
Even when it came back to sets apiece, I think we and most of the people in centre court believe that things would still be righted by Carlos Alcaraz and that he would see his way through, but Fognini supporters beginning to believe.
Straight down again. Fognini with the serve.
Huge cry from Carlos Alcaraz, who tries to lift himself.
It's the first real show of emotion and an indication that Alcaraz recognises he's got to increase the intensity.
He's starting to believe, isn't he? That's the key thing here. As Fognini serves again, straight down, backhand return from Marquez. Oh, and Fognini hits the net!
Another fist bump.
Love 30.
Takes it to 30. Love 30 in the serve so far. As I updated on the stream, I did press the button, but I think the Wi-Fi is gone. It has. Let me change the button on here. So the Wi-Fi's gone off on our computer monitor here in the box. So I'm going to manually adjust it on the iMac. False serve straight down. Yep, I've lost data. Backhand return coming in. Forehanders coming through. Alcaraz now goes out, but takes the point because Fognini's was out before.
Not really a break until you back it up.
Love 14.
Love 40.
3 chances for Carlos Alcaraz to break back immediately.
I think our systems are coming back now. Straight down. Fognini on the serve. Backhander's coming into it. Goes out. Game goes to Alcaraz with a nice run around on the set. 2-all on the reset.
Very, very premature. That was a comprehensive break. I wonder if that will be the game that shifts the balance and he will find some form.
Well, switching serves now. Straight down and lets the serve. Now I'm having to control it on my Mac, which has got to reach over all the time, so just pressing an iPad button. Straight down again. Return serve with the backhander from Fognini. Now they're slowing the game down again. Brilliant backhander double bounce, and he caught him out! Alcaraz got caught out, but Fognini's attempt didn't work. 15 love. Alcaraz gets the 15. Don't try and play the games with them. It's not going to work the way you think it will. Straight down.
30 love.
30 love. He gets the ace.
Safe in this match, ace from Alcaraz.
Another ace in this game, though, which is perfect in the third set here. 7 aces for Alcaraz.
But
Carlos is doing really well here today.
nearly as many as we might have expected.
Fault on the serve. Serves again. Backhander from Fognini. Forehander from Alcaraz. Swapping it back up now into the volley. Forehander with some power from pair of them trying to break each other. Keeps it just in. Oh! Fognini drops the net. It goes to 40. For Alcaraz. 40 love.
Just when Fognini gets the breaker serve, suddenly 7 points later.
Changes up, doesn't it?
Alcaraz up 40 love, having broken back.
Straight down into the net. Alcaraz yet to win a straight game. Fognini's done it twice in this match. Alcaraz hasn't. Straight down. Backhander from Fognini. Backhander again, return from Alcaraz. And he's not going to do it now. Alcaraz chokes again a little bit. Return backhander goes straight into the net. 15 to 40. Several bounces of the ball. Straight down. Forehand return from Fognini. Forehander with some power. And he was happy with that and he takes it. Another one goes to level up again. They're matched 2 games each in the third set.
Alcaraz leads by 3 games to 2. Third set, 1 set off.
And so quickly, the ship is righted. Update on court 12, where Hannah Klubman, 16-year-old, the youngest player here from Great Britain. She's lost the first set 6-1 against Leyla Fernandez, who you may remember from the US Open final against Emma Raducanu, was runner-up there when Raducanu won that title in 2021. But Hannah Klubman in a bit of trouble against the 29th seed. Other British women to come a little later on. We're going to see Katie Bolter. She will be walking out onto centre court at the conclusion of Carlos Alcaraz's match. She's up against Paula Badosa. So Katie Bolter to come. It's her 7th Wimbledon, so she very much feels at home here. She's recently been surpassed in terms of British rankings by Emma Raducanu, who is now the British #1, reached the 4th round, you remember, on debut here. And she is up against the 17-year-old Mimi Zhu, who's making her Wimbledon debut and has been studying A-levels on a staggered system. So took one last year, which was maths, is taking biology this year, will take economics next year. So very academic, as indeed is Emma. And that will be on #1 court, and we will be live with both of those matches as our coverage continues here. Out in the sunshine on Henman Hill, enjoying the scene and no doubt hearing his voice. You see the crowds. Let's rejoin Tim now with Andrew Cotter.
Carlos is aiming to become the second man after Bijan Borg to win back-to-back Roland Garros and Wimbledon titles in the same season for 2 competitive years, which is slightly scary to think about, really, as well. As we welcome you back to Wimbledon. Fault on the first serve. Live from centre court, straight down, Fognini's serve. Goes a bit too high. Oh, and Alcaraz touches the net, but it still goes over, so it still counts. Just brushing a bit too much. And then Fognini puts it into the wall. Love 15.
It's been an impressive response here from Alcaraz in the last couple of games. You feel like the eyes have gone down onto the court. There's less looking around. There's greater intensity.
Straight down again. Backhander saves it from Alcaraz. Forehander down. Beautiful for Fognini. 15-all. Beautiful return down.
Bettino.
Now that's a surprise. Pitch perfect from them all. Vanini knows that he needs to deliver something. He's a game behind now. 3 games to 2 in the third set. Straight down. Backhander returns. Oh, he's making Carlos run for it. Ball goes high. Vanini's going to drop shot it. And he gets it. 30. 15. Carlos was running around like crazy there.
Emphatically put away. You have to admire Fognini because I think he senses that Alcaraz is just stepping things up a little bit.
Ball up, straight down into the net. So Fognini will try and not break his serve at some point. Straight down. Forehand return, just gets over the net. Alcaraz still pushing like mad. Backhander coming in for Fognini. Forehander switches up, slows down the pace. Backhander, forehand with pace. Into the net, 40-15 to Fognini.
Trying the drop shot again.
40-15.
Kayla's struggling now because if he catches up, this could literally go down to a 5th set
Just
decider.
leaning on the towel stand, just looking.
Just enjoying the shade
A little bit lost.
He is lost, yeah.
Strange thing to say about Alcaraz on centre stage.
Fault on the first serve then. Fognini.
That is certainly the way it does look.
Straight down. Forehand return goes mad wide.
Very good hold of
Game to Fognini again. It's all leveled up, and Alcaraz looking really struggling now. 3-all in the third set.
It's an indicator of how warm it is out there.
It's very warm, yes.
A few empty seats, more than a few empty seats there because it must be so very warm sitting there in the open sun.
Got a fan of the commentary box to keep us cool today. Straight down. Fault serve again. We knew where they were going to go there. Okay, straight down on his serve. Fognini takes it. 15-30. So 15 love in this
Good
one.
early strike on the backhand from Fognini coming in, just nudging this
was
backhand
pitch
volley
perfect, though.
into the corner. Beautifully executed.
Okay, serve once again. Straight up, down.
That's
He left on the first serve. See already the grass centre court started to get a little bit torn up. Backhand return into the net. Fognini 15-all, and he knew what he did there.
15-all.
Got slightly annoyed with himself as well, which is, I felt quite funny on that approach. 3 bounces of the ball. Goes for the full 5 this time by. Alcaraz sent it up straight down. See the speed whipping in the air as well. Almost smoke coming off the ball as he gets the volley. Goes out. Fognini takes it 30-15.
15-13.
Again, it's just another strange shot from Alcaraz. It's 3-all, 15-all. It's a relatively important point. A set all, been out there 2 hours and 30 minutes and nearly hit the doubles line with that backhand.
I wonder if the heat's starting to get to him
40
a little
unforced
bit.
errors.
This is the hottest day on a Wimbledon ever for an opening day. The hottest ever
To make
opening
life
day.
difficult for himself.
Straight down into the net. Oh, big gust of wind comes through the commentary box there. That was nice. Yeah, this is the hottest opening day in Wimbledon history. It's 29 degrees here in our commentary box. Backhander coming in. Alcaraz still sending it in strong. Forehand returns and the pair goes out.
And again, now he's just flapping away and chatting again to support crew because 2 great points for Fabio Fognini and Juan Carlos Ferrero.
So Fanini now on break point. What's going on? As Matthew Owens pointed out, this isn't untypical for him, but this is certainly a bad day for him to be this off his game. Alcaraz sends it down. Tries to slow the game.
This time.
And that was better. He slowed it down and got the point. It was a cheeky point, but Alcaraz needs the cheeky points to keep in. Second break point for Fanini. Just playing the calm game, the cheaty game, really. The unsporting game. But if it works, it works. Straight down.
Juice.
Juice. We go juice.
Finally. Flashes that big serve out wide.
They're all tied up now.
Only his 8th of the match.
2 games
Certainly
each as
needed
well.
it.
2 sets each, 3 games each.
Not out of
40,
trouble
40. This is big for Alcaraz. He needs to get this through and get his own break point. Into the net, though.
Mic check.
I can hear you, JT. Hello, mate.
Hello.
Backhander coming into the net! Fanini causes the issue and goes to advantage. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Press the wrong button. Advantage, okay. That's the first mistake I've done, JT, since you turned up. Hello, mate. How are you? You doing well?
What did you press?
I pressed Fanini to advantage.
I've got it now, so you're good.
Okay, cool. Straight down. Backhander coming in. Alcaraz going to be running key run. Fanini goes wide. Beautiful! Fanini takes it back to juice. That was perfect. Well done. And the crowd are enjoying that. On centre court at Wimbledon.
And again, a point that was enjoyed by all inside centre court.
Expecting Fanini to hit a backhand there, and he's come round. Used the forehand side of the racket, and with a flick of the wrist.
And just a flash.
Alcaraz.
So Alcaraz still serving, straight down. Backhander comes out as well from Fanini. It goes out. Advantage, Fanini.
Advantage, Fanini.
JT, I'm glad you're here actually, because this board's fantastic, isn't it? It's great to play with.
Third chance in this game for
fun. I love it.
It's so fun.
I've gone to my boom arms. Apologies if you can hear my fan. I've not turned it off yet, but I've gone to my boom arm and the earpiece, so I don't have to wear the headset. Anyway, here we go.
Yeah, Alcaraz, that first serve goes into the ball. Yeah, it's been so hot. I'm sat with the fan next to me, as you can see. It's blowing air, so I've had to change the headset the wrong way around, because either way, it was being caught. Fanini straight down now with a return serve. Oh, and he drops on his own! It goes back to juice again for the 3rd time.
Juice.
Fanini tries a backhander, his signature trick shot in this game, and he just gets it wrong and ends up in the net. And Alcaraz now just playing around with what we're seeing now. 3rd juice. Straight down, backhander went way high, advantage to Alcaraz.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
It's a weird play.
35 miles an hour to the body of Fanini.
Here we go again then, for Alcaraz. Straight down.
Game.
And it's game with an ace. The break point works out. 4 games to 3 for Alcaraz in this game set. Brilliantly done. Well, 2 hours and 36 minutes. We're on our 3rd set. We will have to play 4. It is, if we match up there, we go to the 5. But it's not going to be as bad as you think. Next up, we've got the ladies' singles first round. And that only ever goes to 3 sets. So a shorter game. And then our 3rd and final of the day. And everything must end by 11. So That's A-OK there. JT, have you seen my screen, and are you able to make those changes yourself as well on your OBS? Or do you want me to send you the OBS file again?
If you can send it to me, it'll make it easier.
I will send it to you, yes. It'll make things life a lot easier. I will do that in between games, because we'll have a little bit of a time to do it and send it to you so you can swap over to come in. I've got a feeling that we're going to have about 3 different setups, because JT's then going to send me the one with the stat screen later on, so it's about 3 different ones we're going to be flying around for JSON files, but that's to get it all working. Now as we're back to the Beeb on this instant.
An idea of the scale of what the Italian faces, where he is in his career. Saying farewell to it all this season. He still has every chance in this match. But again, having saved 3 break points, can Alcaraz now find something to pressurise the serve of Fognini.
Here we go again then. Straight down into the net though, as Fognini serving on this time by. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Now we'll get themselves into a volley. Forehander with some pace. And into the net goes Alcaraz. 15 love at the end of the first one there. Nicely done as well. Fognini with the next serve. Backhander goes high, Fognini sends it down low. Alcaraz returns the favour and it stays in. Oh, and he got angry with himself there, Fognini. Stupid as well, Fabio, he says. He tried to go for a back shot without looking because the ball was just outside, between the leg back shot, and it ended up in the net. He shouldn't have done that. He should have just accepted losing the point because that then it turns out it was his fault. 15 all. Fognini still with the serve. What a close opening game. Into the net, let first serve. These still millionaires, by the way. 18 million prize money. Well, straight down into the net. Fault comes through.
15-30.
So that's a double fault.
From a point which
Fognini's requesting a replay on the left centre service.
It's a double fault. He's asked to have another look at it.
It is out. There's one challenge remain then. Straight down. Nice simple forehand return there from Alcaraz. Tries now with backhand power. Don't know where that was going from Fognini. Straight over.
Alcaraz has forged a couple of break points here.
Great point.
I think Fognini's hanging on to the frustrations of this game. That point that he should have taken. Real chance for the champion.
Straight down into the net for Fognini on his serve. This is break point though for Carlos Alcaraz. Goes into the net himself though. Takes it to 40-30. There you go.
Works so
Second
hard to
break
give
point.
himself break points. Gets a second serve and couldn't get it back in play.
Fognini sends it down, backhand and return from Alcaraz. Change up to a forehander. Trying to get it with power, beautiful return. And this is going to be Fognini. He's got it.
So those 2 break points.
But he takes it to Juice. Fognini takes it back, beautifully done.
Juice.
He knew the look, he knew the score. It was almost instinctive. He knew where to look on the board. Into the net. Return serves coming in. Forehand with power! And into the net from Alcaraz. Advantage Fognini.
Advantage Fognini.
looking to unload on the forehand, but the footwork just not sharp.
It's turning up now, isn't it?
Another poor unforced error. 42nd of the match.
Time and time and time again, we're seeing these errors. Fanini sends it down, clips the top of the net. Just failure after failure. Oh, and another fault comes through.
Juice.
And we're back to Juice.
In this game.
Well, this is going to be certainly an interesting alternative. Up goes, down, straight half. Oh, just comes to the top of the net, lets it serve. Don't want to give Alcaraz the advantage by doing another double fault. Backhander coming in with some superior force now between these two. Fanini tries to take it low, and Alcaraz gets the advantage. And it's our third break point of the game now coming his way. Well, this is a bit more like it, but they're both taking it in turns too much. Straight down again. Backhander's coming in. Oh, goes a little bit wide, goes out! Game goes to Alcaraz, 5-3 in the third set. And Alcaraz might just take set 2 here, which means we will only have to play the fourth for him to win.
Saying at the back of the court.
Alcaraz to serve.
So for this set.
Straight down, backhander comes through. He'll try and win this one in straights. Goes out.
Love 15.
Love 15. Fanini now takes it to 15. It's going to be a difficult sort of play around, isn't it, really? Up we go again then. Ball up, straight down, into the net. Second time. He's not having a good power, is he, at the moment? Straight down over the net, backhand returns. Forehand now coming from Fanini. Alcaraz still going high, he's got a chance for a drop shot, he's not careful here. Oh, he hit the net! Fanini sent the ball high. Alcaraz tried to send it down straight, and he hits the net.
It's forehands in the game. You've got to take on that shot, but I just don't think it needs to be hit quite as hard.
He's losing the game by himself.
Yeah, quite as close to the net. Especially when you're making unforced errors, give yourself a little bit more margin for error.
He's losing the game himself, and it's causing problems. You can tell. Straight down the centre, backhander coming in for Fanini, and he's left it go. 30-15, finally, in his own serve, he gets 15. Remind us who needs to have a set point here. Oh yeah, Carlos. Sends it down. Backhand return, nice and slowly down from Fanini. Oh, beautiful into the own net! Beautiful return for Fanini, slows the ball down, sends it the wrong way, it's now break point. And Fanini made Alcaraz jump around, trip up, and put the ball into his own net. That was fabulous from Fanini. Break point now for Fanini. Straight down, backhander, forehand return. Backhander goes wide, and Fanini slipped on the grass, and he's down. 40-30, second break point.
Okay.
But a round of applause as Fanini gets up.
30-14.
Did a lot to do the splits there as well, actually, looking at that.
He's taking a moment himself after this.
JT, I know you're new to watching tennis as a broadcaster and a fan. What are you making of it all? As well. Oh, straight over. And it goes to Juice. 40-40. Yeah, say again, mate.
Yeah, it's been good. Well, as you know, I really, really like this scoreboard, and it's been fun messing around with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun coming into it, and we've got more coming up as well throughout the broadcast, so keep hold of it for all of us information here. Arquera sends it down, backhander for Fanini, backhander then from Arquera. Forehand returns up into the volley. First one to make a mistake will now be the problem. They slow it down. Fanini brings it in. Arquera brings it in. Fanini sends it wide. Arquera sends it up high. He's not in position. Fanini lets it go. He still bounces. Returns over. This is an amazing bit of volley between the two. That's going to be Fanini. He gets the point. Advantage Fanini in a fantastic volley between the two here in the opening round at Wimbledon. A superb, superb game. This is like no other opening round we've seen. The two-time reigning champion is in serious trouble.
Wanted to corner.
Advantage.
Alcaraz did so well to run that down. Sniped into that forehand. Plays the defensive lob, but look at that smash going backwards.
We haven't held centre court like this since last year's final. Break point again for Fanini.
Yeah, it's another break point coming through. Advantage for Fanini. All he needs to do is get this one set. They're into the volley now. Fanini sends it up high. The wind's starting to take a little bit of effect, and it's gone wide! Arquera sends the ball out! And Fanini takes it! 4-5 in the third set. And it looks like we might have to go to another tiebreak if these two keep this mess up. Let's check in with the other games.
Needed a change of ends and a sit down as much as Fabio Fognini now. This was a great game within a match that has been short on quality. And this point in particular. Brilliant. It's been a match of so many unforced errors, but then there are moments like this that you... and didn't he enjoy it?
It was brilliantly played, and that just emphasises the natural ability enjoyed by most of the Royal Box.
Yeah. Stuart at least was getting into it. He certainly was, and when you're going to break back, that's the way to do it.
And broken back he has, but now with that scoreboard pressure that we talk about, the job's not done yet. For Fognini, he has to make sure that he holds his serve here.
And when you have that adrenaline rush of that kind of game to break, to gather yourself and come out and serve to stay in, and this takes something here. The legs will be a bit heavy as well. Italy against Spain, and very little between them, except for 16 years or so. But here we are serving to stay in this third set.
So Fanini will now serve.
Late decision, change the racket.
Oh, okay, they've changed the racket up, okay. Wimbledon, as always, playing their own. A round of applause from everyone around. So Arquera and Fanini then, and it'll be Fanini serving. Straight down, clips to top. A fault to begin with is not the best way to go. Straight down, return serves up high. Arquera goes wide, 15 goes away for Fanini.
15 love.
So an interesting opening game then, as we're closing up. This is round one, remember, on centre court. There's a lot more to come tonight. Straight down.
30 love.
First ace for Fognini in this game. 30 love. Fognini serves again. Straight down into the net. Sadly expected that one to come through. Straight down again. Return serve with a backhander from Alcaraz. Backhander again. Backhanders all the way around. No one yet swapping up as the volley continues. Forehander now coming in from Fognini and from Alcaraz. They've got to decide where to put the pace. And it goes out for Alcaraz. It goes wide. 40 love for Fognini to come into it. It was just out by a fraction. And the crowds register their shock. Wonderful bit of gamesmanship between these lot now. Straight down, backhand return coming in. Fognini with the forehander, clips the top of the net. Forehander coming in then, and Alcaraz sweeps it down. 40-15.
40-15.
Advantage coming through then. Don't forget you can also see what's happening in the other games alongside us here on the BBC blog. Straight down centre, backhander coming in, fault on the serve. We go again, straight down, backhand return, forehander coming in from Fognini. Backhander coming in! Alcaraz got it by a fraction. It's 40-30.
Delov clawing his way back.
40-30.
Well, this is changing up brilliantly now. What a fantastic game. Right, back again, straight down. Oh, close to being an ace from Fognini. He's going to try and send it down low. Alcaraz doesn't even do it. It's game for Alcaraz. It's level up now, 5-5 apiece in the third set. These two are a better matchup than we thought. It's completely different to what we saw in Rio de Janeiro in 22 and 23.
Starting to wonder.
We're 3 hours into this match and it's just going like that. Click of your finger. 5-5. What a game. What a game. If you're enjoying our coverage here, we'll be live every day on Centre Court here for Wimbledon. Straight down, backhand and return coming in. It's now Alcaraz serving. It goes out. 15 love. So Alcaraz gets the points as a forehand forced error. Straight down. 5 bounces for Alcaraz. Sends down, forehand return. Goes out, it's 30 love.
30 love.
Alcaraz takes it once again. Now, is the reigning Wimbledon champion able to catch up here and get the break point? Straight down, clips the top of the net. Let's on the first serve. It's a repeat, actually, of set 2 and set 1. It's amazing how this is going. So consistent across 3 sets, and that's 3 hours of gameplay. Straight down, backhand returns. Ever so slightly changing. It was out, but he tried it. 40 love.
40 love.
Fognini's trying, but not paying off the way you want it to. I don't know if he's starting to get a little bit tired, but he's let off in this match alone, in this game. 6 bounces the ball that time. Alcaraz sends it down, clips the top of the net. Carlos, ball up, straight down. Forehand return for Fognini. Alcaraz sends it down with some power, and it goes out on Fognini's return. It's game in a straight for Carlos Alcaraz to take it to 6-5.
Games to 5. Third sets, 1 set all.
So this will now be for set point in this next run.
Closing in on a tie-break, or...
Yeah, will it be another tie-break?
We shall see in a moment. A few moments of cooling for both players again. And just a reminder with this heat rule index, as we get above the wet bulb globe temperature, which has been consistently way above the 30.1 that I think it needs to be at. They would, if they, after this set, they will take
a break, yes.
Is it mandatory, or does it just have to be requested by the
It's
players?
optional.
It's a 10-minute break, isn't it?
They can take a 10-minute break.
I think Fornini certainly
would
welcome
do that. Yeah. Let's check in with the other games during this.
Actually, maybe Alcala as well, just for a sort of reset and a little think about life and his form generally. And it's been a strange one so far, but you have to admire Fornini as well for doing everything necessary to keep the pressure on the champion, who is just a little bit out of sorts.
Getting set there to go again in the opening round on centre court.
Again, such is the way of things. The pressure now swings back to Fornini, serving to try and take this into a tie-break.
Here we go again then. Fornini sends it down low on his serve. Slowly returns there, but it's already gone out. He made Arceo run for it, and it wasn't even there. Love 15, as the umpire now tells us. Will we have to go to another tiebreak? It's getting very hot out there as well, by the way. 116-mile-an-hour serve that from Fornini. Forehands with power, clips the top of the net. Fornini sent it back on a low line. Oh! Just in. Fornini gets a wonderful volley point. It's 15 all.
Crowd seeing on the screen again how close that was, just clipping the back of the line. Actually, just to clarify things, we're told the heat rule is not in play. The temperature.
Wow. The heat
not high enough, so there wouldn't be a break after this set.
It's 30 degrees, and the heat rule's not in effect. It's unbelievable. It's the hottest opening day of Wimbledon in history. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz, goes out 30 to 15. Fornini with it.
30-15.
It's an amazing set up graphic right now as it comes through. Here we go again then. Straight down, forehand return. Picking up with the power. Now in the backhanders, just controlling it. And he went out. 30 all. Fornini looks at his racket and says, what did you do?
30 all.
You didn't go where I thought that you were going. This set now, the longest we've run, over an hour.
For the set, and just a couple of points required for Carlos Alcaraz.
Oh, and he hits the net. Fornini on his set now. Straight down. Backhander coming through. Into the volley we go once more. They try and change direction with the forehanders. Oh, Alcaraz slows it down with a beautiful run. It's now set point.
30-14.
We've been keeping an eye on the unforced error count for Alcaraz, but we need to count up the drop shots, how effective it's been.
This then for the third set. Will Carlos Alcaraz get this one through? Let's take a look. Straight down, backhand and return. Forehand. Oh, he skids on the grass a little bit. Alcaraz goes high. Fornini with a drop shot. Goes through. It's juice. He's not going to take this one lying down. It now goes to a tie break. This next shot, 2 left to see if we go for a tie break for the second set running. It's juice as things stand. And Alcaraz looking just slightly worried. Fornini has pace, he just comes back into it. Straight down, touches the net at the top. But yeah, Fognini just comes back in out of nowhere when he looks like he's losing pace. Fault advantage to Arquez. That was a shocker.
7th double fault from Fognini. Not the time you want to be serving it.
It's now second set point.
Another set point opportunity.
And break point coming on, yeah. Straight down. Arquez returns it, keeps it in. He just needs to continue letting the mistakes come. There it was! Fognini drops to the floor. The ball goes into the net, and the third set goes to Carlos Alcaraz. He now leads 2-1. The fourth set to play could be the decider. And over an hour and 5 minutes. That was the longest of the sets so far. And we still have one more to play. You're watching the opening day of the 138th Wimbledon Championships. We're on centre court for a fascinating opening round that we thought that might have been the end of it. We were thinking 3 rounds and done. We're going to have to go to 4 as Fabio Fognini and Carlos Alcaraz are in a 7.5 battle between themselves. Let's check in with the BBC and the other matches going on today.
Yeah, it's been hard work and a little bit uncertain at times from Carlos Alcaraz, but he does take that third set. And looking at the numbers,
Yeah, first serve percentage we focused on 67% is a big improvement for Alcaraz. Only winning 42% on second serve and 5 breaks of serve in that third set. Still a struggle. But it's about finding a way, and Alcaraz has done that. He's found a way to give himself a 2-1 lead. Can Fognini respond again?
well, I'm talking about how warm it is, but there is no heat rule index in play. Tim did his investigation, so on we go, and he'll be very keen as well to keep going now that he's got a little bit of momentum again.
Certainly that heat rule comes into play in Australia a lot, but far less so here in London.
No, we over-dramatise here, don't we? We're just
especially on grass.
Both sets.
Get that reflective heat. Let's get on with it.
So we're close on the scoreboard, but in the 2-1 lead and serving first in this fourth set. The champion feels that he's righted the ship a little bit.
The fourth set then here at Wimbledon is about to get underway for the opening game. Straight down, backhand return. So Alcaraz is serving and gets the first, 15-love. So, 2-1 effectively now. Alcaraz can hopefully just stream this. But either way, we're on for about another hour of play, which is going to knacker these guys out. Out it goes, 30-love. So Fognini's return serve out of touch. 3 hours we've been playing already, by the way. 3 hours. Carlos Alcaraz holds the record for the fastest forehand in the gentlemen's singles of the championships in 2024. 112.7 mile an hour completing the semi-finals. Where was Fognini's serve going with that? It went straight down behind the nets. 40-love. It's going to be a straight opening game, this one, at this rate for Alcaraz. See the BBC team in the commentary box is watching on. Okay, sends the ball down. Forehand return. Backhander now coming through. They just need to take a little bit of care. And no, it's not going to be too much. It's hit the net. It's 15 to 40. Arquera sends the back into the net.
40-15.
Annoying, we saw that coming, really. He can't win games in straights. Time and time again. I don't think he's done it at all today, actually. Straight down, backhand returns coming in. Forehander now coming in for Arqueras. And he's out. 30-40.
40-30.
This is not the way you were thinking this was going to go tonight. A very difficult opening game for the two-time reigning champion. Straight down. Backhand return from Fognini. Oh, that was close, but good. It's a game for Carlos, and he sent it back with a slow return serve. First game in the fourth set goes to Carlos Alcaraz. A little bit of a juice break. Literal juice this time. Wonderful serves over the net.
So over to Fognini again. It's a Flavio Pennetta, isn't it? Married to Fabio Fognini, 2015 US Open champion.
Here we go again then. This time Fognini with the serve, straight down, has a fault on it. That's unfortunate, couldn't get quite close. Straight down, backhand returns, nearly goes into the net for Arquera, keeps it through. Does hit the net the second time round. 15 love. Fognini gets it. Heat's starting to get to everybody now actually as well. Looks like I'm burning and I'm just sat in the commentary box as well. That's how much. It's now 30 degrees. So it's very, very hot here in the UK today. Fault again, seconds coming through. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Fognini desperately trying to send him different directions, try and confuse him and hit the net. Oh, but it was a beautiful straight down. That time by, it's 30 love for Fognini with a beautiful backhand winner. Beautifully done, actually. The backhand works superb. He's able to actually have control with it as well.
Some of the best shots in this match have certainly come from the racket of Fognini.
Could have got it in there. He's going to send it that way, one way. Okay, sent it high, sent it in. Sent it back, Fognini's just got it in. There's fire going on between these two now. And it's out. Okay, sent it back. 40 love. Fognini loving this. Arquera's getting a bit worried. He might have to go to a fifth.
There's some brilliance again from the Italian. Those tweener always entertains.
Alcaraz has hit some good lobs today. This one off the one-handed backhand. Fognini's only real option between the legs and found the baseline.
Fault on the first serve, straight to the back net. Straight down again. Oh, double fault.
And then from the sublime to the not so, another double.
He's got more double faults then in this game than anybody else. I think that's his 9th. Fognini serves again. Into the net for Arquera, but it was already out from Fognini's serve. 2 games. It's one game all. 2 games played, 1 all in the fourth set.
And a reminder that the winner of this will go on to Tarved, who has had this amazing run, the British player who's at college in the States.
Okay, straight down on his serve. Return serve for Fognini, tries to slow it down. Oh, and Arquera tried to do the same thing and ends up in the net. Love 15. Tension still rise. Up high, straight down. Backhander comes in. It's a fault again. Straight down. Good serve from Arquera. Fognini needs to just hold it together and not let his head get through. Beautiful! 30 love. Beautiful serve. Just on the line. Pitch perfect.
Love 30.
I keep thinking that he might start to wilt as it once kind of gets that momentum going 2 sets to 1 up, that Fognini might start to fade, but not so.
He's yet to prove that he has faltered tonight. Fognini's been one of the most competitives. It's such a lovely run around. They're doing really well tonight. Straight down, forehand return. Backhander comes in. That was risky for Arquera. And that's going to go over. Arquera goes high. And Fognini drops to the floor. 30-15.
Just enjoying the rest on centre court. It might be his final day at Wimbledon.
He's lying on centre court.
13.
Even slip. He's enjoying himself today.
It was a slip, but it was nicely done. He still hit the ball though, so style points he gets. 30-15. Straight down. Nice return there from Arquera on his serve. Out it goes.
15-14.
That's been a familiar sight throughout the match. Unloading in that forehand. But
JT's got the hang of break point.
all too often going long, and 2 chances here for Fabio.
I do it on my current setup, so that's why I asked you to do it.
Ah.
Like when I was doing it before. Anyway, here we go.
Okay, straight down. Nice return actually coming in from Fognini. Into the volley. Backhanders to control with power and pace. Forehander now coming in for Arquera to send it down the wrong way. 40-30. Beautifully done. Second break point. It's working very nicely at the moment. This has been a brilliant.
Easy to stay aggressive when you made 52 unforced errors so far in the match.
52.
Still another break point to save.
It's impossible. We've done 52 errors. It's a long match. Into the net this time though for Arquera. So I'll have to wait for another go around. Straight down again. Just clips it. And into the net goes Fognini, and you can't believe it. We go to Juice. Couldn't believe what he saw there.
Some nice Italian commentary on that slow-mo of the man himself.
Yeah, we know where that's coming from, don't we, as well? As the swear words finding their way in. Clips the top of the net as well. This time by. Just a few changes that you're not liking. Backhander comes in. Fognini couldn't catch it, but it was out anyway. Advantage Fognini. Third break point.
Fognini.
Crowd enjoying themselves here. They've still got another 2 matches to go.
Third chance.
Straight down. Backhander comes in. Forehand returns. That's making, yeah. Okay, beautiful from Arquera.
Covered well by Arquera.
Juice again.
Survives again.
He can't be stopped.
Juice.
Back to the drop volley, drop shot. Fognini runs it down, and then the lunging topspin volley cross court.
He's finding the time again.
Up from the Italian.
Yeah. Right, here we go again then. Alcaraz on the serve, straight down. Fault first serve. Up, down. Forehand return as well from Alcaraz. Oh, and Fognini sent it to the skies, and then way off.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Alcaraz now with the advantage. And this would be break point as well. Once again out here today. Straight down the serve, clips the top of the net, faults the serve. .120-mile-an-hour serve, that one though. Straight down, backhander coming in. Oh, that was a bit scrappy, and it has gone out. Back to Juice. Alcaraz's serve was not the best. Third Juice.
It's going to be a very late night again on centre court. I think this is just the first match of the day.
It's gone on longer than we were thinking. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock now.
Valdosa against Katie Bolter to come. And then Rinderknecht against Zverev.
Matthew at this rate could get most of the third game.
If they keep on going, Matthew will definitely have the third game. Into the net! Alcaraz there with an advantage this time around again. Straight into the net with Fognini on his run. Time after time after time, it's just getting bad. Right, Alcaraz to serve again. This time, serving for his second game in this set. Straight down, backhander comes in. Fognini goes it wide. Back to Juice.
Just redirecting the speed of the serve, using it.
Alcaraz has used the body serve a lot today, that time not finding the target, even though it was just a block. Came out of the middle of the racket, flew back for a winner.
Fourth Juice now we've had in this one. We need some ice cream brewing and some strawberries and cream maybe. Fault on the serve. Still desperately trying to make sure everything's okay. Straight down this time. Into the net! For Fognini! Alcaraz again.
Got away with that. It was a weak second serve. Fognini could have gone either way, decided to go cross court, but telling himself he should have gone down the line.
8 to 8 minute match now we've had in this one. This game. So advantage going the way for Alcaraz. Into the net though this time, right? What a strange opening match. Matthew Owens better have fun with this later on. Backhand return should be simple. Juice again.
Can't close out this service game.
Fifth Juice. Fifth.
Once more, beautiful return by Fognini.
I don't think I can
It was a good
drink
return,
anymore,
but it's a...
Sorry, say again, JT.
I don't think I can drink any more juice.
Juice. No, no more. It's our fifth one. It's been going on a lot longer than that though, JT. I can tell you that right now. Straight down again. Fault on the serve. Do you see what I've been dealing with for 3 hours, by the way? What an unusual match this is. Straight down. Backhander returns. Forehand comes in again from Fognini. Backhander. Alcaraz coming through, and he goes out. Close call. It is out. Advantage.
See what I've been having to deal with for the past like 2.5 hours with doing the scoring.
Yes, it's been a bit chaotic. I don't know how you've been doing the scoring as well. Right, here we go again then. It's advantage for Alcaraz. Just close out this game. I'll need a break after this one as well. Straight down into the net. I don't think Matthew's going to have a... The final might be this long. Straight down. Backhand return. It's and yeah, well, there we go. Finally, it's done. Fognini makes a mistake, and Alcaraz gets the set, and he gets the game. So it's what now? 2-1 in the third set. That took a long time. After 5 juices.
He's a decent player himself, and been a hitting partner for Carlos. Almost ever present, watching on. The name of his children on his shoes. Thick box there. Slide, when you think of sliding on the clay, but you slide on the grass as well. It's an art in itself.
Yeah, that's right. And certainly in the first day of the tournament, when the court is a little bit green, you feel like it's not easy to move. But whatever the surface, Alcaraz shows amazing footwork, the balance.
That's been part of it that's been just a little bit off today. Sometimes it's just been a little bit out of position. Again, he has had obviously a win at Queen's to get used to the surface again. Down in Eastbourne, Djokovic out there obviously with a huge number. Berrettini as well. These are quite good days for Italian tennis. What are they talking about? There's typing from Gareth Southgate. Don't see too many of those. So still on serve in this fourth set.
Ready for play.
Here we go again then.
Still a bit noisy around centre court. Get them coming in.
Straight down.
Let's
clips the top of the net. Let first serve. Alcaraz needs to get a break point here. Set it away. His return serve wasn't the greatest there. Oh, and Fognini with a beautiful setback. Bottom left of the court takes it 15-love. Didn't see that one coming. Nice return though. Straight down. Oh, clips the top. Just a slight error. Second time, 15-all it will come on to.
15-all.
Another double fault for him in this match. He's done so many as well. Not a cloud in the sky above centre court here on Wimbledon. Straight down again. Return from Alcaraz looking stronger. Just a bit of a touch to the net. Beautiful, brutal return. And he's going to lose it out this time. It's 30. So 15 to Fognini.
15-30.
30 to Alcaraz.
What we've come to expect again, just whipping over the forehand.
Beautifully done though. Controlled the return beautifully with a backhander coming in. So Fognini with the serve. All the cameras watching on as well. Nice backhander. It was out. 30-all.
30-all.
Yeah, well, it would be a surprise, wouldn't it, really? 3 bounces for Fognini. Straight down. Backhander returns. Nearly hits the net, actually, for Alcaraz. Fognini slows it down and gets it. 40-30. Beautiful, beautiful for Fognini there. Let's take a look at the replay. Slowed it down and pitched it exactly where he wants it to go. Right over the top. Beautiful set. Backhander comes into it. And he's tried to do it again, but Alcaraz ready for it. He wasn't ready for the return. Fognini gets it and levels it up. 2 games each in the 4th set.
2 games all. 4 sets.
And again, just finding something else. Yes, Alcaraz's level is not at his very best, but Fognini is certainly finding something else compared to the rest of his season, because he doesn't want it to end here. This is his farewell to Wimbledon. Wants to keep going a little bit further. Wants to end with one of the great upsets, perhaps.
Knocking out Alcaraz. Yeah. He's got the serve this time, straight down into the net. Let first serve. Backhander return from Fognini. Alcaraz slows it down. He's trying to do those tricks. Oh, and it backfired!
Sort of grinding to a halt for me now after that run. But again, he found such a wonderful angle once he got there. Left Alcaraz sprawling.
Fatigue.
So Fognini then
just
takes
too much height
15.
on this drop shot. Changes the racket face at the last minute. Fognini does well to run it down and control his racket face, flick it cross court.
Just hit the wrong angle when he's already going down for Alcaraz, and he's hit the net again, this time by just the slightest upset, unfortunately. Straight down, return serve. Now they're getting close together again, playing it. Beautiful from Alcaraz, sends it back to an empty court. 15 all.
15 all.
Again, nicely done. Once again, you're just finding the differences between them. It's a beautiful run around. Right, we go again. Straight down. Clips the top. Just couldn't find the pace there, unfortunately. Alcaraz still with the serve. Forehand return from Fognini. Backhanders now coming in between the pair of them as we pick up. Forehand return for Fognini. Clips the top of the net. Does Alcaraz. Allows Fognini to regroup and send it down. But he misses the shot. 30 to Alcaraz. Just got it wrong slightly on the return. He's tried to slow it down. He's saying, come on, come on, come on. Because right now he needs this set to go to the 5th decider. But if Alcaraz wins this set, the game is done. Straight down. Tried for an ace. Didn't really pay off that time round. Fognini was there. Oh, Alcaraz was slow on the return. So Fognini's going to trick him a couple of times. He gets an open shot. Oh, he missed it!
Superb again from Fognini.
Fognini loves those slow shots.
Once more, Alcaraz takes a moment in the corner.
30 all.
30 all.
It was the slow shot. Fognini saw his chance and he knew that the ball would drop twice and that Alcaraz couldn't catch it and return it in time. That's exactly what happened. The ball almost came to a stop underneath him. Alcaraz still with the shot. Could have been an ace. He was trying for another ace to come through. Straight down. Backhander comes in. Oh, now they're trying to slow it down. Oh! Fognini hits the net. Alcaraz thinks the ball has dropped down the other side. It hasn't. It goes over his side. He rushes to collect it and misses. It's break point, but for Fognini.
Passing shot was flying down the line. Just clipped the top of the tape.
Did not see that coming.
Look out of our commentary box. You've got to say the fresher of the two players is Fognini right now.
It is.
Very strange.
The 22-year-old's looking fatigued compared to the 38-year-old. Fault serve, which is good because Fognini returned it and put it straight into the net. Second serve coming. It's a good set. Backhanders between the two. Fognini shapes up for a forehander. Out goes Alcaraz. Game goes to Fognini. Break point. 3 games to 2 in the 4th set. This is going to go down to a 5th set, isn't it?
And listen to centre court again. They're rising to Fognini.
What is going on?
Well, Gareth Southgate, David Beckham, Eddie Redmayne and the rest will be loving this. What a start to Wimbledon 2025. A real thriller on centre court. We'll be staying with this on BBC One. But lots of news to bring you. Sonic Cartel and Ollie Tarbutt and Arthur Ferry and Cam Norrie, all winners for Great Britain. But Jacob Fernley is out, beaten by the youngest man in the draw here at Wimbledon. João Fonseca, the 18-year-old from Brazil, coming through 6-4, 6-1, 7-6. And there is a British winner guaranteed on number 1 court because Mimi Zhu is taking on Emma Raducanu.
And I think you can see the confidence oozing from Emma at the moment.
My goodness, she is raring to go. She's back.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Emma Raducanu. Simply stunning.
Emma Raducanu, the British number 1.
Emma Raducanu, who was only a teenager here when she made her debut in 2021, reached round 4, went on that year to win the US Open as a qualifier. Her 4th Wimbledon will start in just a few moments' time, live on BBC Two as she takes on Mimi Zhu, who's also from Great Britain, 17 years old and proudly representing Wales. Will be building up to that. But on BBC One, of course, we are staying here as Fabio Fognini looks to take this into a 5th set against the defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. Back to Tim and Andrew.
And the way this match has gone so far, the break has to be backed up because both players have had so many chances on their opponent's serve, down in front.
Yeah, fault the first serve to come into it. Fognini hits the net on the return. Love 15 coming the way.
It's a repeat, isn't it? You just see Alcaraz step into that second serve return. He gets the mistake from Fognini. There's the intensity again. It's almost like he's waiting to be behind before the intensity increases.
Fognini with the serve. Straight down. Oh, fault.
That was good.
Could have been an ace. That was close.
Just wide.
Backhander coming in from Alcaraz. Forehander returns. But it went wide, so Fognini gets the 15.
Such a big miss. Decent backhand down the line from Fognini, but Alcaraz missing by 8-9 feet over the baseline. Very bizarre performance.
Oh, return serve was a bit off there.
30. Second serve return, complete shank.
Yeah. Fognini then gets it to 30.
I don't think I've ever seen him so out of sorts.
Alcaraz 2 forehand unforced errors now coming through. Flips it again. Up, straight down. Forehand return from Alcaraz, making Fognini run for it, and Fognini hits the net.
The line had to be inch perfect.
30 all.
You normally say when you're struggling you want to go back to basics, but
yeah.
This is basic for him. Second serve return on the baseline.
He's struggling.
The drop shot again.
He is struggling out in this one. It's a very close game. If Fognini takes the second set, we go to a 5th set decider. Oh, that was bad from Alcaraz on the return. Way too high. They're still playing the games between each other. Oh. Yeah, that was Fognini's.
Had to put it away well.
Alcaraz looks stressed more than elated.
Second chance.
Juega hasta los 50 años, tío. Si tiene nivel a jugar hasta los 50. Tiene nivel hasta jugar, tío. Que no puedo más.
50, 50.
Yeah, venting like crazy now. Fanini on the serve. As he turns it, this is adjusting that fan. Here we go again. Straight down. Beautiful try for a double ace here, and he's going to get it. Beautiful. Fanini with the break point. Takes it with perfection. He takes it 4-2 in the 4th set. Well, this has changed the complexion completely now. 4-2. And if he gets the 5th, we go to set 5 for the decider.
His moment, his threat, but it'll pass. No, not so sure.
Just shocked, that's me. Just absolutely shocked at this.
I'd say the odds are most definitely on a 5th set right now. The body language is very flat from Alcaraz. Fanini looks like he's having a lot of fun in the sun.
Beautiful weather.
So with the new balls.
Okay, sends it down. Oh, faults. That's a shame. It was on course to be a good one. Straight down again. A double fault.
Love 15.
Love 15 coming your way.
Another example of Alcaraz not really thinking clearly. 128-mile-an-hour second serve does not find its mark.
Again.
8th double fault.
Straight down. Return serve was good for Fanini. But it goes, yeah, there we go. Goes out, 15 all. What a fascinating game here at Wimbledon. For 3 hours coming up now. Nearly 4. Straight down, goes up high, goes out. 30, 15. Alcaraz on 15. Well, okay, this is getting fun now. Will we have to go to a 5th set? If he does go 5th set, Matthew Owens will be delighted because it means that he can come and do the commentary. Backhander still coming in. Oh, he hit the net! Alcaraz hit the net, 30 all.
30 all.
What is going on in this game? What is going on?
Bit of nail biting going on there for Juan Carlos Ferrero, coach of Carlos Alcaraz.
Okay, regroup, go again. Ball up, straight down, fault, straight away. The longer we're in this commentary box, the hotter it's getting. Straight down, back half return. Forehand pushes through for Fanini. Trying to retake the power, but goes out. 40-30 for Alcaraz.
40-30.
Slowly starting to come back now, this game, for the 2-time Wimbledon champion. But Fanini knows he needs this set. Clips the net though, on the next return through. Straight down on the serve, Alcaraz. Oh! Sent it skywards!
They don't often get a chance to catch in the back couple of rows, but this was
hit the
frame and gone.
Hit the frame of the racket, and it went, well, he's playing baseball, not tennis with that one. Straight into the skies of Wimbledon. It's taken out several pigeons. Straight we go. Return serve, it's juice. And well, it's advantage now for Fanini.
So he's going to have his chance for a double break here, Fabio Fanini. just about put this fourth set to bed.
I can't believe what I'm watching. I can't believe this game.
Recognised how good his return was. Moved forward, knocked off the volley.
Fognini has the chance to do doubles. Straight down. It's an ace from Alcaraz to take it back to Juice. That's what BBC was on. This is a surprise. This is great tennis. Straight up, down. Backhander. Oh! Fognini is playing the best we have ever seen. The former Italian #1 is perfect here at Wimbledon.
It was like a loosener, 109 straight into the hitting zone. Adding the decision to serve and volley.
Here we go again then. Alcaraz with the volley, straight down. Alcaraz sends it back. Yeah, okay. It was out. And it goes to Fognini. Well, Fognini now has 5 sets to 2. You can't write this.
Well, well.
5 sets coming.
Well, fact for you, the last time a defending champion in the men's singles went to 5 sets in the first round was Roger Federer, 2010, against
Alejandro Fire.
What was Alejandro Fire?
Wow.
I mean, that's...
I thought you were going to mention the last time the defending champion lost in the first round. Was it Leighton Hewitt against Ivo Karlovic?
Yeah. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Bye-bye!
Whoa. Shouty Carlos won something.
Ooh.
That was right next to our mic for added Carlos for you there. I don't know what's going through his mind, but Fabio Fognini, this was supposed to be, hey, you get your final shot in centre court, you get your match, you wave to the crowd, you say thank you for a lovely career, but this is a player now who might be thinking of far greater things. Still hasn't closed out this 4th set, but with a double break, it's not far away, you suspect.
That's the crazy thing we're witnessing about this Wimbledon.
So 38-year-old Fabio Fognini against the 22-year-old champion for the last 2 years at Wimbledon, serving to take us into a 5th set.
5 sets, anybody? 5 sets in the opening game on centre court. Yeah. And look at the grass. It's going to be none left at the end of Wimbledon. This is only the first match. It's already been turfed up. Straight down. And it was out. Alcaraz sent it back in such a weird way. 15 love. Straight down. Keeping an eye on Emma Raducanu's wins as well.
That's
for some reason match chats come on and I don't want that, so how do I get rid of that on our timing screen up here in the commentary box? I'll do that in a second. Out of the second set as well, serve. 30 love. There we go.
First service.
Let on the first serve. We want point by point, which is what's been happening here so far today. There we go. The sets begin again. 30 love for Fognini. His serves, however, Not doing the greatest to keep hitting the side. Return serve coming in from Alcaraz. Again, slows it down and puts it in his own net. What?
So Nick surrender in this
40 love.
What about the white flags? It's
potentially final game of this set. Alcaraz out of sorts. And 3 set points.
So this is now serving for the set for Fabio Fognini to take it to 5 sets, the maximum. And Alcaraz is just doing absolutely nothing. Straight down, return serve. Still looking strong, and he goes out! It is a 5th set at the opening round of Wimbledon we go to. It's been 7-5, 7-6, 7-5, and now 6-2. Fognini's come back in a huge, huge manner. We go to a 5th set after playing 3 hours 45 at Wimbledon.
It's out of sorts on such a big stage, but he's got to find the solutions. It's Fognini that leaves the court again, as he's entitled to do. And this will certainly give the young Spaniard plenty of time to think about this 5th set.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the season that he's had. He's hardly had anything. Fabio Fognini hasn't won a tour level match. He's played a few challengers and scratched around since that injury early in the year. This is his last year. He said farewell in Rome. That was emotional. We lost to Jacob Fairley. This is his final Wimbledon. And is he going to go out with the grandest of flourishes?
And when you break down the context of this match, it's certainly Fognini, the one that has played cleaner tennis. He's looked to be aggressive. He's taken the second serve on. He's made less unforced errors. And you see the stats in this 4th set. 90% of first serve points won, 60% on second serve. But he's got the breakpoint opportunities. He took them. Alcaraz not creating anything. And again, more unforced errors to winners.
And the trend of the match, that's the most one-sided set we've seen so far. You look at the numbers and you look at the 6-2 scoreline.
Yeah, and from Fognini's point of view, he hit 14 winners and only 7 unforced errors. That's the type of ratio that you're looking for. The differential is positive. It's been very much negative for Alcaraz, but now it boils down to 1 set.
I mean, 18 matches unbeaten we've talked about, and they'll be watching in a little bit of disbelief out in Henman Hill as well. But for Alcaraz, winning in Rome and Roland Garros and then at Queen's, 18 matches unbeaten. And at Wimbledon, you go back 3 years. His last defeat was against Sinner in the 4th round in 2022. So this is, by any measure, extraordinary if it comes to pass that he does go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole performance has been so unexpected, as you said, from Alcaraz, because he has been playing brilliant tennis. It's not as if he's coming into his first match on grass. He won Queen's. You just see him there.
The last player to beat him anywhere was in Barcelona in April, Holger Rune. He just has that sort of 1,000-yard stare into nothing at the moment, just trying to gather himself and say, it's fine, I'll find something. But it's a 1-set shootout.
Yeah, and this is when you get to this stage, then its form goes out of the window. It's just about who can really deliver the goods, and Alcaraz looking to come out early, I think, to really try and start working his feet to get that energy and adrenaline, because he really does need to start well.
And again, a reminder that after this match, 2 matches still to go after this match. It's 5:30, Paulo Badosa, Spaniard against Katie Boulter. And then the French player in the men's singles, Arthur Rinderknecht against Alex Zverev, who's the number 3 seed. And there'll be a lot of other players watching this with great interest.
Yeah, absolutely. First day of a Grand Slam. There are a lot of players, both men and women, on the grounds. Spare a thought for Bolter and Badosa waiting to come out here. I'm sure they, as we were, expecting a pretty one-sided match. Perhaps a 3-set victory for Alcaraz, but that's certainly not what we've had.
Again, the very slight advantage of serving first, that will go to Carlos Alcaraz in this deciding set. That's coming up for 4 hours on court. And for much of that time, it's been a scratchy match. A lot of unforced errors, not the highest quality. There have been flashes from both players, but now...
Final sets, Alcaraz will serve.
But now it's all on this.
Are you ready, kids? Alcaraz serving straight to the net. Oh, 5 hole ones then. Straight down, Alcaraz serves it. Return serve for Fognini looking good. A little bit of a refresh with the ice towels going well. Forehand return. It's all this then. First to the wins will take it through. Beautiful volley between the two. Oh, Fognini just hits the net.
To start this deciding
Better
set.
run.
Love.
Straight down. Oops. Return serve's looking good. Backhand coming in again from Fognini. Alcaraz has tried an advantage. Second time it's the net. So Fognini takes it to 30. Oh, this is changing completely on the side now of the matches. We didn't expect.
Fognini's ball striking has been impressive.
Yeah. But it's this struggling. Another forehand error as well into the net twice in this first game of the 5th set. Oh, just touched the top there again. Did Fognini as a return serve, but this time it's Alcaraz who makes the mistake and goes into the net.
More and more belief in the Fognini camp and more nervous tension on the Alcaraz side.
Pat Cash says as well, if Fognini wins, it'll be the biggest upset in Wimbledon history. I certainly see that coming through. It goes into the net. And to clean my glasses now, actually, as well. Again. Apparently Emma Raducanu is having a interesting day. She holds to love, up by 4 first serves in the tiebreak in the opening game. So the former British #1 looking good. Straight again in this serve set. Alcaraz and Fognini in a racket serve. Fognini just touches the top of the net, but goes out wide in the return serve from Alcaraz and just loses out. It's 50-40. Alcaraz with the points.
40-15.
And there have been moments of intensity as when Alcaraz has played his best tennis, but then long periods where he's been flat, he's made the unforced errors, he's let Fognini dictate.
Straight down once again. Falls on the serve. Well, Carlos has won 251 matches, lost 61. Fabio's won 426, lost 395. As the serve again, second serve hits the net.
40-30.
40-30.
That's only a point, but it will just throw a little further doubt into the mind of the champion. That serve has plagued him throughout the match.
5 bounces. Alcaraz straight up. Return serve with the backhander. Goes out again. Game for Carlos Alcaraz. Takes it the first game in the 5th set here at Wimbledon.
First game, final set.
4 hours play.
This final set shootout to decide it. That stage, that pressure, that excitement might just focus the mind somehow of Alcaraz, because it has been beyond sluggish so far. It's been something more than that. It's not been right at all. That's a pretty good record in 5-set matches, and never beaten in a 5-set match at Wimbledon.
Emma Raducanu is 2 sets up at the moment on centre court. Oh, sorry, on court 1. Beautiful return actually between these two on Fognini's serve, and he wins the serve. 15 love.
15 love.
Very interesting start again. We'll take a look at the other matches shortly on the data screen. There'll be a break after this one. Straight down again on Fognini's serve. Oh, bad backhander coming from Marco. So, unfortunately,
30 love.
It takes it to 30 love. This is the silly mistakes that keep on happening. It's critical now in this version of the game because we're in the 5th set. It very much is winner takes all. So Fognini could be on for one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen at this centre court. And it's the hottest opening day of Wimbledon in history. Good 4 returns as well from the pair of them in the restart. Backhander goes up. Oh, that's going to be really slow return for Marquez, but Fognini hits the net. 30-15.
30-15.
Every point celebrated at the moment.
He's got to hold on to it, really. This is going to be a crazy, crazy, crazy couple of hours. We still have more on centre court, by the way, after this, so we're not going anywhere. We're with you all day here. Beautiful ace, nearly, for Fognini, but Marquez just got it there. Clips the top of the net, bounces over twice. Fognini's going to have this one again. It's 40-15. Beautiful switch up.
40-15.
To feel the tension on every point, even this early in the deciding set.
JT reminded me that he's staying on. I've got places to be. Oh, top of the net! Marquez nearly losing out!
Fognini couldn't hold his progress, touching the net.
Yeah, Fognini touches the net though.
Touching the net.
Not allowed to touch the net. 40-30, touches it again.
Even amidst the pressure. Time for a smile. All this effort to run, couldn't hold his momentum.
40-30.
More than a touch.
He completely ran into the net, yeah. They're checking the net now as well.
Tense moments when you get pegged back to 40-30.
40-30, Fognini with the serve. Wimbledon falling silent incredibly quickly as the ball flies over the net. Backhand and nearly goes into it from Arquera. Oh, and it goes out!
Now the mistake from the racket of Fognini.
40-40.
Juice.
Alcaraz sensing the opportunity. Would love an early break in this 5th set.
We'll wait for the points gapper in a moment because this could go to advantage here. Straight down, backhand return. Fognini just slows the ball down again. Arquez tries to speed it up, goes up wide.
And his chance will come now.
Advantage coming the way then as well, and a break point.
Wild ground strokes there from Fognini.
Straight down again. Fognini slows it, makes Arquez run for it, goes out wide, picks it up, hands down, beautiful! And Arquez is beautifully delighted with that, he plays to the crowd. Fabulous! 2 games to love in the 5th set here at Wimbledon. Fognini tried to be clever, to take it back to juice. It didn't work.
A service game which Fognini had in his grasp, had in his control.
He did. He had 40-15. He fell into the net. He made 2 unforced errors. And that's the Alcaraz that we've come to know and love. The speed of movement to control the racket face. What it means to both the player box and to Alcaraz himself.
Straight down, return serve was great from Fognini. And Alcaraz again just a bit wider. And there goes Fognini with a 15.
Says, I'm not done yet. And he's starting to... Something annoyed him in that previous game at the end of it.
He's just asked if I'm enjoying Wimbledon. Answer is yes, but it's hot.
To either his box or the other.
And taking a look at JT on the comcam here actually as well. It is very... It must be hot for you too, mate.
It's cold here.
You're cold? I hate you.
Well, it's the blinds have been down all day and I've got a fan in here, so...
Oh, well, I've got a fan here, but it's not keeping me cold as well at the moment. Into the rally we go. Beautiful again for Fognini! He takes it to 30 love! Anything you can do, I can do better.
It's insane how big of a difference it is with blinds down versus blinds up.
I suppose, even though all the commentary box is actually thinking, it's because it's got all the soundproofing in, so the soundproofing's heated up. But in my room, we've closed all the curtains, and it'd be nice in there when I go back in there. So, 30 love to Fognini in this third game of the 5th set. Straight down again. Fault, however. Straight down. Just gets the top of the net, but into the... Fognini hits it. It's 30-15.
30.
Tensions are palpable here right now. Omi's watching the stream, so I'm told to wave to Omi. Straight up. Down we go again. Into the net. Alcaraz with the serve. Still pushing. Straight down. Clips the top of the net. Let again. Second serve coming in. Can't do it again because that would give 40 to Fognini. Can't risk it. Doesn't this time. Fognini goes backwards on the backhander. Now it's all about slowing the game down. Oh, beautiful! Fognini's got the power! The 38-year-old in his last Wimbledon is showing us all why he was former Italian #1. Perfect action out here today.
He's had so many opportunities to break in this match. He's taken only a few of them.
40-15 then.
2 here.
Fognini just needs to, if he can break Alcaraz's serve, that'd be fantastic. Straight down again, backhander comes through. Fognini knows there's pressure. There was a call about, but there's nothing there. Fognini has to run in high. Oh, and he's lost the ball. That was a very cheeky one coming in from Alcaraz, but he's taken to 40-30 in the second break point coming. Just dropped
desperation,
it.
but
it was desperation.
as is often the case, Alcaraz just executes it beautifully.
Alcaraz sends it down. Close to being a deuce, but yeah, I mean an ace, but yeah, of course down it. Straight down again. Into the net! For Fognini! Now it's juice!
Into the tape.
And a second serve that was pretty short in the box. Fognini has taken advantage of plenty of those in the 4 hours and 5 minutes we've been on centre court, but not on that occasion.
4 hours.
Yeah, do you remember when I said, oh yeah, this will be easy. He'll win it in straight set. And there's an ace! Alcaraz takes it to an ace. Yeah, JT, do you remember when I said, when I was doing my stats, oh, Carl's going to walk this easily? 4 hours later, it's been the biggest shake-up and upset in opening day of Wimbledon I think I've ever seen. Nobody expected this to go all 5 sets at all, and nobody expected Fognini to be in this close a position. Straight down again. Return serve was good for Fognini. This then to be the third, and into the net!
The danger of that.
Fognini hits the net, and Alcaraz wins with his third game. He's got 2 more to go through. Here comes JT.
Wimbledon, this is, if we can have this every evening for the next 2 weeks, please. Meanwhile, right now on BBC 2, over on court 1, you can enjoy Emma Raducanu, the British #1, up against a fellow Briton, Mini Zhu, proudly representing Wales and making her debut at the age of 17. Raducanu it is, who has the early break of serve, leading 3-1 first set. So that is currently on BBC 2. Harriet Dart is also in action on what has been a terrific day for British players. Dart's taken the first set 6-3. It's 3 games all in the second against Dal McGalphy. That one of the matches you can watch on BBC iPlayer. And Billy Harris, who made his debut at Wimbledon last year at the age of 29, has now got his first Wimbledon win. He has come through 6-3, 6-2, 6-4 against Dusan Lajovic. So the man from the Isle of Man victorious, along with Sonny Cartel, Ollie Tarvett, Arthur Ferry and Cam Norrie. We can very nearly say, and I think it may be true already, that this is the best first day of Wimbledon for British players of recent times, certainly if not of the Open era. It's terrific stuff, but even more, we love a bit of drama, and the defending champion Carlos Alcaraz is certainly being put to the test by the fabulously entertaining Fabio Fognini and Tim Henman, Andrew Cotter, David Beckham, Gareth Southgate, Eddie Redmayne, Richard Osman, and the rest loving this one.
All here in the commentary box, watching on 4 hours 8 minutes, and again a reminder, 2 more matches scheduled after this one on centre court.
Yeah, a lot to come here tonight as we welcome you back to centre court, where we're only a few away coming into this one. This is going to be fun. A lot of fun in this one. Just check it with the beam.
I think.
New water.
Circling that well by the rest of centre court, but yeah, a long and hot day in the sun on centre court. So because of this going on, they'll have to stop play just now until this is all sorted out. And you see it at Queen's quite often in the open stands there with the sun getting down, and everyone's told to rehydrate.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately there has been an incident with a fellow spectator.
Oh.
Obviously health and safety is our priority. We will be pausing the match.
Yeah, just going to
sensible decision to
hold
pause the
things
match
for a moment, as James Giltherman was explaining. Obviously, it's very, very...
Yeah, that west side of the stadium with the sun, the east side rather, sorry, it gets very, very hot. Hopefully the individual is okay.
So Fabio Fognini is taking some respite in the shade of James Giltherman. Again, it's so often the case that it's just people getting a little bit dehydrated. And so the stewards are over there, and medical staff as well, and chance for everyone just to hang back in the shade and take a break. Just giving you some more numbers as well. In Grand Slam matches, Carlos Alcaraz, 22 times he has been 2 sets to 1 up in matches, and all 22 of those he has gone on to win. He has got the best record in the modern era in 5-set matches.
And it's phenomenal for someone so young. Normally the endurance and the experience of 5-set matches takes a little bit of time, but as is the case, he's finding the solutions.
Yeah, but not that Fabio Fognini is not having the opportunities. I was looking at the breakpoint numbers. 21 breakpoints. It's just a case of converting some, but time obviously is starting to run out, and he's got to hold his own serve. And this scheduled break for treatment to a spectator. We hope and trust that all will be well. Carlos Alcaraz is still over there, actually, just making sure. Take a chance to get a photo of it. There we are. I'll take a photo of you with Carlos Alcaraz behind, looking concerned by the spectator. But a very, very strange match, Tim, because again we've talked about it at length, just the form he has shown coming in, and I don't know what you give him out of 10 so far by his own lofty standards.
Well, not a lot when he's set the bar so high, as you say. His form has been absolutely sensational. Running through the numbers, the first serve percentage has been low. It's been around 50%, so Fognini's been getting plenty of opportunities to attack the second serve. They've got into the baseline exchanges. The unforced errors have just continued to flow. There hasn't been a great deal of rhythm, which is so unusual. It's so rare from Alcaraz. He's made 60 unforced errors. There's been 9 double faults, but he's got to find a way to get this job done so that he can give himself another opportunity into the second round.
I think whatever happens here, even if he goes through there in this match, a lot of other players and a lot of observers are going to be saying, okay, well, he's not an infallible Carlos Alcaraz we've seen over the last couple of months. Far from it.
That's right. I mean, it will, if he does come through, it will perhaps give others a little bit more belief. However, potentially Wednesday's a new day. It will be another opportunity for him to come out and put the wrongs right.
Who will be watching all of this is Oliver Tarvett, watching who is the opponent for whoever comes through this after he beat Leandro Riedi. And again, that's a great story, Oliver Tarvett, the British player who, because he's at college in the States, because he's an amateur, a lot of chat about the fact that he's allowed a $10,000 allowance of any prize money. What's it up to for second round?
Yeah, second round is £99,000, so I'm sure he might be somewhat disappointed that he's not allowed to collect whatever prize money he wins.
And those are the rules. So James Giltavong, the umpire, watching on, and a bit of more shade provided to Fabio Fognini. Again, I don't think this break's bad for him, because that little bit of momentum was starting to move with Carlos Alcaraz, who was one of the first to notice that a spectator needed a bit of treatment. So Denise Parnell is coming out to have a chat with James Giltavong. So it's a strange moments in this deciding set, but this is all part of playing tennis on the big stages in front of a lot of spectators. And a canopy of umbrellas is sprouting in the crowd just to provide a bit more shade for the spectator receiving treatment. Again, absolutely trust and hope that everything is okay. It's not that rare occurrence in the somebody's like everyone's got their. Now, are these hats provided for those who enter the royal box, or are they all got a job lot from somewhere? Like Eddie Redmayne, Richard Osman also sporting them. Gareth Southgate has not gone with the is it a Panama or a?
Yeah, that's right. They are available for royal box guests to not only use but to keep.
There's the big man, as he's not known, but I've just named him, Richard Osman. Lots of modern greats of television and indeed of literature now as well.
Fergie! And there's Beatrice.
Royalty in the box office as well, so the Duchess of York. Princess Beatrice.
Fun fact, I have actually sat next to members of the royal family at a Punch and Judy show at the Sandra and Flower Show.
We have got a slight delay here on Centre Court, and we're very shortly heading to the news here on BBC One. Can I tell you about how Emma Raducanu and Mimi Zhu have started over on number 1 court? And the news from there is that Raducanu leads 4-2, but Mimi Zhu very much finding her feet, coming back into the match. Zhu obviously making her Wimbledon debut for Raducanu. It's her 4th time here, and she's enjoyed runs to the 4th round. And she is a Grand Slam winner, US Open champion in 2021. That's currently on BBC Two. It is also on BBC Two that we will be keeping you very much across what happens with Carlos Alcaraz and Fabio Fognini. But what a great day for British players. And Sonia Cartel described this as the moment of her life in terms of beating Yelena Ostapenko. Second time they've met in a matter of days. Ostapenko beat her at Eastbourne, but Cartel beating Ostapenko, former French Open champion and 20th seed here. Huge win for the British number 3. She's through to the second round. And for Ollie Tarbett, who came through qualifying and studies at the University of San Diego, this was a massive moment. A first win at Wimbledon for the 21-year-old. The rules of US college tennis are that he can only take £10,000 profit from whatever he wins here at Wimbledon. He's already earned $99,000 by getting through to the second round. He is the player that awaits the winner of
and coming forwards, which we don't really see too much of from.
We'll be changing to BBC Two shortly.
This for Ollie Tarbett, and we'll find out how he gets on in 2 days' time. But right here on BBC One, we are heading to the news. If you'd like to stay with us at Wimbledon, then switch over to BBC Two.
Okay, so at the moment we have got a delay, and also my chairs, one of my arms on my chair for some reason, the latch is, the spring's stuck in order to put it up and down, so it keeps going up and down, it won't stop. So that's a slight issue. We have got a paused game right now, so we're going to take you to Emma Raducanu on court 2.
Points. A service game. That's the new balls in her hand.
It's 6 o'clock.
What is it about playing someone from your own country? It's a little extra premium on any contest.
Well, more so for Emma than for Mimi.
Which will move across this court over the next sort of half an hour, 45 minutes or so. She's starting to get into a service game here for the first time.
Misses. But yeah, for Emma, not only is she expected to win this, but playing a fellow Brit who is a lot younger than you. The pressure really and the expectations are all on your shoulders, and for Zhu.
Well, this match continues uninterrupted on number 1 court, and we'll be back with it very shortly. Just to show you what's happening on centre court, there has been a 15-minute pause in proceedings. Looks like play may shortly be back underway, but Carlos Alcaraz leading 3-love in the 5th set there. But a problem with one of the spectators meant that they had a delay there of 15 minutes, and play has not yet resumed. When it does, we will be right there. But right now, let's see what happens towards the crucial end stages of this first set between Raducanu and Zhu.
Both players have been very expressive out here, haven't they?
So she loves playing players above her ranking and not having any pressure, so she can go out and play freely. But there is certainly pressure when you're playing on this stage against a major champion. Pressure, 18 miles per hour out wide. What pressure? 30. Well, she certainly had to get on the front foot to match Raducanu in this opening set. British number 1 now with an opportunity to take the opener.
A good start there for Emma Raducanu. That match is going to continue on BBC iPlayer, but we will keep you updated here on BBC 2, where we are now going to switch back to centre court. Carlos Alcaraz has never lost in the first round of the Grand Slam in 17 previous appearances, but he is into a 5th set against Fabio Fognini. Fognini, one of the oldest players here at the age of 38, has been playing some thrilling tennis. He's at the far end in the bandana, looking like a pirate, and this has just been top-class action, enjoyed by a wealth of stars in the Royal Box, including Redmayne and David Beckham and Gareth Southgate, but most importantly, watching from the commentary box, Tim Henman is alongside Andrew Cotter.
Well, BBC looking at the coverage there. We're now at juice at 40-40 with them both on 3 games, with Alcaraz on 3 games in this 5th set as well. So we could be on for Fognini to get his first here as well as they come through. My arm, the commentary box and our chair has fallen, so I'm having to sort of lean because the heat was going away with it. The springs got caught, so I can't fix the spring at the moment. So I'm sort of leaning on a bit too much. But either way, advantage for Alcaraz in this 4th game. If he can take this, then he can go straight through. A little bit of a false serve from Fognini, who is on it as we continue on. Forehand coming through. A little bit of a slip. Back to juice. It's changing every 5 seconds here, Tim.
Fognini went back behind. Alcaraz couldn't change direction.
It was bold. Halted the momentum which was with Alcaraz in this game.
Another return in, forehand down, backhander coming in, into the net for Fognini. Alcaraz back with advantage.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Second break point for the double break in this deciding set.
Yeah, the springs got caught. So it's not latching on. Fault's coming through. Backhander coming in from Fornaroli, goes over. 4 games to love in the 5th and final set then for Carlos Alcaraz. And Fognini is seeing a possibility at Wimbledon go.
Che sport di merda.
And again, the Italian oaths and curses, because that was an extraordinary game. He came out 40-love. He looked so good after the break, and then
he's lost his serve several times when he's had big leads.
Yeah,
he point by point. 40-15 a couple of times, and now a 4-love lead for Alcaraz in the 5th.
15-love.
And it's 15-love immediately on his serve as well. Comes in beautifully for Alcaraz. More and more pressure still coming. Exactly what we like to see in this game. Pushing in high. Another ace from Carlos's sleeve. 30-love. This is just... It's been tough for him the first round. He's had to play for it. But now this could be him winning it in a straight. Straight down we go again. Another ace. 40-love. I think Fognini knows. I think he knows. Straight down again. Backhander into the net. It's 5 games to love for Carlos Alcaraz here at Wimbledon in the 5th set.
Ace after ace to unreturned serve.
1 more to go.
Leads by 5 games to love. Final set.
And it's all but over for Fognini.
5 games to love then. This will be the final game in the 5th set. It's crazy it's gone this long. But Fabio Fognini is going to go out of Wimbledon. This is his final ever appearance. And he will go out having one of the greatest upsets we've ever seen and one of the greatest opening rounds we've ever seen at Wimbledon. The 2-time reigning champ almost kicked out. Takes it to 5 sets. And still only just beats it with a straight game set.
Now finds himself up 5-love in the 5th.
It looks very much as if he's going to extend that run of matches.
Time.
19 consecutive wins, and also extend that run of never having lost in the first round at a Grand Slam. Out comes the young champion with a spring in his step, and the older man heads towards the shadows and perhaps towards the end of his career at Wimbledon.
But they give him a big, big round of applause. They know a good sport when they see one. And they know a good game when they've witnessed it. At over 4.5 hours in length. Straight down with Fognini on the serve. Good return. Bit into the net from Carlos Alcaraz. We hit it 15 love. Are they going to be on for a little bit of a return? This is only game 1, remember. There's 2 more to go tonight. My laptop's on 12%, so it's taken it down from 100 to 12. That's how much it's been on today.
Matthew's definitely getting the third game then.
He is indeed, as we get into the volley. Backhander comes up with a superb run. That's going to be kept in. And Fognini's going to make it 30 love. Yeah, it's 3.5 hours from now, JT. That's when the final one starts. So Matthew's definitely got the final match of the night, which is perfect for him. Bouncing the ball. Fognini serves. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz. Just a little bit of shade now at Wimbledon with the sun setting. Where Alcaraz is, the sun is now in a slight curve. Do you remember we started today at 1:30? Yeah, this match started at 1:30. It's now 6:13 in the evening. An insane day for the opening match. Matthews better go just as long. He's not getting out of it that easily today. Straight down, forehand return. Oh, and Fognini makes a mistake, 30-all.
They must be done by 11, remember?
Just 2 points away from a place in the second round.
If we have to come back tomorrow morning, though. Everyone loves Carlos right now. Fault on the serve. I am desperately trying to fix this chair. It's just the latch that's caught. Short's nearly coming down for Fognini, but makes it juice. 40 to 30. Makes it pass in a beautiful run as well.
30.
Now this is getting fun. Straight down. Backhander coming in. Forehand return from Fognini. Fognini gets it! 5 games to 1. Maybe Matthew was right. This will be 1-6-2. That would be a surprise.
Alcaraz leads by 5 games to 1. 1-6.
He's certainly played his part today, Fognini, and a 6-love final set didn't seem like the right ending. He's kept fighting. Held serve to get on the scoreboard.
What it is, Carlos Alcaraz serving for a place in round 2.
Alcaraz serving then. Oh, and Fognini sends it wide. Several changes coming through now. Five bounces of the ball as it gets sent down. Backhand return from Fognini. And Alcaraz gets it with a beautiful
touches.
30 for love.
Beautifully.
30 love.
This is what they expected to see throughout the match from Carlos Alcaraz. The power and the precision, it hasn't been that way. Fognini knows the end is not too far away.
Straight down, and an ace. Not to be. It was a false serve coming through. Looked perfect to me. It was just off the line. Carlos Alcaraz about to go through to the second round here at Wimbledon. Forehand return. Okay. 15 to 30. It's not over yet for Fognini. He's going to try and take this as long as he can, isn't he? He wants to go out in glory. Maybe it will be 6-2, as Matthew said. If that's right, Matthew Owens, we need a bet on, because that was perfect from him to predict that as good as he has done. That is brilliance. Straight down into the net, though, on Alcaraz's serve. A couple of bounces straight up now. Forehand return goes a bit wide. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz. Fognini's going to really play with it, and that's why, because Alcaraz has put it into the net. 30-all. Maybe it is going to be 6-2. It looks likely as a 6-2 now. That they'll play with it. Still, 30-all is going to be the case. Here we go again then. After 4.5 hours, we're going to be all set for a good one. Backhander was strong there. It goes out. Advantage to Carlos Alcaraz. 40-30. Match point.
Rises to the young champion who arrives on match point.
Serving for the match. Can he end it with an ace? Faults at the beginning. Carlos Alcaraz wanting to end this with an ace. Backhander into the net. The game's over. Game, set, match to Carlos Alcaraz, who has literally had the first match from hell here at Wimbledon. We thought it would be so simple. It was anything but. Fabio Fognini, in his last ever game at Wimbledon, has delivered a superb run. The game ends with a superb run. It ends Alcaraz 7-5, 6-7, 5-7, 6-2, 6-1. 5 sets and 4 hours and 35 minutes of play. What a way to open Wimbledon in 2025. Let's hear what they've got to say down there on the court.
There's one of the great talents of the modern game, Fabio Fognini, and his last match at Wimbledon ends in the shadows of centre court against the champion. How he would have loved one final great victory in his career, not to be, but my word, he was close. And Carlos Alcaraz, you know, he will hope that and expect that he will get better now.
What a fabulous match that was, but what emotion as well. And as Fabio Fognini packs away his Wimbledon towels for a 15th and final time, he can be so proud to have played his part in a 5-set thriller to get action underway.
Yes, absolutely, and that's not all we've got for you here on centre court. We're about to have our next matchup, but right now, let's return you to said centre and hopefully have some more information. However, I cannot see the centre court. Here we go, centre court pictures are now coming through here as they've gone back to the Raducanu. So let's go back.
He was close.
JT's got it already, I think. No, I've got it here. Here we go.
You know, he will hope that and expect that he will get better now.
Yeah, most definitely. Probably an important day on the practice court tomorrow to iron out a few of those kinks. He really struggled in all aspects of his game. First serve percentage was only just above 50% for most of the match. So many unforced errors, uncharacteristic errors from the back of the court. But as you said, he's found a way to get the win. He'll be coming back on Wednesday, and he's going to hope to play a lot better than he did today.
Well, Fabio Fognini talked about the fact that he played against Carlos Moya, Juan Carlos Ferrer, Marat Safin, players from a different generation, and then played against Nadal and Djokovic and Federer. Now has played against Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, and now he says farewell to Wimbledon. And farewell to centre court, watched by his family, still sitting in the sunshine. And win or lose, they have loved their time here on centre court. Flavia Pennetta knows what it takes to win Grand Slams. And this man who has 5 in the bag already and is going for his 3rd successive Wimbledon. But if he is to win his 3rd, we'll remember it starting with a big scare.
Yeah, most definitely. Such an uncharacteristic performance, because we all know how well he's been playing in recent months. Making the transition from Roland Garros to grass at Queen's. He took another title there, so coming in really in the form of his life.
That's why it will be fascinating to hear from him shortly. Again, wondering if he felt 100%. He certainly didn't play at 100%, but it was good enough in that final set. Just finishing the stronger man, but what a test it has been. And he moves on to that match against Oliver Tarvin, and that will be fascinating. Somebody who is just living the dream, the young British player. 5 sets over 4.5 hours. A little bit more one-sided in the 5th set against Fabio Fognini, but it is Carlos Alcaraz, the champion, who goes on, and we can hear from him now talking to Lee Mackenzie.
Well,
I can't get away from that woman.
Congratulations. You knew as soon as you saw you were playing Fabio Fognini in his last ever Wimbledon, it was never going to be a straightforward first round. That was an extraordinary match out there, and a lovely gesture from you at the end.
Yeah. Well, first of all, to be honest, I don't know why is his last Wimbledon, because the level he has shown, you know, he can still play in, you know, 3-4 more years. Unbelievable. I just I have to give him the credit of. I mean, I just had to give him the credit of you know, such a great match. You know, Fabio is a great player. He has shown during his whole career, you know, the level and the talent he has. Once again, he can show today. So I'm just a little bit, you know, sad that he's probably his last Wimbledon, but just happy to have lived and shared the court many times with him in the locker room with him, and we are gonna enjoy, you know, the last of him.
He played incredibly well. At times you look frustrated with yourself out here today, something we don't see very often. How would you assess your performance?
Well, you know, playing the first match at the center court, the first match of every tournament is never easy. I've been practicing pretty well. I've been playing on grass really well, but at Wimbledon is special, it's different. And I could feel the difference between Wimbledon and the other tournaments. I just try to play my best, to deal the nerves the best that I could. But I would say I can be better. I had to improve. You know, in the next round, I just wanted to be better. But in general, I think it was a great match.
You've just played 4.5 hours, so I won't keep you long, but you've just beaten somebody who is in his 63rd Grand Slam. Your next opponent played their first ever tour level match today, Great Britain's Oliver Tarvin. The crowd might sound a little biased, but they still love you. What will you be working on over the next 2 days before you come back out here?
Well, I will think it will not going to be personal, guys. But yeah, I just saw his name when he qualified for the first time. I think he's playing in college right now, and he has playing a great tennis on grass. So if he's in the second round, he has a great level. So I have to be focused on you know, on that, I will try to put my best tennis on the mats. You know, tomorrow I will try to improve the things that I didn't work today. The serve, the return, that I think is a really great weapon on grass. And obviously, let's keep enjoy being in Wimbledon.
We'll let you go recover. Put your hands together, Carlos Alcaraz.
Thank you.
So there we are. Nothing too surprising there. He knows he has to improve, and I'm sure he will improve. But the key thing is that Carlos Alcaraz is through to the second round, and it could have been so very, very different. But an emotional match for Fabio Fognini, finishing his Wimbledon career and coming so close to upsetting the young champion. But it is still Carlos Alcaraz who is on course for a possible third men's singles title. Finished well, finished strongly, and his vast support crew could get to their feet and applaud that one, because that was tense watching for much of it. But lovely to see those two players from the different generations, 16 years between them, meeting at the net. But Fognini, off he went. It was Carlos Alcaraz who moves through to the second round of that meeting with Oliver Tarvit and Flavia Panetta watching on the family as Fognini said his farewell. But Carlos Alcaraz, a few signatures, a few selfies, and he goes to the second round. So there we go, 2 matches still to go in centre court. And my word, it's going to be a late one. A quick look at the stats for you. And really the first serve percentage, which Carlos Alcaraz was down below 50% at one point. He did lift that up, but still had to work very, very hard. Unforced errors, 62 from Carlos Alcaraz, 58 from Fabio Fognini. There was some good stuff in there as well, I promise you. And Carlos Alcaraz is through to the second round.
So we're almost set then for the second match to go underway shortly here, which will be Paula Badosa versus Katie Butler as well. The Spanish and Brit will be out there shortly on the course as well. I'm just creating the JSON files that JT can take over as well to go into it. But a stunning performance and a stunning atmosphere is coming up as well. And JT, I'm really enjoying this so far. What a Wimbledon we're having at the moment. It really is quite a strong performance at the moment, isn't it?
It's been good, hasn't it? My God, my microphone going everywhere straight into my camera.
Oh dear,
I'm surprised my camera's still working because, well, you know how my camera is. You unlock it and it
goes off. Yes, all too well on that front. As while we're waiting, let's check up with Emma Raducanu and Z, who's on course number 1.
It's hard to believe less than 2 weeks ago she was taking her last paper from her biology A-level. What I love about it is she took it in her sports kit because she had to get back to the Nottingham Open to play her second round match. That is some serious academic and sporting juggling. I have a feeling she might have been the only one
it's been a long wait
in the examination.
Over 4.5 hours. But it's a warm welcome. It's a very warm welcome to the second match of the day on the opening day of Wimbledon 2025. From the non-muddy boots of the capacity 120,000 pyramid stage at Glastonbury to the all-whites here at centre court at Wimbledon. In the hottest day ever on the opening day of the championships. Katie Boulter says she loves the heat, but she's not as acclimatized as her Spanish opponent today, Paula Badosa, the number 1 from Spain against the number 2 now from Great Britain, losing the number 1 ranking to Emma Raducanu after Queen's recently. It's been a very, very warm day. Chris Braddon alongside a woman who knows better than anybody what it's like to win the Wimbledon title. 9 times a champion, 6 in a row. It's a very warm welcome to Martina Navratilova.
Hello, it is a very warm welcome indeed in every way. Very nice to be here. Didn't know this was the hottest day, but apparently it is. So we'll see what happens here. But now it's cooling down. It will be in the shade pretty soon, so I don't think the heat will be a problem for these guys. Women, I should say.
You know all about scheduling, Martina. Second on, it's a over 4.5 hour match. That's a long wait.
Well, that's the hard thing about following a men's match. It's always tricky when it's a long, long wait. Being too much, etc. Save the emotional energy for the match, but yeah, especially for the first match out here on center, you have butterflies anyway, so now they're multiplied.
The purple one, please. Green for you. Final set tiebreak to 10 points, and if you need anything, just let me know and try to get it to court as soon as we can. No challenge, it's live ELC, so the close calls will be shown automatically on the court. So anything within this range usually comes automatically. Apart from that, I have to say, zero tolerance to any damage to the court. Any questions? No.
Julie Kendley of Norway with the advisors.
So she chose heads. Tails. Receive. Okay, thank you.
So Katie Bolter won the spin of the coin, chose to receive. So many do that these days. You would never have done that, would you, Martina?
You know, if I always wanted to serve first, so if I won the toss and I wanted to make sure I served from the right side of the court, I would give the opponent a choice. So then I would start serving with the sun behind me. But 90% of the time, 99% of the time, I'd say if I won the toss, I wanted to serve, get ahead, hopefully.
Absolutely. 5'11". That's Paola Badoza. Katie Bolter is a smidgen taller. That's 6 feet tall, 1.83 meters. Ranked 43 in the world. 23 in the world at the back end of last year. Magnificent
Yarnbrook.
for her.
And there is still
Badoza. She's the 9th seed, Spanish #1, ranked 9. Has been as high as #2 in the world in that magnificent year of 2022. And then she suffered a stress.
Okay, right, let's cross over to our second game of the opening day here on Centre Court. We join Wimbledon Radio.
I think so. Wonderful to be here, Barry, and beautiful conditions. I'm not going to complain at all about it, but my seat is slightly warm. And that might
Mine too.
that might have been because of the 5-set match prior to this. But for Katie Bolter today, I see this as a real opportunity for her. She's playing without pressure, in a sense. She's playing against a player who she knows very well. I think she likes the ball speed that Badosa is going to give her today, and I think the respect level that she has from Badosa will make her feel that she's got to play her very best tennis out there. She's the British #2. She is a player that I have known since she was 11 years of age, and she was always somebody who wanted to be in the big stage, who enjoys these moments, and yeah, I don't think she'll shy away from a good performance today.
Katie has obviously had some success in the last few seasons on the grass, particularly in Nottingham, winning that title and defending that. She didn't manage to defend it again this year, but still has come to that time of the year which she really enjoys. And just hearing her talking about preparation for this, seeing this as a great opportunity to, in a way, the target's off her back today, having had a target last year, and that loss to Harriet Dart, it was painful for her, you know, as much as that was, but to take on one of the world's top 10, because Badosa's done a great job of coming back that far in the rankings, that high, considering the injuries that she's had and the difficulties with the back, and even thought about retiring
1 minute.
at some point. But Bolter's game on the grass on a very warm day, I mean, the ball will fly, of course, still at this hour, but she just loves playing here, doesn't she? And she's going to have the home crowd advantage.
Well, she does, and she just lives really a stone's throw away from the All England club, and it's home for Katie Bolter. And this, for me, today is just a lovely opportunity. She will have been hurt from that loss last year to Harriet Dart. Obviously, you've got the kind of rivalry a little bit between the two of them, but it was the way in which she played, and she talked about it in the fact that she was the player who had the advantage, and everybody was kind of coming at her, and she maybe didn't perform. And this is a very different occasion for her. I think she will enjoy the fact that she is on paper the underdog, but she has so much experience playing on the grass courts, and those 2 titles that she's won on the tour on grass, she's won 3 overall. She now brings so much experience now, doesn't she, to the game. It's very difficult, actually, Barry, to tell the difference between the 2 players.
That was just what I was going to ask you, because can you find something to distinguish between the 2 of them from this vantage point? We are high up to the right of the royal box looking onto the court, and the 2 women are of a similar height, around 5'10", 5'11". They are both blonde haired. They've both got their hair tied back in a ponytail through the tennis visors that they're wearing. I think slightly darker hair, perhaps, that Badosa has compared to Bolter right now, but that aside, I mean, they're both in white sleeveless tennis dresses and all white attire, of course. Both have got wristbands around both arms. What I can tell you is that the lady serving is Paula Badosa, so hopefully from that point of view we will describe it in the right way. But these 2 about to get underway here, first round of Wimbledon 2025. Badosa to begin from the royal box end. Right-handed serve to the blocked return of Bolter. That's a good length. Cross court then from the Spaniard. Deep again from Bolter. And that's forced the error off the Spaniard's forehand.
Katie Bolter's returning at the end with the shade. It's difficult whenever you're trying to pick up that return of serve, when the ball's coming in and out of the shade the way it is for Bolter.
In sunshine as Badosa serves to Bolter in the shade at the far end, and that block doesn't work on the return. Badosa, who describes herself really as an aggressive baseliner, you could say the same really of Katie Bolter. They have a lot of similarities, not just to look at, but also in the way they play this game. Missed first serve, high ball toss, second serve, forehand reply down to the corner. It's dug out by Badosa. It's a short ball. Bolter's trying to dominate, but pushed back by good depth from Badosa's forehand, and then she's forced wide on the backhand, gets it over the net, and that's deep into the line. Bolter's got a ball. She steps back mid-court, hammers it through with the forehand, and took that calmly and cleanly.
I think it's fair to say that this evening these 2 women are not going to hold back. They're both going to be aggressive. That is their game styles, aggressive baseliners with big first serves. Who's going to get the first strike in? Well, that's going to be the question.
Katie Bolter leaning forward, ready for this next serve, which catches the white band across the net. So reload for Paula Badosa. Serve to the backhand. It's a good serve. Found the corner of the service box, and that came through at some good pace, 110 miles an hour out to Bolter's left.
That's a big second serve there from Badosa, and you could understand that. She's going to know that Katie Bolter is going to try to step in on second serve returns today.
Serve to the forehand again. That return is long that time. Bolter standing up to this first serve, but in doing that, she's then trying to use that sort of block or the chip back to a good length. I wonder if she might vary that as the match develops. Take more of a drive swing at the ball if she gets the chance. And another one that she's put long off that blocked return.
That's a good point, Barry, and so often players, when they're returning a serve of a big server like Badosa is, at the start of the match, you just want to feel like you've made a lot of returns, and making that chip return of serve, it's a good way to get the ball at the point started. But there for Badosa, I think she got 3 serves that were unreturned off that chip. So in some ways the tactic didn't quite work for Katie Bolter. She'll think about lots of different options in terms of return of serve today. Will she stand back and give herself a little bit more time? Will she stand inside and just trust her reactions? Will she use the block? Plenty of time for her to think about those options.
Katie Bolter now having changed ends after the first game, preparing for her first serve of the match. Pauses and then leans forward now. Ball toss not as high as Badosa's, the serve into the net. Serve's so important, of course, for any player, but you feel with Bolter it can really fluctuate in its level. That one catching the tape, landing in the service box. A long shadow cast to Bolter's right as she now looks up to the far end. Serves taken on the backhand by Badosa, cross-court reply. Another backhand searing shot from the Spaniard, really forced power behind that. Found a good length and width as well, and it's drawn the error off Bolter.
She's so powerful, Paula Badosa, on her legs there, and that backhand cross-court that she executes, and taking that second serve on early and just staying inside the baseline for the remainder of the point.
28-year-old Britain. Bolter apologising that she needs to reset on the service action. We do see that a fair bit from her. Didn't have the ball toss correctly. And that next serve attempt is into the net.
It's difficult for Bolter, I think, serving at the moment. It will change, the shadow will change even within the next couple of minutes, but when she's serving to the ad court, the shadow is between the ball toss. As such, she's throwing the ball up, and it's in the shadow, and then the sun comes into play.
So a double fault just then, and she's already at love 30. Good serve to the corner, comes back to her forehand. She goes centrally with that. A slice floating ball from Badosa, has to dig out again with the two-hander. Now a drive from her. Bolter steps back, hits a big forehand right into the baseline, and a big come on from the British number 2 as she landed that strongly.
Well, it took a lot of control, that point, from Katie Bolter, eventually finding the forehand inside in, the toughest shot to hit. A level so far in this match, the first 2 games, very high.
Bolter stands still and looks up just to check where Badosa is, about 2 meters behind the baseline, swaying from side to side, her almost not down on her haunches, but certainly with the knees well bent, as you have to do on the grass, because of course it comes through lower generally off a grass court than it does off the other surfaces. It can certainly sap the energy if you have to do that in this kind of heat for a long time. Good serve, return to the backhand though. It takes Bolter slightly out of position, and Badosa missing the chance then to hit into the open space down the line with the two-hander, puts that in the net and looks heavenwards after that mistake.
It was a smart defensive backhand from Katie Bolter there. She just took all the pace off the ball from the return of serve from Badosa and just disrupted the rhythm of Badosa.
Love one, 30 all. 28-year-old Britain, who is currently ranked 43 in the world. That reply is going to go long. Good serve there. Bolter working her way through an awkward opening service game, now to lead it. A player who has been ranked as high as 23, Bolter, that her career high so far, but up against a player who once upon a time got to number 2 in the world, Paula Badosa, and yet who enjoyed her best Grand Slam this year when she made it to the semis at the Australian Open. And she has been here to the round of 16, the 4th round, on 3 previous occasions, including last year. Badosa, Bolter, who's yet to go past the 3rd round at any slam. Twice managed it here and once at the US Open. Still trying to finish this first service game, and she has done, and she shakes the racket in celebration. Put a very good serve down the centre there, and the return went long.
She looks very comfortable there, Katie Bolter. That will give her a lot of confidence that game, and she's looking up to her team with her racket, just giving the racket pump to them. There's a lot of positivity from Katie Bolter in between points with her body language. She works really hard on that.
Badosa serving again, but this time from the far end, the old roller end as it used to be called.
Seconds.
That let serve clearly called by the umpire. As she reloads again. Bolter in the sunshine still, the striped green grass in front of her. Gleaming in this beautiful weather, of course. As long as you're wrapped up against it or protected against it, it's great, but no protection there against a big shot from Bolter that loops deep into the corner, and Badosa can't get to it.
Again, it's the forehand inside in from Katie Bolter. We saw that in the previous game, and it's a shot she's looking to be executing aggressively into the Badosa forehand.
Love 15. Badosa serve to the backhand, returns sharply at her. She manages to deal with it though, sends it back down the middle, and Bolter nets her next shot.
Such a good ball three there from Badosa. She had a great wide serve, but Katie Bolter returned it with interest, but just to have the presence of mind just to deflect that pace.
Badosa's serve wide, return comes mid-court. She hits a forehand into the corner. Bolter goes with the lob, but it's gone long.
Both Badosa and Bolter, I could see them today, this evening in this match, using that wide serve a lot on the juice court, opening up the court, just trying to find an opportunity to give themselves more space.
At 30-15, and that's an ace from Paola Badosa. Badosa with 17 wins so far this year, 10 defeats. Bolter 9-9. The meeting that these two previously had was at Roland Garros last year, and on that occasion Bolter got off to a good start. She was up in the second set as well, but lost 6-4 on the decider, as Badosa here now serves a double fault.
Actually, I thought that was an excellent match, and if you recall really back to that time, 2024, Katie Bolter hadn't had very much success on a clay court, and she played a terrific match that evening in France against Badosa. Didn't win, but I think it would have given her a lot of confidence. This year, of course, she's very pleased. She's won her first clay court title, be it at the slightly smaller level of a 1-2-5 event. She still has it.
Yeah, that title in Paris, wasn't it? Chloe Paquet, who she beat in the final, and Bolter has delighted the fans who are in the arena again with the home fans with that shot down the side of the court off the backhand that time.
A full stretch backhand return of serve, and just so precise to find the line.
It was quite a kick on that serve. She got to it very well. Just waiting for a ball to be fielded by one of the ball kids. Trained so hard for the privilege of being on centre court and assisting in the running of the match. The ball kids with their caps on and those almost like Foreign Legion flaps that they have around them just to protect them as best they can. And it's another double fault from Paola Badosa. Obviously, it's too soon to say, but bearing in mind she's had, you know, she has the back issues, the hip. Who knows what might be going on already for her?
And she has a service motion that changes.
As that return comes right onto the line, Bolter has to hit another ball though, and deep to the side of the court, and that was too good, and she's broken through. Badosa under a lot of pressure from the return game there, and it's the British number 2 who has the early breakthrough here and leads 2-1 in the first set.
Oh, it was excellent there from Katie Bolter. That time she had a couple more looks at second serves, and she was aggressive with the return of serve, but the Badosa second serve, the ball toss, looks slightly inconsistent at the moment, and when it is inconsistent, she chases the ball toss, and you can see actually with her feet positioning, because she serves and brings the feet together, but there's times where the feet change position, which shows she was aggressive with the return of serve. But the Badosa second serve, the ball toss, looks slightly inconsistent at the moment, and when it is inconsistent, she chases the ball toss, and you can see actually with her feet positioning, because she loves to, she serves and brings the feet together, but there's times where the feet change position, which shows she can become a little bit off balance, and she's just struggling with her rhythm there. But that's a perfect start from Katie Boulter, who, Barry, at this stage in her career, she has an awful lot of experience now, Katie Boulter, on the big stage. I mean, it's been a terrific couple of years for her. She's been the British #2 up until really the last 2 weeks. She's held that
#1.
Sorry, the British #1. She's held that position for 2 years. She's played a lot of huge matches, not just obviously in winning tour titles, but the Billie Jean King Cup team, and she enjoys the big stage.
She thrives on that,
loves
doesn't
it.
she? Loves
Absolutely.
representing GB and playing for the colours, as it were, and has had some incredible fights. But of course, what she hasn't yet had is a really deep run in a major, and maybe now she's coming into her kind of prime. She'd be hoping that, you know, it's sooner rather than later that she can achieve that.
And I think obviously this would be the tournament that she would love to make that breakthrough.
Return just over the net. She's now there. The lob's gone up from Badosa, back in the sunshine, back pedaling. Boulter waits for this, takes it on the bounce, drives the forehand to the backhand corner, comes to her two-hander, and she puts that in the net.
Love 15.
Excellent from Badosa there to steal that point off Katie Boulter with a lob over her head. Good defensive play. I think these two players, and I'm sure they probably don't, but you would think looking at them that they maybe have the same agent. It looks they've got all the top brands as their sponsors,
They
and
have.
yeah, they not a lot of difference.
Serve into the body, return off the forehand, backhand, deep from Boulter's very good length again, and she does produce some excellent length in her play.
She's got a very clear tactic of going into the Badosa forehand hard and deep, and she's going to have to be accurate with that shot. If she leaves it slightly short or with not enough tempo on the ball, Badosa will hurt her today.
2-15 all the reply to the backhand. Boulter's on the charge. The high ball's gone up and wide from Badosa. But again, being the proactive player there, Boulter making the move, getting in the good strike early on.
It was such a nice change up there from Katie Boulter, opening up the court with the wide serve, but then going back in behind Badosa with the backhand.
Just pauses, looks up, checks where Badosa is, and then there's that need to let the ball drop and the reload and the little apology from Boulter before trying to serve this one, which she does to the backhand. That's going to go long as well. Power in the serve, 111 miles per hour from Boulter. And this is certainly an encouraging start from her. She looks to build on that previous game breakthrough. Played at Queen's in the first women's event there for more than 50 years, wasn't it, this year? Lost in the second round to Diana Schneider as she aces Badosa and moves further ahead. But yes, it was a tough one there because she was up a set on Schneider in that encounter, lost in 3, then went to Nottingham as the defending champion, beat Lulu Sun and Sonny Cartel before the defeat by McCartney Kessler in another 3-set clash. So she's played a fair bit of tennis, but not always on the winning side in recent weeks. Badosa's next serve at 1-3 from the Royal Box end was a fault. She now serves. That just got over the net, but it really was there to be hammered back, and was by Boulter. Not going to miss up on the chance to do that, Katie Boulter.
That serve was in the middle of the box, sitting on the forehand of Katie Boulter. And it's going to be difficult for Badosa on the juice side to get that second serve into the backhand of Boulter today.
Reply comes to the forehand. That's off the net cord and wide from Badosa.
love 30.
And yeah, she's certainly struggling in the scoreboard, struggling to deal with the onslaught that's coming from the Briton here.
I felt in terms of the preparation for this match that Bolter actually was in a pretty good position. She had enough grass court matches going into it, maybe undercooked for Badosa.
Blocked reply, long. Just disappointment on the face of Katie Bolter, who then goes through the motions of hitting that shot again. How she'd like to do it and really try and chop that ball, get the right feel in those strings to land it in court, but that was certainly in court there from the Badosa serve. So we've had a mix from her already, a couple of aces now, a couple of double faults as well. 67% of her first serves in. She's won 75% on the first serve, but 0% behind the second. That's 0 for 6. And here comes another second serve now, after missing that last first serve. Down the centre, reply deep again against Badosa, and that's the play, isn't it? Although we saw Badosa handling one of those previously well enough, but that again comes so quickly right back at her, and it doesn't give her the time or the space to play the ball correctly.
Well, it's an excellent tactic there from Katie Bolter, but also having the conviction to do it at a 30-all point, to stay aggressive. That's what she's going to have to do through this match.
A missed first serve again. Badosa still unable to win a point yet behind the second serve. She needs to win this, or she'll be broken for the second time. She doesn't. She's double faulted. And that must be very concerning for her and her team, that already she's 2 breaks adrift here in the opening set. It hasn't taken that long for Bolter to build this 4-1 lead.
Well, no, and she's going to feel so confident, and she'll be aware of that statistic. Katie Bolter and Badosa, 8 second serves, and Bolter has won every single one of those. And that's where the double faults are also coming from, because under pressure and those big points, the game points, Badosa's feeling like she has to hit a bigger serve. And it's been an excellent application of a tactic so far from Bolter to get on top of that second serve of Badosa.
Solana Sierra of Argentina is the player who is awaiting the winner. She got into the draw today as a lucky loser because Greet Minnen of Belgium was forced to pull out before playing, and Sierra then was able to beat Olivia Gadecki of Australia 6-2, 7-6, and so she now has a place in the second round as a lucky loser and awaits the winner of this one. And at the moment, you'd have to say that it's looking much more likely being Katie Bolter who will be facing Sierra in round 2. They are in the top quarter of the draw, so of course that includes the world number 1, Arina Sabalenka, who had a straight sets win earlier on today. It also includes Alina Svitolina, who started the day very brightly on court 18. I was covering that match against Anna Bondar. Svitolina comfortably through in straight sets. Donna Vekic, who had such a great run last year, she's already through in the same section of the draw as well. And Madison Keys had a real battle earlier on, but got through against Elena Gabriela Rusa of Romania. So it's going to take some work for whoever gets through to the kind of quarterfinal stage and beyond from this section of the draw. Bolter, meanwhile, another point to the good. 4-1, 15 love. A reload on the ball toss. Now the serve to the backhand, and that reply again. It's stretching Badosa, isn't it? And if you just sometimes sort of almost feel the back as she makes the effort to try and reach the ball there. Not easy for her. Bolter has won 90% of her first serve points. And that return comes to her backhand, but she goes down the centre again, and she's hitting with real determination, conviction on her shots. And you can see both. Well, it was a nice idea there from Bolter, because I was just going to say Badosa had been forced back deep behind the baseline. So Bolter attempted a drop shot and didn't clear the net.
I know it was definitely a nice idea from Bolter to change it up and use the slice, but the power that Badosa hit that backhand cross court just had too much for the racket of Bolter.
Pause again. Almost total silence on centre court. Bolter Once again, not happy with that toss of the ball, but now this one a bit more out in front, serves it, comes back sharply to her forehand. She was down on one knee to deal with it. She's under pressure though there because Badosa suddenly crushes the ball right into the backhand wing and forces the error off the Briton.
And there's no holding back from Badosa there, maybe taking a little bit more of a risk by being even more aggressive with the return of serve and the next ground stroke. She feels that she needs to do something more here.
The next serve from Bolter into the net. Ball boy quickly out in front of her to gather that, move away. Badosa on her toes, ready to attack, but once again, Bolter has to stop and restart this service action. This one taken on the backhand, comes to her forehand. She goes up the line, dug out deep by Badosa, but then under the onslaught of that excellent length ball from Bolter, hits one long and stands with her hands on her hips in disappointment.
That's the difference between the two players at the moment. It's a 30-all point. It's a second serve, and Badosa's not aggressive enough with that return of serve. In the previous game, Bolter took the return of serve on at 30-all and won the point because she was more aggressive.
4-1, 40-30 in Katie Bolter's favour here. Good serve to the backhand, reply taken on the forehand. She goes cross-court. Badosa on the run, makes it back deep, then has to cut one on the slice, but it's into the net because Bolter just kept getting the ball back, putting it in a good position, and she's in real command of this match so far. 24 minutes gone, and she's up indeed, 5 games to 1.
She's locked in. Katie Bolter feeling really good about her ground stroke. She's looking good behind the ball. Really, in terms of, you always look at players, are they beating the bounce? Are they giving themselves time to hit those ground strokes? And she certainly is. Doesn't look off balance at all.
The first point of that next game is won by Badosa, 1-5, 15-love. Backhand reply from Bolter. She's looked so strong for the most part here, and she's dealing with the power game from the Spaniard, who then hits long, trying to force that one into the forehand corner, but too far. And it's Bolter coming up with the bulk of the answers here, and the fewer mistakes as well.
She's been excellent when she's been pushed into corners, but Katie Bolter, so strong with her legs, defending.
Serving the net, another one. And Badosa still hasn't yet won on the second serve. Can she do on this point? Serve into the forehand, comes deep to her backhand. She makes it in play, but is under a lot of pressure. Single-handed backhand from her, and Bolter on the charge there, moves up inside the baseline, close to the service line, and pummels that ball away for a winner.
Tennis players get so few matches in a year that you play and just your perfect match. And right now for Katie Bolter, okay, we're only in the 7th game of the first set, but it has been so impressive. She is in the zone.
And to do this on centre court in front of her home fans, well, this will really please Bolter. Of course, there's a long way to go yet before this match is decided, but the start she has made has been very, very encouraging from her point of view and the British point of view, and sadly for Badosa, yet another double fault brings the set to set points.
Yep, and it's a double fault because the second serve has come under so much pressure through this set.
0 out of 10 in terms of points, 1 behind the second serve. Backhand return to the first serve is into the net there from Bolter, but she has a second set point here, the chance to close this opening set of her campaign. And the Spaniard serve down the middle is an ace. So she's got 3 of those to go with the 3 double faults. Up to deuce. And a fault called. Of course, we have the live electronic line calling now. The absence of line judges at either end. Down the centre, the reserve, the return comes strongly, then a little drop shot put in by Bolter. She's tried to go up with a lob, but Badosa's there. However, it doesn't put it away. That lob goes up, but Badosa relieved to see it going long behind her.
Advantage.
She had to cover a lot of court there, Badosa. That would have challenged her back that point. Having to sprint up for the drop shot, decelerate just to make that drop shot back, and then have to go back over the head for the smash.
A little bit of breeze around the dress of Badosa as she serves again now with the advantage. The big scoreboard at the far side that we can see from here is actually blank. It has been for a while, so they're reliant on the umpire calling the score. The return comes cleanly. The reply up the line, though, from Badosa is a good play. And with a little more determination, she strides back towards the chair. She's still in this opening set, but she's still some way behind, trailing by 5 games to 2.
I should be pleased to come away with that game. Badosa, at least it gives her an opportunity to try to get into another one of Katie Bolter's service games in this set. For Bolter, it's been such clear thinking in this match, tactical thinking. They're very similar in terms of their game plans, but Bolter has been attacking the ball into the Badosa forehand when she can, especially with that backhand down the line, and she's been dismantling the second serve of Badosa, but she's been doing that with great conviction, and she has to do that. There's big points in that first set that Katie Bolter's had the courage to stand up and continue to really take control of the point off the second serve of Badosa.
Claire, we've been talking on the Wimbledon radio channel throughout the day about the fact that there are more Britons playing in the singles this year than there have been for the last 40 years. You have to go back to 1984 for the same number, was 23, 24 in total. And obviously having that number around you, all sort of pushing each other on, it does take you, it makes it a lot easier rather than trying to do it on your own, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. And when we look at British success, I think really over the last 10 years, you have to put a lot down to Andy Murray and what that did. And you could see that in the men's game. And I think for so long in the women's game, we just didn't have that. Suddenly, we had a Grand Slam champion. It happened pretty much overnight for us. And all of these players have responded, and they want a piece of that as well.
Don't they just? So Katie Bolter, one of those players, doing a fine job so far from a home cause here in this opening set. Now serving for it with new balls, and she gets the first point of the game. The serve to the forehand, Badosa's return not over the net.
She gets enough slice on that serve in the juice court just to make it difficult for Badosa to return serve with her forehand.
The next serve is an ace. That one out wide of the Spaniard's backhand. And just looking at the numbers that Bolter's already put up on this first set, I mean, 8 winners and only 4 unforced errors. You'd sign for that at the start, wouldn't you? Very good ratio. And her percentages on serve, certainly first serve, are excellent. And she serves down the middle, that reply. She steps back, takes it on the forehand, hits deep again, really powerfully into the backhand wing. Badosa can't handle that force, that accuracy, and the way the ball sort of reared up as it landed. And very swiftly, Bolter now on her serve has 3 more set points. Biliana, her coach, amongst the team up there, still in the sunshine in the players' box, tapping the wall in front of her, encouraging Katie Bolter to close this set now. And she has done, because the return was wide. Took some pace off that serve, perhaps a little bit maybe, and it just perhaps seemed to catch out Badosa. And Bolter has now gone back to pick up one of her towels from the box at the far side. Marches back to the chair, in command of this encounter, having grabbed that first set. No question it was hers. 6 games to 2.
It was a perfect set of tennis for Katie Bolter, and let's not forget that she's playing against the number 9th seed here on centre court, and she's just taken her really apart in that. And it's the serve, 86% first serves in, and Bolter has got a massive first serve just in terms of pace and precision, and that's come out really well. First set, 83% of points she's won behind it.
Well, there have been a number of British winners already on the opening day, and Bolter's certainly looking to follow suit. She takes that first set by 6 games to 2. Oh, she's sitting there serenely on the centre court, towel across her legs, and just going through her routine. But she's made this look very routine so far, which, considering the opposition, takes some doing.
I think sometimes when you play somebody who's got quite a similar game style to you, it forces you, it almost takes a little bit of pressure off you, because you know that you've got to execute your game better than them in all departments. But what I have been impressed with Bolter is that it's the lack of unforced errors. When she's been in defensive situations, she has been strong enough to be behind that ball, to stay low in the court and absorb the pressure. And just through the years of her career, she's had a lot of injury problems, her own back problems with it. Physically, just it's been very difficult. She looks so strong on the court now, and very, very difficult almost to push her off balance.
Reply comes to the forehand, and that time Badosa does find the inside of the line. That came off nicely, and it was actually applauded, the tap on the racket strings by Bolter, seeing that one shoot down past her. Badosa's serve blocked, forehand reply from Bolter, big forehand to the backhand wing from Badosa, but she's then pushed back. Bolter again is on the attack and goes strongly with the two-hander into the backhand wing and forces another miscue off Badosa's racket.
It's just for Badosa right now, it's about trying to establish herself in this set, just get through this first game and hope that Bolter's level drops.
Feet together as she then launched up to the serve, but it's another one that's gone into the net from the Spaniard. Only 60% of her first serve so far, and she's missed with another, so that is another double fault. It's her fifth already in this matchup.
It's the first time that we've seen her visibly frustrated, and that will be boiling up underneath the visor. She will know the serve is a problem.
Got that right. Finds the tee.
It's a difficult situation to be in, because if you take anything off your first serve, you're playing against Katie Bolter now, she's going to be more aggressive returning the first serve, and those points one behind it will drop for Badosa.
Reply comes to the forehand, and Bolter missing with too much force behind that, going beyond the baseline.
It's a surprised unforced error. She's been so stingy throughout this match, Bolter.
40-30 on the Badosa serve, but another one that goes too far. Bolter just behind the baseline at the far end. Looking very eager as she takes this backhanded quickly, just putting the pressure as much as she can on Badosa. You can hear the Spaniard sort of struggling out there. She's tried to get that one back from the backhand wing, but how many times, Claire, have we seen that attack now into the Badosa backhand, and it's just putting too much pressure on the Spaniard.
The ball is so heavy that Bolter's hitting, but Badosa she loses court position when she's in that backhand corner. Not able to get her body into the right position to get back into the court.
Serve to the forehand, that return blocked down the centre. That one didn't have enough length on it, and Badosa then was able to step forward and get her weight through the shot, hit it cleanly for the winner. So important for the Spaniard to try and establish herself at the start of this second set. And she has at least done that with another ace in that game. So despite a double fault, the aces as well. And it's a beginning perhaps for Badosa to try and turn this around, as she did last year when they met on the clay at Roland Garros. These two, of course, respectively part of famous tennis pairings in terms of partners romantically. Alex de Minaur engaged to Katie Bolter, and Stefanos Tsitsipas, partner of Paolo Badosa. But it's not been a good day so far from their side of things, has it? Because sadly for Tsitsipas, he seems to have lost his way somewhat with his game, and he went out after a couple of sets, pulled up with some injury, and yeah, you just kind of wonder where it has all gone for him. Perhaps his game hasn't developed as much as others have, and he's struggling to find a way, particularly with his return game and also the use of the slice, which you so need on this surface particularly. And he didn't have it today. Badosa Waiting as Bolter serves from the Royal Box end now. The change around, Bolter on the charge once more. She got in the serve. She then got the short reply, and very quickly the 1-2 combination is a winning combination.
Yeah, I think that for Tsitsipas, actually, I wonder, I don't see him at the moment courtside, but you're right regarding the backhand. The slice backhand is a little bit of air on it, doesn't quite chop into the court as much maybe as he would like to, and seems that the players really tactically have worked him out.
Yeah. Katie Bolter, meanwhile, putting in a very good shift here so far, but misses that first serve. 15-love in the second game of the second set. Good serve down the middle. The second serve there, that was over 100 miles an hour. So some quality this evening from Katie Bolter on centre court. And this only the second match of the day after the epic beginning to Carlos Alcaraz's title defence. It took him all 5 sets to see off a fabulous effort from Fabio Fognini in what may well be his last appearance at Wimbledon. But the Italian detained the Spaniard for well over 4 hours out there, which is why we are only into the second set of our second match at this stage of the evening. Second serve reply comes to the forehand. Bolter quick to move, though she really did react strongly to the quality return. Badosa must have thought, well, I hit that pretty well, and yet how it was then struck back past me.
And the problem for Badosa at the moment is she doesn't have a way of changing it up, changing the height of the ball. She's giving Katie Bolter the same look, hard and flat, right in her zone at the moment.
Return taken on the forehand again. And another winner, Bolter scoring. I mean, that was from about 2 meters behind the baseline, and yet she hit an off forehand winner right into the side of the court, and Badosa nowhere near it.
And this is one of the reasons why Katie Bolter loves playing on the grass so much, because she's getting so many balls that are basically waist height. There's not an awful lot of variation. She's not being asked to hit the ball higher. She's not being asked to hit slices at the moment. It's all one pace.
Back and reply over the net. Bit awkward for Badosa. Looked like she'd hit long, but it was good. And it's Bolter who's not been able to find the court thereafter. But yes, that height suiting Bolter, and also the greater impact that her strong shots make on a surface like this. The combination can be telling, and she's Badosa pausing. So Badosa serving at 40-love. Serve to the backhand, that's going to win her the game to love. And Badosa showing some good signs of fight here as she tries to work her way into this match and claw her way back past the Briton after that close encounter last year at Roland Garros on the clay. Of course, a very different surface here. And Bolter certainly talked about this match as something she was relishing the chance for. She sounded very upbeat for Bolter, even for Bolter. I mean, he's generally positive, but she really was looking forward to this chance to come and try and shine on centre court, and so far she's done exactly that. Sat there now with an ice towel. It's still very warm evening here.
I think Katie Bolter's a player who has always believed in herself against the very best players in the world, and in the biggest stages in the world. She has a massive appreciation for that. But I think the match that she played last year in the second round, the Harriet Dart loss, I think that will have affected her mindset massively, because maybe in that match she went in with the wrong mentality. She felt that it was a match that she should win, and that it was hard. It was a very, very difficult loss for her, and she's brought a lot of, I think, that experience to Wimbledon this year, and so far this performance has been so positive. But for Badosa at the moment, she's just got to stay in this match. She's done all the right things at the start of this second set, and that she's held her serve. The last game she won it to love, and she's trying to keep the pressure on Katie Bolter and hope that maybe her levels are going to drop slightly, and she can take that opportunity at that moment.
More fans making their way in, settling as Bolter gets this next game underway from the far end of court towards the Royal Box end. The playing surface now completely in the shade, but still sunshine through on the Royal Box, and behind that, as Bolter goes into that corner, my goodness, it's like a magnet being drawn into that wing, the way she has continuously, frequently struck the ball into that side and come up with an excellent shot again. Another winning shot from Bolter into that part of the Badosa defence that is breached once more. Bolter looks up from under her white visor, but lets the ball drop. Doesn't like the ball toss, and of course coaches always say if you don't like it you must let it drop, don't chase after it. But she does seem to do it a lot for a professional player, and I wonder as an opponent whether that might be a little bit irritating at times, the number of times it happens. However, this is a good serve. The return comes to the forehand. Bolter just stepping back, easing that one again down that backhand corridor. Badosa there, meeting it each time with a good drive off the backhand. That one just long though. Maintained quality from Katie Bolter. Badosa can't live with it.
Well, Badosa's challenging the Katie Bolter forehand in that rally, going consistently back into the forehand, down the line, hoping that Bolter will eventually miss, but it's holding up strong. There is a tendency at times that the Bolter forehand can start to spray a couple of unforced errors.
There we go. Badosa up to the net.
30-15.
So I pressed the wrong button on my mixer. Anyway, back to try and describe this for you, but it is some scene again. Great Wimbledon evening here, and there's plenty more tennis to come because we've still got Alexander Zverev on court against Artur Rinderknecht later on, once these two have completed this encounter. Badosa certainly looking more likely now in terms of sticking around here to try and force this match all the way into a deciding set. Bolter has just double faulted.
And this is why the service game for Badosa in the previous game, where she held it very quickly and she's just putting pressure back on Bolter. She's hoping that that pressure eventually will accumulate and she'll get more unforced errors from the British woman.
One or two gremlins in the scoreboard at the moment, but 30 all, and Bolter then puts the serve into the right place. Didn't go for too much, but made a good delivery, and Badosa left again with hands on hips, looking round to her team, Paul Toledo, her coach, and the gang there. Disappointed that she didn't make more of that. Bolter serves from the far end, just missing down the centre of the court. Serving at 40-30, a second serve. And a second double fault in this game from her.
And Badosa's taken a little bit of a step back on that second serve return, just giving herself more time to hit it, but just wonder whether Bolter will go back out wide again for this serve, because she's getting so many points from opening up the court with her serve.
Badosa on her toes, which is another serve come past her left-hand side down the middle, but missing the service box. These next few moments could be critical, and indeed Bolter, annoyed, hits a forehand off the reply, having double faulted. And suddenly Katie Bolter, who's been supreme, serene in this match, faces a first break point. Serve into the body, reply taken on the two-hander. That's strong from Bolter, but Badosa making it back with each play. Angle from Bolter, now a slice from her change-up. Then she drives the backhand deep. Badosa right down behind it, but under pressure on the backhand. She skims one. Bolter has missed for the first time, it seems, this evening. She's gone wide, and the screech you heard there was from the Spaniard as she now suddenly turns this match perhaps around fully. We shall see, but she's certainly put a break on the Bolter charge, and it's Badosa who now leads by 3-1 in the second set.
That was an impressive game from Badosa, forcing Bolter to play that extra ball, just willing to work the point a little bit longer. A couple of double faults from Bolter, and she's had, that is the first game that she's really given any free points, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the double faults, all of a sudden they crept in, didn't they, as they can do. Abilities in Bolter's game. Having said that, Bolter is generally so good at responding to adversity. She doesn't linger. It seems very long on disappointments. Always trying to be upbeat, stay positive. You can't do anything about the last point, can you? Only what's in front of you. But that was a good serve. It caught the line. Pigment came up off that centre line as Badosa found the serve. And she's looking to build now on the lead that she has clawed her way into in this second set. 3-1, 15 all. Heavy serve, return just catching the tape, doesn't go over. Could have been awkward for the Spaniard, but stayed on Bolter's side.
But Badosa's done very well here in this service game of finding her first serve. She's desperate to consolidate that break of serve.
Her serve now, ball out in front, but just a bit too far perhaps there. And she's hit that long. Bolter, a metre behind the baseline, hunched down, ready. Both hands on the racket. Blue and dark frame. Return is strong down the middle, but then goes to the forehand side, comes back to her forehand again. She goes to the Badosa forehand cross courts. They go now to the backhand wing, and that's an awkward miscue from Badosa. Good change up there in direction from Katie Bolter. It's an area where she's thrived in this match for the most part, and she went there again with interest.
She's winning that cross-court battle on her forehand with Badosa. You can tell because the confidence that she has to take it from the cross-court to the down the line there with her forehand.
At 30 all, the Badosa serve is long. Still winning only 20% behind the second serve as Badosa serves another. But that is a good one. Bolter's unable to cover that ball sufficiently, so it just flew away. And she's gone back to wipe her face on her Wimbledon towel in one of those towel boxes that are now part of the furniture around the tennis courts of the world. Gone are the days when the ball kids used to step out with the towels here. Blocked return, that's a short, low ball, but Badosa's got the answer to it, and another bark from Badosa there as Bolter puts the ball in the net. And it's the Spaniard who does build on that breakthrough and goes further ahead. She's up 4-1.
It seems a little bit emptier, doesn't it, the court? And I don't mean this in terms of the people in it. Obviously, it's getting busy again after that first match, but it felt to me there's something missing here, and I'd forgotten actually about the line judges.
Yes,
and
indeed.
It's a little bit like just going into a tidy bedroom. That's my best way of.
When did you last do that?
Well, yes. Well, one of my it's every evening when I go home, when I look into one of my children's bedrooms, I'm thinking, please be tidy. It's the clutter's gone a little bit on the court, and it's look. I love the line judges. I love the attire they wear and the traditions of it all, but the court does seem just a little bit cleaner.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, obviously there's an ongoing discussion. I'm sure many fans love the fact that when we had the challenge system, you know, and the drama, the crowd gets involved, the U's and the R's waiting for the replay, the graphic replay on the big screens. And of course now we don't have that. All we can have is a player can ask to just see confirmation of where the ball went out by how much. But it kind of takes a little bit of the kind of drama from the moment, doesn't it? And yet, of course, we want, you know, I mean, the end result is the correct call. It's just a different way of doing it. But yeah, the human factor has been diminished somewhat. So Bolter with work to do now. 1-4 down in this second set after playing so well in the first. Reply comes to her forehand. She's gone up the line, backhand defensive. Bolter with a low volley off her backhand and then another volley cross. That's a very silky smooth move to the net, and nice hand skills by the British number 2.
Beautiful volleys there from Bolter. She picked one up off her shoelaces, a backhand slice volley that she found there. And this is something that you'd love to see Bolter do more and more often, coming closer to the net, finishing points off there. She has been playing more doubles in the last 2 years than really her career before that, and I think that's helping her, starting to believe in herself when she's up close to the net.
But what Bolter has done again in this second set is to double fault, and these are somewhat worrying. It's not as if we haven't seen this before from her.
Yeah, she's missing those serves long, and the ball toss is a little bit too far in front of her and too low.
Only had one double fault in the first set, but she's had 3 in the second. Serve wide, that's a cracking return from Badosa. That was
15-13.
full ball from the Spaniard, piled into that. It came fiercely in quickly to the line, and Bolter then forced into the error. Serve returned right onto the baseline. Badosa's certainly enjoying her best spell of this match right now. It's Bolter who's being kept at bay here, under pressure on her forehand wing. And Badosa has really turned it up a notch or two.
Yeah, the double faults that Bolter has been hitting, I think, are now causing her to take a little bit more off her serve. And Badosa's starting to get a crack at hitting some of the first serve returns hard. And Bolter's finding herself on the back foot more so in this set than we've seen through the course of the match.
Another missed first serve from Bolter. Next serve taken on the backhand wing. Backhand from Bolter is mistimed. Perhaps a bit late on that. It's gone wide, and it's very much Badosa's second set here. A complete turnaround almost to what we saw in the opening set. And it will be the 9th seed. Quickly now up to the line to serve for set number 2 to take this match the distance. As we saw in the very first match of the championships on the centre court, Alcaraz taking the distance by Fabio Fognini. This has gone rather more quickly though, one way or the other. So far. Serve to the backhand, return in the net. Bolter, well, I'm not sure how much more she might invest in this second set, but she certainly wants to be up to speed again for the start of a decider if that comes very shortly. Badosa in her 22nd Grand Slam. Semi-finalist in Australia this year, her best yet. Return to backhand, and again to the backhand wing. Bolter gets reward for that at least.
Yeah, and the crowd has been silenced, hasn't it? The atmosphere and the excitement about that first set win from Katie Bolter, and very, very quickly, really in a blink of an eye, this match just changed. So much coming down to the serve, and that's what we've got to expect if this does go to a third set.
Badosa again arcs up and serves, but puts that in the net, quickly takes another ball, waits for the ball kid to get out of the way. Bolter ready for this second serve. Back and reply, heavy into the toes, and that does force the error off the Spaniard.
15-13.
Looks up a little concerned perhaps to her team, saying, how do I manage to avoid that? But Bolter was very sharp with her reply there. The next serve is too long. Return sharply to the backhand, and Bolter, well, stepping it up here.
15-14.
Suddenly finding a higher gear again herself.
It's smart from Bolter, and she's got to use this game as a way to get back into this match from a tactical perspective and go after those second serves again.
5-1, but 15-40. Badosa's next serve into the net. She stepped in behind it, but got to retrace her steps. Backhand reply. Again, it's that same tactic from Bolter right at the Spaniard. It gets another mistake off the Badosa forehand. And so the set remains alive. They'll change ends with Badosa leading by 5 games to 2 after dropping the first set by 6 games to 2.
Even if Bolter doesn't win this set, that game for me feels so significant because she put herself back into this match from a tactical perspective, it was almost a bit of a free game for Bolter, because if it goes to a third set, every single game is going to be high pressure, and there she's just taken on again the second serves, and she's gone back to the tactic that I think she stepped away from a little bit through the course of this second set. And of course, that's pressure, isn't it? That's pressure, that's the scoreboard, and it's been a very quick reset there for Bolter.
Well, the two of them sat either side of the umpire's chair. Badosa again just not hanging around. She's already walking out to the baseline in front of the royal box, and perhaps just coming over towards her team, getting a word or two. Yeah, her coach standing up, leaning forward there, I think, to give her more encouragement and advice. But Bolter to serve 2-5 adrift in this second set. How much closer can she get in set number 2? A couple of bounces of the ball, and now looking up, serves to the forehand. That reply just long.
15 love.
And it will be interesting if Bolter can win this game, especially if she wins it quite quickly. How Badosa would feel serving at 5-3. Big pressure on that game.
Good force behind the serve, 111 miles an hour. A match that is now almost up to the hour mark, but already approaching perhaps the final set if Badosa can come through this one. But Bolter with other ideas to that. Bolter, who has made the third round here a couple of times. She's also been to the third round of the US Open. No further than that against an opponent who's been to the quarters of 3 of the 4 majors. That reply from Badosa is good, but again, well found that corner in the backhand. However, Badosa on the run to it, met it well, came back with something even stronger.
30-15.
And Bolter's hit cross court and long.
That was one of the best defensive backhands I've seen Badosa hit in this match. She was full stretch running into the corner. It just looked like she had a little bit more power on her left hand. She's able to generate more with that backhand.
So Bolter serving only into the net. A 3-time titleist against a 4-time titleist, Paula Badosa, who last won a title in Washington last year. Also won Indian Wells a few years back. The reply comes to the forehand, and that is hammered away into the corner. That cross-court drive was, as sweet as a nut there from Bolter. Pile driver.
I've seen so much about the way that Bolter served today that it's just patterns of play that you would have spent thousands of hours practicing. Serve out wide, forehand into the open court. It's been a repeatable tactic.
40-15 reply to the backhand. Good length from Bolter. Good from Badosa, though. Bolter's on the run back to chase it. Now she's got to come forward to deal with the last one. But it wasn't the best shot from Badosa. The drop shot, Bolter was sprinting around the court. And a big cheer from her and from her team as she puts that one down the line for a winner and gets the game.
Oh, this match is now so interesting to me right at this moment. How is Paula Badosa feeling? She's going to serve with new balls. She knows that Katie Bolter's going to come after her second serve. She's going to want to get lots of first serves in here. But will the pressure build? And sometimes that serve of Badosa's can come under pressure. She can lose the rhythm on it. And Bolter will be looking to pounce here.
Badosa's just gone and got herself a new racket for the new balls. Now ready to serve from the royal box end. 5-3. Failed in her previous attempt to serve out this set. But she begins well enough with the first serve of this game. Service winner. Serve to the backhand is good again, and Bolter doesn't make a reply. And she's having a word with herself over there. She walks away and gesticulating to herself with her left hand. Now the hand on the racket with the right as well as she waits for this next serve. 30 love, Badosa's serve in the net. Next serve. Kicks up to the backhand, and it's a
40
disappointing game from Bolter's point of view. But maybe it is just the new balls, the new racket, and she's been unable to make anything of this game so far. So here is Paula Badosa, set points. Serving the net. A second serve to come to try and seal the set. To the backhand, the reply is to her forehand, but she goes down the line, back behind Bolter brilliantly there, and that is the set in Badosa's favour. So, as with the first match of the day, the second match on centre court is also going the distance. 1 set all between these two.
That was a terrific turnaround from Paula Badosa in this match, because the first set was all Katie Boulter's, and she had the momentum, and Badosa didn't really do a lot wrong, but she stayed present. That's one of the most important things. She didn't get disgruntled. She didn't fight herself after losing that first set. She stayed calm, and she just reminded herself, used all the experience that she's got. This is a former world #2. And used that experience, and probably in many ways some of the hardships that she's had in her career. We say she's world #2, but she has had a chronic back problem that a year ago she didn't even think she was going to continue to play. And it's been a terrific year. I think this time last year she was ranked in the high 90s in the world, and she got herself up to number 12 in the world so quickly. So big turnaround there from Badosa, but this set match now is so evenly poised, and I feel, Barry, that it's going to come down really to the serve. The rhythm of the serve and the percentage of the first serves are going to be so key here.
Yeah, in terms of Bolter, the first serve percentage, you know, the points won behind the first serve dropping down to 58% compared to 86% won by Badosa, and also much better behind her second serve in that second set.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And has Paula Badosa played enough tennis on the grass over the last couple of months? I'm not 100% sure, and I feel like Katie Boulter has got a lot of experience, a lot more grass court experience really at this stage this summer. So maybe just a little bit match tighter. Who knows? It's going to be small margins.
A 1 set shootout then between these two. Friends off the court, foes tonight on it, and the reply from Badosa there. And then the follow-up shot from her, absolutely immense, into the baseline. And you could feel Boulter reeling, trying to deal with that.
First serve, the first point of the service game is so key. And Badosa was waiting for the forehand return of serve there. Puts a little bit more pressure now on Katie Boulter, serving from behind.
Big serve, the ooh from the crowd, because that went off the frame very high above Badosa. Actually eventually drops down behind her. Boulter takes aim and serves this down the centre. Slight miscue, short ball from Badosa, but she's defending at the moment well enough. She gets down behind the backhand there. Now she's running across to the forehand to cover it. Boulter off the net cord. It stays in play down the line. She then steps back but hits one into the net. And pressure on Boulter here early doors in this decider. Boulter just doing up a left shoelace.
Yes, excellent play from Badosa there, absorbing the pressure of Katie Boulter, making Boulter play that extra ball, changing it up with the slice backhand, disrupting her rhythm.
What a different match this has proved to become now since the first set, when Boulter was right on the money. She's on the money there with that serve though.
15-13.
She certainly needs to re-establish herself as quickly as she can in this decider.
She's got to stay courageous. Boulter, love 30 there, going for the big serve down the tee, not a case of just trying to get the first serve in.
(15:30) first game, final set. Badosa waiting a metre or so behind the baseline, then jigs on her toes, takes the reply with the backhand, works now with the forehand, goes into the corner. Boulter defends well, but she's got to cover a lot of ground on the backhand wing. Again, she's managed to defend. The ball almost stops on the court, but Badosa bellows there after belting that ball for another winner off the forehand. And really is now showing her stuff here on the centre court, defying the British number 2 with some excellent defence and then turning it into attack. Bolter facing break points already in the deciding set. And she's taking plenty of time, as much as she can, in the time allowed before serving again. 15:40 from the roll box end. Reply off the forehand. Backhand drive down the centre, and then Badosa down on one knee. Can't clear the net that time.
Once again, she goes to that play that has been so successful, the wide serve into the forehand, giving her an opportunity to hit another forehand. She's just taking a little bit more time here, Katie Bolter.
You can feel the tension that everybody's sensing, the importance of this point and perhaps the next couple. But certainly it's this one at the moment. Still a break point for Badosa, who waits for the serve. It comes down the centre, but it's a fault. A reload. Bolter looks up. Serves down the middle. Reply just long, and she'll be relieved about that because Badosa was onto it.
For me, that's pressure from Badosa there, that she's feeling it. It's a forehand, she has time, and she didn't accelerate through the shot. Opened up the racket face, the ball flew slightly long, and Katie Bolter was left, really, to me, she was left off the hook there.
Still not out of it, though, in this game in terms of out of trouble. She's at deuce now. Back and Reply. Takes it on the forehand, but she doesn't line that up correctly. That's gone into the doubles alley from Bolter's forehand. And it's another chance for Badosa, who's nodding as if to say, yes, come on, you can do this, you can break again here. Maintain, in fact, increase the momentum that you've gained from that fine fight back in the second set. Bolter again under pressure, serve down the middle, blocked Reply, that's going long though. It's a good serve. Nicely paced again, over 110 miles an hour from the Briton. And the Reply is too far.
And that's what it is about right now, the momentum. Who can grab it back, and Bolter's hustling here with everything that she's got.
Bolter apologising again that she didn't get the serve underway with that ball toss, but now she does with this one, although it clips the tape. Again, just trying to compose herself, make sure that she's totally focused on what's required here. Badosa waiting hungrily, wants to attack if she can, and she's probably going to be able to attack next because the first serve has missed the target. It'll be a second serve on deuce point here. Already had 3 break points in the game. Good Reply though, that's a cracking return. It was seemed like a decent serve out wide, but Badosa was onto it, the long reach and that extension through the ball. Great Reply down the side of the court to force the mistake from Bolter.
That time Badosa kept the speed on the racket to execute that forehand. She's getting a couple of extra looks at second serves in this game, Badosa.
Still a warm evening here. Fans fanning themselves as they sit courtside and watch to see whether Bolter can hang on to this point. But she's missed another first serve. This is Badosa's big chance. Second serve now. Forehand Reply down to the backhand wing. Bolter working from that side, goes back with the two-hander, now takes it on the forehand. That's a strong shot, defended by Badosa single-handed. Now she works with the forehand, gives it more height and shape, and then a low shot from Bolter, putting pressure on Badosa, and brilliant from Bolter. She backed up that low shot with a cracking forehand drive for a clean winner.
Well, that point had so much courage and determination from Katie Bolter. She was not going to be pushed behind that baseline. She wanted to stay aggressive. And she came out with a massive forehand back behind winner to win the point. And you just feel that if Bolter can come through a game like this, having saved quite a few break points, what would that do to Badosa, to the mindset? Missed opportunities.
It's a huge game for both of them. Another deuce. Bolter serves. That one just wide, the electronic line calling system saying that that went off the net cord and just outside the service box. And another missed serve, this time
Advantage, Bados.
deep too far, and it's another double fault from Bolter, and they have added up now. That's a 6th double fault from the Briton, at least.
Just those serves, that second serve just point, you just feel that she rushes that. Maybe that's the moment to retake the ball toss. It wasn't quite right.
Serve to the backhand wing, step back from Bolter, and she's made the mistake, and Badosa again is the noisier of the two, having broken through right at the start of this decider. So a hugely important game has gone the Spaniards' way, the 9th seed in the draw, now looking the stronger of the two, and she was anything but that after the first 30 minutes or so, when she was down a set and looking somewhat forlorn. But she's found something in her game, and perhaps, you know, the uncertainty after the injury, the problem with the back, the retirement in Berlin, you know, wondering how she would feel, and maybe just perhaps a little bit wary of exerting herself. But now she's moving superbly. Doesn't look like there's any issue at all, and certainly her game has got the better for it.
She certainly looked stronger in the rallies as the match progressed, and maybe that first set for Badosa, as she says, she hadn't played a lot of tennis on the grass. She just needed the match practice.
I
think she also, Barry, I think she's changed things up a little bit in terms of the shape on her forehand. She hasn't hit it as flat.
Good serve, and that draws the error from Bolter. Do you say that, so in terms of the difference now in the height and what the ball is doing, it's not giving that consistent sort of height that Bolter likes, that we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, she's been able to shape it more and make that contact for Bolter a little bit higher.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do, but I think she's done it with variety as well. She's put in those flat forehands as well and just disrupted.
Second serve here to the backhand. Good depth on the return, and Bolter gets on top of that one nicely with the forehand, and there's an error off the Badosa forehand.
Good response there from Bolter, and just looking at her, as we have seen through her career, really to the last few years, those positive fist pumps that she's showing down the court, even though she doesn't have the momentum right now. Ball toss, that first serve that Badosa just missed, the ball toss is so far inside the court.
That one in good position. The return comes to her forehand, but she kind of reaches for the ball there and makes another error. So Bolter gathering some momentum in this game as she tries to get the break back as quickly as possible. Playing against a woman who has been to the 4th round here 3 times. Although it's the one slam yet that Badosa has failed to make it as far as the quarterfinals. Her next serve is in the net. Last year she lost a 3-set battle with Donna Vekic, who had that great run to the semis. Reply off the backhand from Bolter is long.
And those are returns that in this first set, Katie Bolter wasn't missing. She's allowing the return to come a little bit more onto her body, not stepping in and getting her weight through the court. It's hard when you're in the middle of a match to try to make those technical changes as well.
1-love, 30-all, final set. Badosa's turn to just pause and try and reload on the serve. And again, she's not happy. Little hand up in apology. Strong serve, reply inside the baseline down the middle. Bolter now driving with the backhand, now using the drive to put even more force behind it, and then into that backhand wing. She just changed the direction by a few degrees, and it whistled past Badosa. And Bolter here has a break back point. Well, it's certainly one for the home fans to get behind on this first evening of the fortnight. Blocked return this time, and that Short ball, but that just sat up really for Badosa. She wasn't fooled by the backspin on the ball and drove it forcefully with a winning shot off the forehand.
I think she did well there, Badosa, because that was quite a smart change-up from Katie Boulter. I love whenever you see players play those little chip shots into the box and forcing opponents to come forward, especially on big points.
Roger Federer was quite good at that, wasn't he? Serve to the forehand. It was a blocked reply, good depth that time, and then into the backhand wing. This is the kind of combination we saw from Boulter in the first set. Now forehand to the forehand side. She's really opening the shoulders here, attacking the ball with everything she's got, and it's good enough in the end there. Badosa hitting long, and it's another break point for Boulter.
Just looking at her coach, Liliana, she's telling her, go into the backhand of Badosa here. Attack it. This is your moment. What a couple of forehands there from Katie Boulter.
Another pause, and now another serve, but one off the tape. Badosa looks for another ball from one of the ball kids down at the Royal Box end. Takes aim and serves this one only as far as the net. She was looking to serve into the Boulter backhand. Boulter's chance to perhaps really attack against this second serve and break back. She does attack it, but it comes back to a good length. However, she's gone fiercely again into the backhand wing. A ball sits up, she hammers the forehand. Badosa's under immense pressure here, but a slice chip from Boulter is miscued wide when she had the point in her grasp, it seemed.
And she's been hitting her forehand topspin just exceptionally well in this game, and that's what we talk about. That's the Roger Federer shot, the ball that is put short into the court and forcing a player to have to come underneath the height of the net, and Katie Boulter there choosing to hit the slice instead of ripping a forehand. Could be costly.
So another juice as Badosa loads up, serves strongly to the backhand, then hits fiercely with the forehand, defended by Boulter, but that's going to go long.
It's just outstanding from Badosa there. The big serve down the tee. She was ready for the forehand, but it's when you see Badosa hitting that forehand with massive racket acceleration, that's when she is so threatening.
119 miles an hour, that last serve. Badosa fending off the break points. Game point here. Reply to her forehand, but that came back. Low shooter from Boulter, and it gets what she wants, a mistake from Badosa into the net.
Just had enough depth on that return of serve going into the forehand. Badosa to force the unforced error.
Badosa chasing after that ball, but didn't serve it over the net. Second serve now. Reply comes sharply to her forehand. That caught her out. She's just got it over the net, but it's hammered away for the winner from Katie Boulter, who raises her arm as she roars with delight there. Looks up to her team for more encouragement. And again, she's got Badosa at break point.
And she's doing a good job, Katie Boulter here, of getting the crowd on her side, using the home advantage, using the fist pumps, being animated.
Another opportunity for the British number one, Emma Raducanu, getting a win earlier on against Mimi Zhu, fellow Brit, and one of the very young Britons who's made her way into the draw. But Raducanu, with the target on her back, dealt with it handily today. Didn't trouble her. As Boulter tries to trouble Badosa, using the forehand really well, pushing the Spaniard around, but great defense until that last shot. Badosa now in the net, and Boulter gets one of the biggest cheers of the match as she breaks back.
Yeah, I've watched Katie Boulter play for a long time, but I have never seen her that animated after winning a point, and she's bringing her experience. She's also bringing the confidence that she has in herself to be able to get this crowd behind her, and that's taken years and years and years. But in that game, Katie Boulter's forehand came to play. It was massive, and it felt like she had so much time in the ball. She was inside the baseline, and she's restored really the momentum. It's very easily poised right now, isn't it?
It is on a knife edge, this, because she needs to make sure her serve stands up to the test as well. And it's a fierce test so far from Badosa, but that was excellent defense that time from Boulter. She dealt with everything that Badosa fired her way, and eventually it's a miss from the Spaniard. Boulter now a point ahead here. Boulter prepares again from the far end, serves out wide. Reply comes short. She then cleanly just makes that transfer up the court and whips the ball down that backhand wing for a winner.
She's giving the crowd something to get excited about here. She's playing to her strengths, big serves, big forehands.
Composing herself again at the far end of court. 1-all, 30 love. Serve into the net. The next serve into the body, return to her backhand, and Boulter's hit long, trying to push Badosa off her baseline, but a little too much of a nudge on the ball there, and it goes too far. And again, Boulter on this warm evening, making use of the towel behind her. Has a handful of tennis balls and goes through that routine of hitting a couple back to the ball girl. But still with the lead in this game. The third game of this third and final set. But great competition the centre court crowd has enjoyed today. The marathon epic match, what a battle it was between Alcaraz and Fognini. This is in its own way been some battle as well, but Boulter didn't time that. She kind of looked at the turf after miscuing a backhand there.
It's a smart change up from Badosa, just directing that return of serve into the backhand of Katie Boulter, and she's going to have to make that change a little bit more. Badosa not finding any unforced errors from the Boulter forehand at the moment.
Serve to the backhand, the return is made. Badosa in this point at the moment, still with good, strong backhands, but Boulter with one of her own, and now the forehand. They try and push each other from side to side, but it's a fierce rally from the two of them, and Boulter almost knocks off her feet there. Defends though, comes back with a pass, and punches the air in delight. What a counter there from Katie Boulter.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to desire, doesn't it? And you just sense that with Katie Boulter, there's just a little bit more on the line here. The desire to get every single ball back, just to get your racket onto it. And finally, she gets that passing shot, and once again, the crowd erupts. And she's including them in this match, and they're responding to that.
That was Boulter at her very best there. As you say, the hunger, the determination to reach that ball and make something of it. Boy, did she. But she's still got to seal this game if she can. She's missed the first serve. 40-30. All quiet again on centre court as she now serves. The return comes to her backhand. She has to slice, dig that out. She does well enough with it. Now drives back off the next backhand. And that is a fine shot from Badosa. Just inside the far side line.
Had to deal with quite a lot in that point. Badosa, the slice backhand of Katie Boulter's to disrupt her rhythm, and she kept the speed on the forehand, but to find the backhand down the line winner, her knees are touching the grass as she hits that, threads it down the line with her backhand. Superb play.
So again, the crowd watching so intently, reduced to silence here, waiting for this next serve, and it goes off the tape and wide from Boulter. She's only landing 56% of her serves in this final set so far. That one rather edgily off the tape as well, but into the box. Badosa waiting, just swaying from side to side. Ready for this, which she fires back down the middle. Bolter eases one into the backhand wing, now works this to the forehand side, and we'll be pleased to see Badosa make the error there. She hit too flat with the forehand, put it in the net.
Badosa had a little bit more time to hit that forehand, and she didn't move her feet up the court, let the ball come onto her racket strings. And certainly at the moment, in terms of a weapon, that if you're looking at forehand to forehand, Bolter's forehand is a bigger shot right now, more threatening.
Which is quite something to say when you consider Badosa's ability with that shot, but it's a great serve there to the backhand of Badosa, draws the error, and Bolter is back in front in this tantalising contest. She leads 2-1 in the final set. Well, this is going to be a fight right down to the wire, isn't it? You feel these two both have had some great spells in the match, and for Bolter particularly now to have found a level again that is sufficient to get her ahead, that's so important at this stage.
Yes, and that all started, didn't it, from the end of the second set, where she broke the Badosa serve at 5-1. How important that game was, because it just got her back into the match. It gave her a little bit more freedom to work her way back into a good level of performance. But those two games, Bolter's just had to work exceptionally hard to win them, and now she has a little bit of scoreboard momentum.
And a clear tactic. We've seen a graphic just now on one of our screens that shows that the way she's going with her return, almost 60% of the time it is down the center part of the court. So she's clearly chosen that with her team as the way to go, primarily against the Badosa serve, to force pressure onto the Spaniards straight away, to nullify what the server is trying to do.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions that Bolter will always ask before she plays any match. Where is the best place for me to hit the return of serve? If I'm going through the middle, is it best to place it to their backhand side or to the forehand side? And she'll have all that statistical knowledge before she starts playing.
15-11.
Trouble is, you've got to get a racket on the ball, and she couldn't there. That was a great serve out wide of her forehand from Badosa. Somebody just disturbing Badosa's build up to the serve, and no, she's not happy with the ball toss, but she'll try on this occasion. Wasn't the best ball toss there. That one's gone in the net from the serve. Bolter waiting on the baseline. Backhand reply, but trying to clear the high part of the net, doesn't manage it.
You should be disappointed with that, Bolter. Just wanting to force Badosa to have to work hard for these points.
Badosa serve blocked, return, steps back, takes it off the forehand, goes cross court, does Badosa. Now's got a shorter ball, she puts in the drop shot, Bolter comes up, flicks that one past her down the line. Great hand skill, great racket head control there from Bolter.
Badosa looks up to her team as if to say, what am I doing playing a drop shot when I've got an easy forehand in the middle of the court? Hasn't looked particularly comfortable in net, Badosa, when she's been there not too often in this match.
And would you not agree that, you know, that is an area she rarely does go to? It's perhaps why she's looking a little uncomfortable again there. Big return, but long.
Again, to me, that's such an interesting question, and you'd be wanting to ask it when you look at a Badosa. Does she like to be in the net? Okay, if she doesn't like to be there, let's put her there, and let's put her there at uncomfortable moments.
Yeah. Big serve, blocked return, mid-court, but a looping ball just landed on the line from Badosa. Thought she might have hit wide, but it caught the line.
2 games all.
And she has drawn level. So step by step, one break each at the start of this final set, and now a hold apiece as well, 2 all.
she's done so well in this match, Badosa, of finding the first point on her service games from the start of the second set and just knowing to get your first serve in and get the first strike, and what a difference it makes when you're 15 love up serving and love 15.
Serve off the net, cordon long. Badosa a little closer to the baseline in front of her at the far end. Bolter's serve is a good one though. A forehand error from Badosa, who's looking up to her team and then berating herself and yelling something back to the box once more.
Frustration, and for Badosa, she's had some opportunity in this set. Hasn't been able to take it, and you just wonder would that frustration build.
Reply to the backhand of Bolter that's then wide up the side of the court. One set all, 2 games all, 15 all between these two. And again, they're going the distance as they did at Roland Garros a year ago. Bolter served to the forehand, reply cross court, good width, but again from Bolter, very accurate. That one caught the tape, still not finished though. Bolter has to regroup, go back, but defending out of the backhand wing. Now she's brought to the forehand, hits that with shape on it, but it's a great shot from Badosa. However, how brilliant was the defense from Bolter, and it's Badosa left standing there in disbelief that that last ball, that penultimate ball she struck, came back as brilliantly as it did.
Badosa threw all the punches in that rally, and she just was not able to come up with the finishing shot. Again, it's Bolter's determination just to get the racket to ball, make her opponent play that extra shot.
There have been a number of British winners today. Bolter would dearly love to be an additional one. Sami Kartal having a great win against Ostapenko. And Raducanu winning, as I mentioned a little earlier, amongst them. And on the men's side as well, there have been a good number of wins.
4K15.
So 40-15, Bolter winning that point, looking to close the game. And she does, with an ace, and she yells her delight again to do that.
Bolter leads 3-2, final sets.
So a 3-2 lead in the final set. Harriet Dart, who beat Bolter last year, but lost out today, having taken the opening set against Galfi, but was beaten 7-5 in the decider. That's tough for Harriet Dart. It's been a tough time of it recently for her, for various reasons, but yeah, she'll be very disappointed that after a bright start that she made, she couldn't see it through. Galfi, who will take on Haddad Maia, the Brazilian left-hander, amongst those through today. And when you look down the draw, the results of today, Sabalenka, the top seed, easing her way through, although Brandstein did cause her some difficulty in the second set after being hammered in the first. But Sabalenka's next challenge will be Marie Boškova. And then below them, Emma Raducanu and Marketa Vondrousova through to face each other. That is quite a fixture.
Exciting part of the draw, isn't it? Yeah. That aspect of the draw, and Vondrousova winning today against Kessler. Both players had won a title coming into this event, and Vondrousova just reminded me, I forgot about the drop shot. How good is that backhand drop shot?
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
It is. It's
15 low.
But it got very tight for her, didn't it, in that second set? She was up, what, 6-1, 5-1 in the match.
Yeah, she was.
Against Kessler.
And then she
eventually, it was a second set tie-break that she had to win to clinch it.
She went on from 6-1, 5-1. She went on a a streak that she only won 5 of 25 points. But how well she did to calm herself down and win the match.
15 all.
Yeah, it's very easy to go in the wrong direction, but to then turn it back in the right way. But she has played well recently, of course, at another title she picked up herself on the grass, so who knows? I did wonder, I've put her down as my dark horse in the in our sweepstake.
Congratulations.
Well, I was worried, I tell you. Bolter miscuing off that reply.
She's frustrated, Bolter, because she's not making enough of these returns of serve, and she's going to be aggressive. She's got to keep being aggressive with that return of serve, but when the pressure builds, you sometimes stand up a little bit too tall. And another return error there from Bolter, and this is why it's so important to stay so positive with your body language and not allow your opponent to feel that frustration.
40-15, Badosa's serve. Called a fault. Again, positivity in the body language from Bolter, ready for this next one. She hits a good reply to it, and that is long from the Spaniard. She had to get really low behind the ball, tried to make the length perfect, but it went too far. Still game point for the Spaniard. Return to her backhand. She's gone strongly to the sideline on the Bolter backhand, and that is good enough from Badosa.
3 games all, final set.
This is a match that so quickly could be over from 3-all. It just takes, you know, a couple of big shots, and suddenly you've broken serve.
It does, but also I kind of get the feeling that this could be one of those that we have to have the match tie break to decide it.
And there's no room for any mental error from either woman on the court right now.
3-all in the final set as Bolter serves from the far end. The return is put in the net from Badosa.
Once again, it's that first point, the importance of the first serve from Bolter. Just frees her up a little bit more now as she's serving with the advantage.
Bouncing the ball 3 times, steadies herself, now looks up, ball toss, but the serve into the net. Centre court probably around 3/4 full. As the return comes to her backhand, Bolter goes cross court with it. Comes to her backhand again, and again she goes back diagonally. Now she's working from the forehand side, pushed there by Badosa, who then hits a very fine winner off the two-hander down the side of the court and out of Bolter's reach.
Yeah, and again, this is an interesting from a tactical perspective, because Bolter was being asked to go into the backhand of Badosa's just about 10 minutes ago, but Badosa now looks like she's found the rhythm. And now Bolter may want to change that up, go a little bit more into the forehand.
3-all, 15-all. Bolter lets the ball drop after the ball toss. And again, catches the ball. Wants to have everything in its right place and finally slots in the serve and does get that right with another ace.
Well, isn't that a great lesson to everybody who's plays the game of tennis? Just to take your time, get the toss that you want. And in Bolter's case, she came up with a beautiful winner, an ace. Hasn't hit the double faults that we saw in the second set.
Return, she takes on the forehand. Badosa under some pressure and has just looped one wide. There's just enough weight in that shot and quality from Bolter to get the error, to force that mistake. You look at the forced errors in total, I mean, they're very even. 37 forced errors on the Badosa game, 36 on Bolter's. But Bolter has many more winners, 25-15 in her favour in the match. But she also has more unforced errors, 21-16. Can she get this game? She can.
Game Bolter.
Another step forward for Katie Bolter. And now leading 4-3 in the decider. Her mum Sue alongside her coach Biljana there. And, well, they are almost on the edges of their seats, hoping that Katie can come through this one. It would be some start to her campaign if she could knock out the 9th seed, but there's no way you can say yet that Badosa is beaten today. It's very, very close indeed.
It is. I just wonder how Badosa physically is feeling at this stage. A couple of times that she's had just a little bit of feel of the groin area.
That
yeah,
hip.
that hip, and just she hasn't, as I said, she pulled out of her previous match in the quarterfinals because of the hip. She hasn't played a lot of matches. She's deep now into this 3rd set, and she's had to withstand, it hasn't been long rallies, but you have got to be so strong and powerful to absorb the pressure that Katie Bolter and the speed of the balls that Bolter has been putting on her. And she's done that, but just wonder whether right now that hip and lower back area is holding up.
And a few times we've seen when they've had the sit down that she's not spent all the time sitting down. She's got up quite early, so you just wonder whether that might be an indication perhaps that you know, there is some discomfort there. She's ready to serve again. Here she goes at 3-4, final set from the far end. Her ball toss not good enough. This one she serves, comes back to her forehand. She just puts the racket in the way of it. Now gets into a defensive mode on the backhand side, but is hit long. And the first strike in this game goes Bolter's way.
Yep, that's what we've been talking about now. She's under pressure in the serve, and does the first serve percentage drop?
Serve to the backhand, turn cross court. Bolter on the backhand, tries to hang on to that and keep it down the line inside the singles court, but she can't manage it.
And Bolter just being smart here, going to the back of the court to her tile, just slowing the play down.
Three, 4, 15 all. Spaniard's next serve into the body, that's blocked back. Good length from Bolter, but then she's under pressure on the forehand because Badosa hit powerfully to that forehand wing.
30-15.
And perhaps Bolter had backed herself a little too far across to the left side of the baseline and then had to track back very sharply and couldn't manage it. 30-15, the Badosa serve next into the net. Another serve from the Spaniard, the return right at her. And now the sliced low ball from Bolter, mixing it up now, penetrates down the line with a lovely drive off the two-hander.
That was a nice play from Bolter. She sliced the ball short into the court, forcing Badosa to have to move forward, and then went deep with that next ball, so just challenging her more with the movement.
Also used that slice at an angle, didn't she? So she created space on the other side for the finishing shot. 3-4, 30 all. Bolter got on to the return as best she could, but it doesn't get over the net.
And Bolter just looks up at her team as if to say, how does she find that first serve at 30 all under this amount of pressure? Serving at 3-4, 30 all. First serve down the tee from Badosa. That is big tennis.
(40-30), ball toss. Way out in front, lets it drop. Another go at it. This one to the backhand, return in the net. So Badosa doing all that's asked of her there. And again, she's leveled up this decider.
4 games sold, final set.
She looks really, she's walking towards.
The movement doesn't look free, does it?
It doesn't. She looks in a lot of pain. She's not playing as if she's in pain, but after she finishes the point, just it looks like that feeling that something's just blocked up in the lower back area. Maybe it's in the hip.
Yeah. Just trying to grit her teeth here and fight her way through whatever pain she might be feeling, and then get off the court as quickly as she can, get work on it She is to be the winner, but is she to be the winner? It's 4-all final set as Bolter serves from the roll box end now, and the return is wide.
15 love.
Bolter calmly just goes through her routine again. A long walk up to the baseline. Of course, the baseline's way out in front of the back wall, so there's a long way, a lot of space there at the back of the court. And she's put a good serve in, doesn't come back. And a swift hold here would be very handy indeed for the unseeded Britain against the number 9 seed in the draw, because it would put Bolter a game away potentially from the win. And more encouragement for the Britain from the home support here as she serves well. Another service winner. And Bolter serving this time into the net. Prepares to serve again, catches that ball. And now double faults.
40-15.
If there's a times double fault, that's it. It was the Achilles heel of the second set. It's what changed this match around. At the start of the second set, the second serve started to come under pressure. She lost a little bit of rhythm with it.
3 career wins against top 10 players for Bolter so far. The return there to her serve is okay, nothing special, but then Bolter makes a very wild shot off the backhand, somewhat surprisingly, and perhaps just feeling the pressure at this stage as she tries to close out this game and put herself within touching distance maybe of the second round. Still leading the game at 40-30. Badosa waiting patiently. Gets the return, pushes Bolter back, and then gets a short ball to attack. Coming forward does Badosa, but she's put the volley in the net. A costly error perhaps from the Spaniard there. Bolter hangs on and now leads 5-4 in the final set.
5 games to 4, final set.
Oh, I'm feeling it actually for Katie Bolter's mum. Right now I'm looking at her, I can see her turning around to somebody in the box. She's smiling, but who would be a mum watching their child play? Even though it's centre court at Wimbledon and this is the thing of dreams, but she must be very, very proud of her, the way her daughter handles these occasions. And
well, what an occasion this match has turned out to be, following up the fabulous contest we had between Carlos Alcaraz and Fabio Fognini earlier on. That going all the way to a 5th and final set. This into a 3rd and final set between these two women. The former world number 2, current number 9, Paula Badosa, now needing to hold serve to stay in contention because she's 4-5 adrift in this final set against Britain's Katie Bolter. Bolter with 3 top 10 wins previously. Most recently, she beat Jessica Pegula as world number 5 when Pegula played her in the United Cup last year. And she has also beaten Karina Pliskova in back-to-back events on the grass back in 2022 at Eastbourne and then here at Wimbledon. Badosa serving from the roll box end, 4-5. Serve is strong, the return is short, but it's hammered into the net by the Spaniard. She had a lot of time to think about that and she's made the mistake.
scoreboard pressure there from Badosa. Ball just had no speed to work with. She's playing this next serve pretty quickly.
Love 15. Badosa, perhaps put off by a call from the crowd, lets the ball drop, now serves, return fiercely to that backhand corner, that favourite corner from Bolter. Now she's gone cross-court with her next shot, has one short to attack. She's put it into the backhand wing, the lob's gone up, Bolter under the drive, forehand winner! And she raises her left arm in salute to that shot, and the crowd with a great ovation to the way she's already claimed the first 2 points of this game. Could it be the last tonight of this match? It might well be. Badosa right up against it here. 4-5, love 30, final set. The 9th seed serving, but serving off the tape into the service box. She'll have to take another ball, another one around her feet. She flicks that away, ball kid out to collect it. Bolter looking so hungry and eager at the far end. Can she pounce on this next one? The serve is wide. The ball comes back off the side wall. That has to be taken out of the way. And now, second serve, fierce, but the return is strong down the middle. And Badosa, a wild shot, long with the forehand, way beyond the baseline. And is her time almost up here on the centre court? Is it going to be Bolter's night? Katie Bolter, who started so well, then faced the backlash from the Spaniard, but now has match points on her. Love 40. The return is just wide of that backhand corner, that favourite target of Bolter's in this contest. But she's got another couple of match points to come here, at least.
Badosa just not wasting any time here, and just feel that if Katie Bolter has the ball in her string, she is going to go for it.
Bolter making Badosa wait there. She took a long walk back to the towel, but match point again. Badosa's serve, the return comes back, and it's into the net from Paula Badosa with her second shot, her last shot of this matchup, and she kind of hobbles now towards the net because Katie Bolter is victorious on centre court. What a win for the British #2. A big smile on her face, obvious disappointment for the Spaniard. The 9th seed has fallen on the first night here at Wimbledon, and it's Bolter who takes the applause. Salute to all sides of centre court, and a big crowd, and the heart shown as she draws her hands together there by Katie Bolter. Disappointment for Badosa, another big name to fall on the first day, but Katie Bolter shining bright tonight. She's come through in the end, 6-2, 3-6, 6-4.
Yeah, what a terrific win for Katie Bolter, and she couldn't hide the smile from her face, and she had to dig so deep. There were so many points in that third set especially that she was so determined just to get her racket to that ball. The backhand pass down the line early in the third set, stealing that point, but ultimately it's the Bolter weapons. And when she was a young child coming to the National Tennis Centre to play, she had a big serve, she had a big forehand, but she very rarely found the court with them. But she practiced, she practiced, she practiced, and she believed in herself. And I think that belief shone through today, especially in those big moments. She was the one who was more courageous. She went after it. And I'm delighted for her, because that is a lifetime of hard work to have your big moment there on centre court. And the draw, actually, I feel really does open up for Katie Bolter, and nobody is going to want to play her in this draw. Not with that serve and the forehand and the way in which she connects with the crowd on centre court. And we look forward to hearing from her.
Yep, she's got her bags together. She's now ready to talk with Lee McKenzie very shortly. Just getting herself composed, as she has been throughout the contest, to tell us all about her win.
Well, Katie, huge congratulations. That is the 4th time you've beaten a top 10 player. You're one dangerous lady. You must be so proud how you came back in that third set.
I think I got one of my first ones against Pliskova on this court, and the moment that I stepped out here, it just reminded me of that from the first ball, and I just felt like I had some really good juju going on there, and yeah, I played some really good stuff, but happy to be through to the next round.
When you have such a commanding first set, and then Paula takes the second set, you know it's going to be very fine margins to take the third. How do you keep your nerve in these moments?
Oh God, I didn't have any nerve there. I was bricking it completely. No, I mean, I've played a lot of matches recently where I've started out great and then kind of let it slip. I actually played one at Queen's, which hurt me a lot, and I just tried to compete today, fight, hope for the best, hope she missed, and just kept kind of pushing myself to be positive and go after the ball and make it happen, and today it actually happened, so yeah, I'm thrilled.
And you've had some big moments. As you say, you've had some big moments out here before, but to be on centre court on the opening day of Wimbledon, this is what you were dreaming of when you were growing up.
Yeah, I mean, This court is the epitome of what every single British child dreams about playing on and actually winning on. So for me, it's like a dream come true every time I get to step out here. I saw the scheduling and yeah, I mean, I was so excited. I felt like a little girl again, and yeah, I'm just super happy to be through, and I'm glad I got the win today.
Katie, huge congratulations. Put your hands together for Katie Bolter.
So Katie Bolter, well, the dream again of playing on centre court, and the wonderful result for her. You could hear there what it meant to her, and as you said, Claire, the weapon she has on this surface, particularly the inspiration she draws from playing at Wimbledon in front of her home fans, and particularly from centre court. I mean, it all came together beautifully.
It did, and you know, there's some players that are performers, and for me, Katie Bolter is a performer, and I really admire the way she went after that match in the end, and to break serve. It was being aggressive with the returns of serve. It was to use her weapons, and it was also to moments like this. You can step onto a court like this and you can be slightly overwhelmed, but to take the perspective that she has and to enjoy it and to go after it, and I think be very honest with her feelings and her emotions, which she always is. You know, I think that's going to get her through, and there's no question that she can keep going through this draw. She has got such, she has the weapons. She has the return of serve. She has the big serve, and she's got star presence about her, Katie Bolter, and I'm really pleased that she's been able to overcome Paula Badosa today. But you have to feel a little bit for her, and she's been struggling a lot with the back and the lower and the hip. And I do think in that third set that it was playing a role. She wasn't showing it, but it
no, she tried to sort of block it out. But as I described, you know, just as she finished the match and had lost it, then when she walked up to the net, you could see her really hobbling.
And that's so difficult for a tennis player, that it doesn't matter how much hard work you put into your forehand and your backhand mentality. When your body breaks down and lets you down in a match, and a big match like this, that is a very difficult pill to swallow.
So that is the conclusion of the second match, but of course there's still one more match to come in due course on centre court this evening, when Arthur Rinderknecht of France takes on the German third seed Alexander Zverev.
Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world.
See very often. How would you assess your performance?
Well, you know, playing the first match at the center court, the first match of every tournament is never easy. I've been practicing pretty well. I've been playing on grass really well, but at Wimbledon is special, it's different. And I could feel the difference between Wimbledon and the other tournaments. I just try to play my best, to deal the nerves the best that I could. But I would say I can be better. I have to improve. You know, in the next round, I just want to be better. But in general, I think it was a great match.
You've just played 4.5 hours, so I won't keep you long, but you've just beaten somebody who is in his 63rd Grand Slam. Your next opponent played their first ever tour level match today, Great Britain's Oliver Tarvett. The crowd might sound a little biased, but they still love you. What will you be working on over the next 2 days before you come back out here?
Well, I will think it will not going to be personal, guys. But yeah, I just saw his name when he qualified for the first time. I think he's playing in college right now, and he has playing a great tennis on grass. So if he's in the second round, he deserves. He has a great level. So I have to be focused on, you know, on that. I will try to put my best tennis on the mats. You know, tomorrow I will try to improve the things that I didn't work today. The serve, the return, that I think is a really great weapon on grass. And obviously, let's keep enjoy being in Wimbledon.
We'll let you go recover. Put your hands together, Carlos Alcaraz.
Thank you.
Well, it definitely gave the centre court crowd, and there were plenty of big names there, something to enjoy and watch. What did you make of Alcaraz, of the match in general, John?
That's one of the most interesting first-round matches I've seen that I can recall off the top of my head here at Wimbledon. I think that the conditions helped that to some degree. Fognini is a guy who rises to the occasion. I mean, this guy hadn't won a match since the fall. None. He's losing in challengers, you know, first round. The grass court season led you to believe he'd lose first round in straight sets. But he plays differently than most players. He's old school. You know, he takes the ball early, hits it pretty flat, very clean. He was clearly playing well at the beginning and milking in this atmosphere to be able to go out on the center court of Wimbledon instead of, you know, court 16 somewhere. So he played really well. Carlos looked like he was flat as a pancake. Why, I don't know. Perhaps he assumed that, you know, this Fognini would fall away pretty easily. His serve was off. His forehand was, for me, to see, you know, him play like that was surprising. But some of it I got to give Fognini credit. But he was up a set in 4-2. You know, he should have won the second set. He was up 4-2 or 5-3 in the third, and he barely pulled that set out. And he got blown out in the fourth. So it's a good wake-up call for him. I mean, he won Queens. Everything was perfect, you know, same as last year. Wins the French, pulls out an incredible match, goes and parties in Ibiza with his buddies, comes to Queens, almost loses early but wins it. So the prep's pretty similar, and the results you expect to be similar. But he's got some work to do, but, you know, he's got, you just mentioned he's playing a British qualifier who's still in college.
I'm going to talk to you more about that in a minute because I want to ask you questions about the college system and about Ollie Tarvett as well. But just going back to Alcaraz, the other thing out there, you mentioned the heat, and actually there was a member of the crowd, I think quite a lot of them, suffering from it because they can't get any shade. And this was a very lovely moment because a woman was, by the way, treated by medical staff and is fine and has recovered. But it was Alcaraz who ran over with the water bottle to give to a steward to take up into the crowd. And he's such a, you know, he's such a charming character, both on court and, as you can see, you know, just doing the things that feel right to do. And it's all these moments that help a player like him really connect with.
I mean, honestly, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, he's a great young kid. It was 3-love in the fifth, so obviously it looked like he's going to win. But even if it was 3-love down, you get the feeling he would have done that. I'll tell you a quick thing. At the French, I'm going to the players' gym because the second week us old fogies get to play a few matches. And I was just trying to break a sweat on the bike, and he's right next to me, and he's like, "Oh, my God, you look great." And I'm like, "How old's your father?" And he says, 54. And I go, "Well, I'm 66. And he goes, "Oh, my God, you look like you're 40. You know, did he need to say that? No. Was I happy he said it? Pretty much made my week, you know, to be honest. So he's got a way of just knowing what to say. Even then, you saw that post-match interview. It's almost like he says the right things without even having to think about it.
Yeah.
That's a great quality.
And the way he was with Fognini as well, and so generous and pointing at him, making sure the crowd appreciated the consistency that Fognini has shown in playing as many Grand Slams.
Consistency is not
a word
I mean
usually
in
terms of playing so many.
No, he's been around a long time. Yes,
Maybe that's
longevity. He had played 16 or 17 Wimbledons or whatever it is. He's been in the top 100 for 15 years or more. So this was the perfect ending for Fognini. I mean, you imagine if, like, I think, luckily for Alcaraz, towards the end of the fourth set, the crowd realized, oh my God, Fognini is playing unbelievable, and Carlos looks more tired than Fognini, even though there's a 16-year age gap. So you're like, what in the hell is going on here? So the crowd started rallying behind Alcaraz, and I think that lifted him up a little bit. And actually, that time where the lady got faint or whatever happened helped him also, because Fognini's 38. Had to come play that game at love 3 down, ended up losing that game, so it was 5-love. So the die was cast at that point. But that's a great way. I sort of hope. I almost hope that he doesn't play anymore, because I'm not sure he could play any better than that now. It's not my business to say. But
and how could you go out better than that?
And I played Flavia Pennetta, by the way, in the seniors doubles at the French, and she's like, time for Flavia to be home with the kids. So I think she's ready for her husband to be home more.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of Flavia in the players' box, and it was just very, very emotional. It was one of those beautiful matches. But in terms of Alcaraz and what you look at and what you see, let's analyse this a little more closely and get your expert view.
Okay, here's my expert view, or so-called expert view. He comes out early, it's hot. You figure the court's going to dry a little bit, but you're still tiptoeing around because the court's so green. So he was a little, for him, not moving great. Drop shot was working pretty much the entire match. Forehand was completely off. If you watch this match from start to finish, you'll notice that for the great part of the match, Fognini was the one taking it to him. And that's very unusual. He had to come up with shots like that, to sort of finally get the lead he was looking for. Both guys prefer to attack. Alcaraz is much more proficient at net, but Fognini's pretty good too, I tell you. And I was worried about his movement. His movement, Fognini's almost as good as Alcaraz, which is saying quite something, because Alcaraz is one of the great movers in the history of tennis. So he didn't move that great. He caught a lot of balls late because Fognini was hitting the flat ball. You don't see that much, so he may not have to deal with that much in the future. His serve was mediocre for him.
Which was a big surprise, because he'd been serving so well, certainly at Queen's.
Honestly, I think the heat affected him a lot more than I anticipated. So that can happen. You saw him, cramp up against Djokovic a couple years ago at the French. It's a scary thing. I mean, I never cramped on a court. It's got to be torture, right? And you see, who was it that was playing Madison Keys? I don't recall her name, but she was having all types of medical problems.
Yeah, she was.
And it was really hard to watch in a way, because you're worried about something serious is going to happen here. So this is extremely difficult. I mean, I'm sitting here with you now. I'm like, thank God it cooled off. They declare, bring John at 12. No!
I'm not coming, he
I'm
says.
not coming till it cools off. But that affected him probably a lot more than even he thought. So I think Wednesday it starts to cool off. Back to business, and then he'll sort of, I presume, get his act together.
Absolutely, and we have seen before, it's a nervy thing coming out and being the defending champion, opening up the centre court, and you look up and you see all those faces in the Royal Box. They go, oh, here I go again, everyone expecting you to win. He's come through, and the main thing is...
Can I say one last thing about
that?
Because I had the fortune of doing that twice, come as the defending champion. You know what you tell yourself then? The other guy's a lot more nervous than I am. We're all nervous, every athlete alive when they go out there. One of the greatest couple days of my life was walking on center court after I'd won. So it was incredible. Of course, you think in the back, oh, God, the last thing I want to do is lose first round after I won it. But you got to keep telling yourself, that guy, he's feeling a whole lot worse than I am.
That is very true, and if you're not nervous, something's definitely wrong with you. So it's a good thing to feel. Next up, he's going to face a guy who was making his Wimbledon debut, Ollie Tarvett. And this was one of the best celebrations of the day, because for Tarvett, who came through qualifying, he's the first British man to qualify for 8 years. He studies communications at the University of San Diego. So essentially, he's an amateur. And
well, you can be a pro. You can be.
But in terms of prize money, he can only take a £10,000 profit from this.
Oh, really? I'm surprised to hear that.
He's now, by winning that first round match, that's £99,000 in his bank, but he can only take a £10,000 profit, so he can spend a lot of expenses.
Can I challenge that? Can I challenge your comment?
Go on, go.
No, I don't know. I mean, to me, like, they can pay players in college, for example. Like, you can pay this guy now, all of a sudden, if he went back.
That's it. So those are legitimate expenses. So the guys that he's hugging now, this is a big win for them as well.
Of course. I mean, if you're in college.
So he can spend as much as he likes on legitimate expenses, but he's only allowed to make, as I understand it, only allowed to make £10,000
Dinner's on me,
profit.
everybody. You know,
exactly. We need to all become friends with Ollie
$100,000 worth of champagne.
But it's a huge day, and what a thing for him to experience next, to get Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, I don't think it gets any better than that, right? My understanding was that he was too lowly ranked. Is that possible to get a wild card? He's 732, I believe, coming into the qualies, and that they were like, look, you have to be at, I don't know what the number was, but the LTA or Wimbledon or All England Club said you have to be a certain number, and he wasn't that.
That's and he was 733, I think, yeah.
So that makes it even more sweet that you're able to qualify and win a round. And then play Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, you can't ask for any more than that.
No, it's terrific. And can I share this with you, John? Because everyone at home is very excited about this. Most successful single day at Wimbledon ever for British players.
What, really?
Yes, I knew you'd love that. I knew that would make your day. 7 wins, which is terrific. Thank you so much. I know you've got to head off to centre court because you're going to go and do Zverev's match, aren't you? Against
We're going to be. We'll be done, folks, at about 11, unless it's right towards the end. And there's one game. If it's 6-2, 6-4, 5-4, they let him play that last game. That is the question. But hang in there to 11.
Exactly. That's when the curfew comes in and they have to finish. Thanks to John for now. Right, another British win today happened on #1 court. That was Emma Raducanu, who has gone back to, in terms of the women, British #1, ahead of Casey Bolter. She was taking on a fellow Briton, Mimi Zhu, who's only 17 years old, was making her Wimbledon debut, but a great win for Emma. 6-3, 6-3 was the score, and let's hear what she had to say afterwards to Rishi Prasad.
Emma, congratulations. A fabulous start to Wimbledon 2025 for you. How pleased are you with that?
Yeah, I'm super pleased to have come through that match. You know, it's so difficult playing another Brit first round when the draw came out. You know, I can't say that I was loving it. Mimi's a really dangerous player. She's so young, and yeah, she's got some amazing weapons at her disposal. So I'm really happy to have come through that, and just want to thank everyone for the support on both sides. It was a really nice atmosphere.
But just on the way you played today, and the tennis experts watching were all remarking, you seem to be in a really good rhythm. You did a lot of things well. Is that how it felt out there?
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Sometimes it's difficult in the moment with nerves and adrenaline. You don't really have an idea of what's going on. I think I had some really good patches, and then I had some moments where I lost my focus, and Mimi was able to come back. And I'm really happy how I toughed it out in the really crucial games and won the important points today.
You can hear from the shouts in the crowd. Now, you said coming into Wimbledon that you're not expecting too much, but the crowd will always expect something from you. The British fans will always expect something from you. How do you deal with that, even though you say what you said?
Well, I'm glad people were having fun today. I mean, I saw a champagne cork fly onto the court, so that was glad you guys are having a good time. Cheers to you. So it's really nice to be back, and I just use it as support, and I love it. I love playing in this atmosphere. It's my favorite tournament by far. So yeah, I'm just so happy to get another match here.
And Emma, we love having you back. Congratulations, Emma Raducanu.
So lovely to see Emma Raducanu smiling away, but the first British success of the day went to Sonny Kartal, and a big, big result this was against Yelena Ostapenko, who she had played just last week and lost to Ostapenko. But Kartal was so good today, really calm under pressure. and it was lovely to get the chance to talk to her after that win. The first British player through to the second round of Wimbledon 2025 is Sonia Cartel. Many, many congratulations. That was a really gutsy win. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I'm super proud of that win. It's, I think, you know, I struggle against the bigger hitters on paper. You know, they kind of take the time away from my game. You know, I like to get a bit of spin on the ball, and so yeah, to be able to come up and to obviously be one of the first Brits out and to get a win like that with a player that has, you know, a fair few Grand Slams under a name. So that one probably means the most to me.
You played Ostapenko pretty recently, and you lost on that occasion. How much did it help to have had that experience coming in here knowing, actually, I've got her number?
Yeah, I mean, we both said to each other a few days ago, we were like, what are the chances of this? Like, you know, playing each other last week, a few days ago. But I think it was honestly the best thing. You know, when I knew exactly how she was going to play. I knew when the scoreboard got tight and there was score pressure, I knew, say 80% where her favourite shot was, which way she was going to go with the forehand. So I think it was the best thing. You know, there was no surprise. I knew at the start if I went 4-love down, like that's okay. You know, it happened last week. You know, there are going to be times where she plays unplayable. Like that's her game style. Even sets as well. So I just knew that I had to hang in there, and any chance I got, I just had to take it.
We can have a look at some of your best moments, because there were some pretty thrilling things happening out here. You had the crowd obviously on your side, but you gave them a show. Look at you scurrying for everything, and that was just brilliant. She drops her rackets like mic drop. And how much of this is instinctive, and how much of this is down to all the years and all the hard work that you've put into it?
I think the first one, it's just a matter of I'm at full pelt. There's no other place on the court where I can go. It's just run as fast as you can, swing as fast as you can, and hope it goes in. I'd love to say that I meant that first one, but
And this was.
The serve clock has wound itself down to 9, and Zverev will get into the formation. Facing another break point in the opening game. The serve, blocked back by Ringdiknesh. The ball rolling to the nets. We're back to Juice.
132 miles an hour on that serve. That's what grass court servers will do. Taking advantage of the service, you will find them erasing break points often with that weapon.
So, we're at Juice in the opening game. The serve. Blocked back by Ringdiknesh up the middle of the court. Floating ball into the 8-court corner. Cross-court backhands from both players. Now Zverev playing it off forehand. He was reaching for that one. Back up the line from Ringdiknesh. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Back that way from Ringdiknesh. Leaves the line open. And that's where Zverev goes. Comfortable forehand put away. And he's got game points.
Yeah, that's a good sign in that point from Zverev. Seeing him stay on top of the baseline. He opened the court. Was able to drive the forehand through the middle of the court with Ringdiknesh so far off the court that was a winner. And it's almost been a little bit of a challenge for Zverev to hold that court position on the faster surfaces.
So Zverev prepares the serve. Out wide, missing. Good strong call from the automation. That's something I'd like to do. I want to be the voice, one of the voices. I can do it. Second serve. The serve here, onto the forehand of Ringdiknesh, that flies long. So a couple of break points saved from Sasha Zverev, but he's on the board.
Yeah, good strong hold in the end. Had to battle for it. Ringdiknesh trying to stamp his mark on the match early, but Zverev serving well enough, striking the ball from the ground and staying up in the court. Comes out with the early hold.
So 2-set-to-love lead for Giovanni Pesci-Pericard against Taylor Fritz. Pair of tie breaks, that one 10-8, the second set. In the battle of the qualifiers, we've got Giulio Zeppieri, taking on Shintaro Mochizuki. And at the moment, they're in a 4-set, 2 sets. And Mochizuki taking the third 6-3. There are 5-all in the 4-set tie break. Matteo Naldi and Botic van der Zandschulp, they're in the second set. Van der Zandschulp taking the first set, 7 games to 6. It's 6-5 on serve in the second. Lisa Mertens with a win. Also on court 15 against Linda Fravitova. As the serve comes in now, Ringdiknesh serving from the far end from the Royal Box. His first serve goes long. Second serve. Forehand here from Zverev. Cross-court forehands from both players. Good depth from Ringdiknesh. It came awkwardly off the line, and a miss hit from Zverev goes wide. It's 15-love.
Zverev was there, but Ringdiknesh hit the line. Ball checking on off the paint. The titanium oxide.
The titanium, yes, that's right. Don't say chalk. It's not chalk. It's, what is it? The titanium oxide alloy or something, isn't it?
I believe that's right, yeah.
Yeah. Should remember that. The serve here, I keep forgetting. Good return, or not a good return from Zverev. That forehand goes long.
30-love.
It's 30-love. Yes, the pigment. I'm just adding words now. Just keep adding buzzwords. Pigment. I'll start saying flexible, agile, all those sort of things. It's 30-love Ringdiknesh. Let's get on with the match as the serve here. Forehand going long from Zverev. 40-love.
40-love.
So wants a comfortable hold here. As he prepares again. And the serve into the net. It's very much a pronounced motion from Ringdiknesh. He'll bring his racket up, bring it down, then get into the motion. The serve onto the forehand as Zverev, sharp right near the baseline. He plays a slice backhand now to Zverev into the ad-court corner. Slice backhand back that way from Ringdiknesh. Now they're playing cross-court backhands, top spun, and that had a nice drop on it. It was a short angle from Ringdiknesh. It's successful. It's 1 game all.
Good solid hold there. Zverev in that backhand battle. I think he's happy to go toe-to-toe with just about anybody on that backhand side, but in that instance, Ringdiknesh, sharp cross-court angle right off the court.
Been a busy time for Arthur. He got married ahead of Roland Garros.
This is the honeymoon at the moment, or
Well,
is it working towards it maybe after?
If he wins, it might be a bit of a honeymoon. As the serve here from Zverev, serving from the Royal Box end. Short reply from Ringdiknesh. Back up the line from Zverev. He's at the net. He's got to play an awkward backhand volley. Puts that into the net. We know he's not the most comfortable coming forward of centre of the service line, I should say. And it's love 15.
He came in behind a good approach. Ringdiknesh came up with a pass that had a lot of heat on it. Zverev going for the short angle volley. Not hitting it cleanly.
So the serve coming in. Zverev goes into the net. Second serve. And we wait as Ringdiknesh will probably again attack this second ball. Zverev, second serve. On the forehand of Ringdiknesh, and he mishits it, goes wide. It's 15 all.
15 all.
That second serve had a little bit of pace on it, didn't it? And I think that's going to challenge Zverev. Ringdiknesh's position and attitude on that return to take that second serve early. Challenge Zverev to go a little bit bigger on that second.
Well, I think he's got to, absolutely got to go for it. There's the serve here from Zverev. Down the tee, misses. And that one right in the slot. There's a little slot at that back wall here where the camera people are. It's gone straight through. I don't know where it goes. Is it like a sort of 10-pin bowling setup where they just pops back up again? Serve out wide. Big forehand picked up by Ringdiknesh. Now he's in the ad-court corner, just throwing up the high low at the service line. Zverev retreats, lets this bounce, plays an awkward overhead, but not awkward at all because he played it into the juice court corner, had a nice bit of swing on it as well. Did it nicely, 30-15.
He did. That was not an easy shot, and Zverev opting to let that lob bounce. With his height, it just didn't bounce up high enough to be a true overhead.
So, 30-15, 11 minutes in, and we've reached 9 o'clock in London, day one. As the serve onto the backhand of Ringdiknesh, it's into the nets, and it's 40-15. So, we'd like a comfortable service game this time around. Would Sasha Zverev. 9th appearance here at the Championships. There's the serve. Out wide's an ace.
James
And I would suspect that is his second. It is. And we are on serve here in this opening set. Round one action on the Wimbledon radio channel. Our dedicated centre court service for you. It is Zverev leading 2-1. Highlights today, Raj, what you've seen around the place?
Well, I mean, we had some big results, that some big names that found their way out of the tournament. Daniil Medvedev probably being the first, going down to Bonzi.
Yeah, I was on that match.
Yeah, okay, well.
I've got to say, the stubbornness probably cost Daniel today.
Yeah, I was discussing that with one of our colleagues earlier, and it was sort of, Daniel has done so much winning with the game style that he has.
Yeah.
And then the debate is sort of, well, do you change that and risk sort of dropping off of it, or do you continue to push past that? And I think on the grass, Medvedev has proven that he can play well enough, two-time semifinalist here, but he really has to work really hard for it. And if somebody can actually get forward and rush him a little bit, he gets vulnerable, and I think that proved to be the case today.
Well, that's exactly what Bonzi did. Bonzi looked to take it up to him, got forward when he needed to. He didn't do it all the time, but enough to be able to just put him off his game. And creative use of the short angle. And the other thing Bonzi did, he barely missed. He really played a clean match.
That'll go a long way to
it helps.
to
it
winning
absolutely
a match.
helps, but he didn't do a lot wrong. And I think that also helps because, you know, you can sometimes rely on your opponent. Okay, he's going to make a few errors. So, but he didn't. And so for fair play, he hadn't won a match tour level on grass for quite a while. So well done to him. We'll chat more about results and everything else as we go along. But here is Ringdiknesh serving from the royal box end. And this first serve goes big. Second serve. And the serve coming in. And Zverev, a couple of metres from the baseline to play this cross forehand. Forehand at the line from Ringdiknesh, just going long. It's love 15.
Love 15.
So we've gone 14 minutes, 9:07. As Ringdiknesh serving from the royal box end. And the serve onto the forehand is Zverev. Sharp pick up. He's got to pick it up off the baseline. Ringdiknesh coming forward is Zverev. Beautiful cross-court backhand winner. He was coming forward. The momentum helped him through that shot. It's love 30.
Well, that was set up by a phenomenal return. It's 136-mile-an-hour serve down the tee. Zverev on the full stretch, driving it deep, earning the short backhand, and dispatching it quickly. He's got a good look here at love 30 on the Ringdiknesh serve.
So he prepares, and the serve coming in under pressure. Ringdiknesh serves out wide and misses. Zverev was there ready to cover it. Second serve. And he's missed that too. Boy, he threw that ball toss was way out in front.
That was
love
40. It didn't miss by much. It'd be a triple zoomer if it was being challenged. It's love 40 though.
But you called it. That toss got way out in front of him. I'm surprised that he didn't let it drop and take that toss again. Just a difficult serve to hit when your contact point's that far in front of you.
Appearance number 5 here at the Championships for Ringdiknesh. He serve out wide's an ace. And 15-40.
15-40.
I think might have been a few folks waiting for a call there.
No questions from Zverev, and with the electronic line calling, there aren't that many questions these days.
You can rage against the machine, but you can't argue with it. There's the serve here. Ringdiknesh still facing some break points as the serve into the net again. Again, that ball toss in front, way out. He spends a bit of time chasing it. Second serve. See what he does here. A bit more conventional. This clips the net. We'll do it again. Zverev quite kindly sends him the ball back just to save a little bit of time. Prepares again. Ringdiknesh's got a second serve here, and the serve onto the backhand. Oh, Zverev plays it up the line. Cross-court backhands from both players, all top spun. Ringdiknesh goes up the line, maybe got a bit of the net, and that floating forehand cross from Zverev goes wide. So 2 saved, 1 to come. It's 30-40.
2 saved, and there you could see Zverev, that's that movement on the grass, having to go to the squash shot on the forehand side, but the footwork, he had to do a lot of tiny, tiny steps to catch his momentum, and that distracts you as you're trying to hit the ball.
So we wait now for Ringdiknesh as the serve comes in. Out wide, another ace. Oh, that's well done. Nicely done, Ringdiknesh. Similar to what Zverev did a couple of games ago, getting himself out of trouble. We're at deuce.
Oh, he amped that up. That was the fastest serve he's hit today, I believe.
At 139 mph, or roughly 223.7. Just had to do the quick calculation in my head. As the serve here, Ringdiknesh serves. Out wide's an ace. He was looking for that wide serve too, Zverev. He just couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, I think you're right. He read it well, but it was so well executed. Had a lot of bend on it, just kept moving away from him. And if you're hitting a slice serve that bends past the wingspan of someone of Zverev's size, you've done a nice job.
Yes. As we wait now for this ball to come in. And the serve, Ringdiknesh serves down the tee and misses. Second serve. And this one. Onto the forehand of Zverev. It's almost clatters into himself there. Completely mishit it. And went absolutely nowhere. It's still sitting in the middle of the court on his side. Ballkid has to scurry over and get it. He may as well just pick it up and play with it because it's his serve. 2 games all, opening set here in the opening round, the Wimbledon radio channel live around the world. We're back for 2025. It is wonderful to be here. Again, the crowds have been magnificent today. They've had to get their hats out, sunscreen, a lot of fanning going on. Air conditioning, not really common in this part of the world, I've noticed. As Zverev serves, ball blocked back by Ringdiknesh, not going to go over. And it's 15-love.
15-love.
Seemingly both players starting to find a bit of rhythm on the serve, starting to land and hit their spots, and that's going to lead to some more straightforward hold if they can with the serves that they possess, hit their spots.
There's Zverev, the serve, down the tee's an ace.
30-love.
Goes to 30-love. Ace number 3 for the match thus far. 76% of his first serves going into play, winning plenty of those points. He's faced a couple of break points though. The serve here, Ringdiknesh great back out in the middle of the court, back up the line from Zverev. Now he plays a forehand in the middle of the court to the backhand of Ringdiknesh, which goes into the net. He's reaching a little bit for that backhand. It's 40-love. Yeah, both players have had trouble on serve in just one of their games when they've had to face some break points. As Zverev serves, Ringdiknesh backhand into the nets. He was reading that nicely, but just couldn't finish it off. On serve, 3-2 here in the opening set. Day number 1 of the championships, night number 1 of the championships. And I can tell you, this is our time to shine, Raj, because it's 9:13 here in London. It is 6:13 in the morning in Melbourne, or on the eastern seaboard of Australia. It would be sort of mid-afternoon, late afternoon time, depending on where you are in the US.
Yeah.
And we welcome all of you to our coverage. And it's late night, of course, across Europe. So it's wonderful to have you right across the world, wherever you're listening to us, whether you're waking up to us, whether you're driving home to us, whether you're going to fall asleep to us. And as I keep saying, what better way to start your day than to wake up with us?
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, yes, I hope that we are bringing some joy into people's lives. But it's not really us, Pete. It's probably the tennis
of course.
that people are fired up to hear about.
We are merely vessels to describe what is happening out here on this magnificent centre court. And it does look magnificent each and every year. And I mean, one of the other things to notice here, and it's happened in the last couple of years, is that some of the top players have had the opportunity to practice. This is out the confidence now that the ground staff have in the surface. It used to be that, nope, no one played, or maybe a couple of the members played, and they had a bit of a knock around just to make sure everything was working and playing it in a bit. And no one else played on it until that first match. Now, they're so confident. We go 14 days and the players can have some practice sessions out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's It's a big addition. You know, I probably saw clips of Alcaraz and Djokovic out here and various other players getting a hit.
Meanwhile, that's a Ringdiknesh enjoying his time out on centre court, serving a 2-3 forehand from Zverev. It leaves the 8-court open. Oh, he's gone too big though, Ringdiknesh. He's in the middle of the court, went with an off forehand into the 8-court, went too big, and it's love 15.
Well, the serve had stretched Zverev out quite wide. Ringdiknesh rushed it maybe just a hair, knowing he just had to find the court. Zverev wasn't going to be able to recover and just sent it a bit long.
As we wait now for the serve, Ringdiknesh serving. One of the forehanders, Zverev, puts it into the juice court. Cross-court forehand from Ringdiknesh, matched by Zverev, and trying to go with a bit more angle. Ringdiknesh puts it into the net. And again, he's in trouble. Second game in a row, it's love 30.
30. 2 quick forehand errors early in the point. Getting him down love 30, and Zverev knocking on the door here again.
Ringdiknesh looking to beat a top 5 player for the first time. He's had 8 goes at it, hasn't been able to clinch it. Under pressure here though, it's love 30. 22 minutes on the clock as the serve. One of the forehanders there, it rushed him, it cramped him for room, and the forehand went into the bottom of the net. It's 15-30.
First use of the body serve from Ringdiknesh. It's almost a good play on the grass. Get that speed of the serve, handcuff your opponent. Did it really effectively there.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. And that missing. Looking to go down the tee. Second serve. Still plenty of spectators here on centre court. Join the action. One of the backhand of Zverev at the middle of the court. Off forehand from Ringdiknesh. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Top spun. Now switch to the forehand. Playing into the Ringdiknesh backhand, but Zverev went wide. And so we are at 30-all. And you can understand why people will be hanging around here, because there'll be some sort of climate control here. Not a lot of air conditioning where people are going back to their homes tonight. So why not stick around and watch some tennis? Here on the hill, plenty of options. As the serve, Ringdiknesh serves onto the backhand of Zverev, an off backhand. Point up the line from Ringdiknesh, dug out by Zverev at the net is Ringdiknesh, plays a high backhand volley. Zverev puts up the lob, Ringdiknesh, it was awkward. Cross-court backhand from Zverev, he's made it. Nicely done. He put in the awkward ball. Ringdiknesh had the high backhand volley, put a bit of angle on it, but not enough. Zverev gobbling it up, and he's got a break point.
Well, such great movement here to chase down balls in the court, coming up with that lob. Ringdiknesh did well to get it in the court, but Zverev quick to get up to it, and his trusty backhand puts it away yet again.
So 30-40, again facing a break point. As Ringdiknesh prepares the serve. Onto the forehand is there, a short ball. Drop shot from Ringdiknesh, that's nicely done. Zverev stranded at the back of the court. A little bit of disguise on it as well. We're at juice.
Yeah, very well disguised from Ringdiknesh. Coming forward, you can see actually Zverev splitting backwards, expecting a big forehand, and that just opened the gates for a soft drop shot.
Little dropper working. And he needed it. Interesting opening set. The serve onto the backhand of Zverev. He can't do much with it. And he's got game points. So Ringdiknesh, one of 10 French players inside the world's top 100. We've got a balance of power in tennis across a couple of different nations. France one, your country another, Raj. As the serve here, blocked back by Zverev, just gets over. Ringdiknesh comes in up the line, cross-court forehand. Oh, it's a sharp pickup from Ringdiknesh. That was hammered cross-court, and he just blocked it. And it dropped short, and he got the result. It's 3 games all in the opening set.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic volley from Ringdiknesh. Came in, Zverev had a look at the pass and just challenged him for pace, hitting it Mach 5. Ringdiknesh, though, not just makes the volley, absorbs the pace, drops it short with a stiff short volley. Really well done.
A stop volley.
Yeah.
As we've got Zverev now serving from the Royal Box end here of centre court, this magnificent centre court. Day 1 of the championships, and the serve onto the forehand. Ringdiknesh goes up the line for a winner. That one he connected with beautifully, and he says, come on, crowd, you awake or what? And they are.
Well, they were waiting for some sort of cue. He just asked at the asking. They responded immediately.
As we wait now, Zverev. Serve clock winds itself to 13. The serve onto the backhand of Ringdick. She gets it over. Zverev with the cross court. Forehand clean winner. The +1 successful. It's 15 all.
15 all.
You won't be too phased by this, Sasha. Not at all. It's like, you can cheer for him if you want, but I'm just going to do my business here.
Yeah, that can be cumulative over time, though.
True.
If the crowd continues to support your opponent, it can just unnerve you a little bit.
Will be a different crowd tomorrow, though. As the serve here, out wide's an ace. Tailing away from Ringdick. And to get past a 6'5" frame, the serve has to be precise, and it was. Fourth ace for Zverev. It's 30-15.
Yeah, it's not often that Zverev stands on a court and is the shorter of the two.
Yes. So 6'5" for Ringdick. Not quite. He's 6'6". The serve here.
Is that right?
Picked up. Well, according to what I have here anyway. As a backhand from Zverev goes cross-court. Ringdick in the middle of the court. Big forehand from Zverev to the Ringdick backhand. That's gone too big from the French player. And it's 40-15.
40-15.
So he's playing at 6'6", 198.
Okay.
Ringdick officially 196, 6'5".
Okay, well, my eyes deceive me. It looks as if when they were at the net prior to the match.
We're going to get them to stand back to back at some stage here. The serve missing. Have you got access to the locker rooms? You can make this happen.
Oh.
I'm putting this on you.
No, I think they're going to lock me out on purpose, if that's my purpose.
I'm sure it's not the strangest request they've had. Second serve here. Zverev serving Ringdick. Big forehand up the line, takes the net, falls wide. So we continue on serve in this opening set to wind down what has been an entertaining day one of the championships. Big day two coming up as well. We'll have all the action for you from 9 a.m. British time, which is in less than 12 hours from now, with Marcus Buckland and the Marcus Buckland Breakfast Experience coming away from 9 o'clock and then all the way through to the end of the day's play. Wimbledon.com, the official Wimbledon app. You might be listening to us 87.7 FM or Sirius XM across the US, and the all-new Sirius XM app. ESPN bringing you the action there and listening to our coverage for the next 14 days. You know we're on TikTok. Are you on TikTok, Raj?
I'm not personally. I have a business that's on TikTok.
People say TikTok. I look at my watch. At Wimbledon Radio on Twitter and TikTok. Instagram at Wimbledon Radio Channel. Or you could email us, radio@aeltc.com. Give Sue something to do this evening. Send her an email or a tweet or something along that you're listening from wherever you are around the world. She's got her feet up on the desk. She's just packed it in for the day. She's just waiting to go. I'm going to throw. Oh, hang on. Don't throw that iPad, Sue. Don't. I need this head for the next 13 days. Anyway, play continuing here. It's 23 after 9. Now, we should point out, too, that at the start of the match, when we were watching the players, they were receiving some final instructions, and I think we couldn't quite hear clearly, but they did say, look, 11 o'clock is the cutoff, but we'll find a reasonable time to finish as required. As Ringdick looks to send one up the line, Zverev just pops it up, and that's put away forehand volley style by the French player. It's 15-love.
Ringdick coming in behind that approach, had the volley just out and ready in front of him. Good technique. Crisp volley into the open court.
Should mention too that Taylor Fritz has a break on the #1 court, 4-3, dedicated commentary via the app and the website as the serve goes into the net. You can hear all of that action. Good to see the rookie being put through his paces. Mikey Pereira with a double today. There's the serve. Onto the forehand. Big forehand from Zverev. Dug out by Ringdiknesh up the line. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Now he's in the A-court playing cross-court or up the middle of the court. Backhand. He plays the forehand now heavy. Lands on the baseline. Dug out by Ringdiknesh. He's back there again with the cross-court forehand. Zverev this time goes up the line. Cross backhand from Ringdiknesh. Backhand to backhand. Now slice from Ringdiknesh short. Zverev is coming in. Ringdiknesh going cross-court. Backhand volley from Zverev is good. Very, very good in the end. He bided his time and made the right decision. It's 15 all.
Well, Ringdiknesh put the question to him, hit a short slice, kind of baiting Zverev to come in, and he couldn't quite get as much pace as he wanted on the approach, and he followed in. It sat a little bit. Ringdiknesh, instead of going for the big pass, dipped it down with not very much pace, but wow, Zverev with a very high-quality volley down the line.
Of course, if you are going to email us and send us a message, let us know where you're listening from. Too. Love to hear from you wherever you are around the world. Ringdiknesh, first serve goes into the net. Second serve. As we wait for this ball to come in. The serve onto forehand of Zverev. It's cross-court from Ringdiknesh. Zverev is there at the middle of the court with a forehand. Now playing a forehand to the Ringdiknesh backhand. That's sliced up the line. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Forehand into the net from Ringdiknesh. He just couldn't quite stay in that rally. Again, just finding himself in a spot of bother in his service game, 15-30.
It's potentially a strategic play from Ringdiknesh to take a little pace off the ball with the slice, change the rhythm of the rally, but that one just sat up a little bit. Zverev taking advantage of it, hitting the forehand with some authority cross-court.
A special shout-out in just a moment as we wait for this ball to be delivered. The serve out wide's an ace. Oh, what a good sound it makes with the lid shut here on the centre court. Fourth ace, matching his opponent and going to 30 all. But a special hello to everyone with their Amex radios in the ears. I can see some of you in front of my commentary position here on cell. People are looking around to see where we are too. Oh. A little listening test. There's the serve here onto the forehand. Picked up nicely from Zverev. It's too much for Ringdiknesh to handle. And just on the baseline, he nets a forehand. Another break point for Zverev.
Yeah, Zverev taking that ball, read it well. Ringdiknesh going for the body, but didn't quite get it there. Zverev connecting well with the deep return. Just on Ringdiknesh way too fast.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. He's under all sorts of pressure again. Ringdiknesh serves to the forehand of Zverev, and that one going to go wide. And we are back at juice. So the break point situation, 0 for 5 for Zverev and 0 of 2 for Ringdiknesh. But both of those coming in the opening game for the French player.
Yeah, and in truth, I think 3 or 4 of those are raced by a big serve from Ringdiknesh. So not much that Zverev did too wrong in those situations.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. To the forehand of Zverev. Full stretch just gets over. Ringdiknesh goes up the line. Zverev can't get back. And that's a nice 1-2 play.
Zverev did extremely well to get that return back into play, but no chance to cover the court. It was well wide of the doubles alley.
As we wait now for the serve, I'm going to spend another shout out too. Gosh, social media going nuts. The serve here, looking to come forward was Ringdiknesh. He just went too big. Hello to you, Joanna. Off to Arkansas. Road trip. Oh, need some geography from you, Raj, in a second here. Serve and volley, Ringdiknesh plays the low backhand volley. Oh, that's sublime. Oh, that was nicely done. Coming forward, he barely got balanced. He just dropped it down low, did Zverev, and he picked it up off his shoelaces, no problem.
Yeah, and he made that look quite easy when in fact it is not.
So, on a road trip to Arkansas, we are currently in the piney woods of Texas. Now, this was a while ago, but Joanna now tells us, still listening, been listening for hours, now in Arkansas.
No, well, there you go. There's your map. She's come from Texas up into Arkansas.
Right. Good, good. That helped no one listening, so that's fine. I now understand, though. That's the main thing. Zverev serving the far end from the Royal Box. The second serve coming. 4-all opening set. As we wait for the serve. And that's up the line from Ringdetnesh. He's missed it.
15 love.
It's 15 love, but he is all over that Zverev serve. If it's going out wide on that court to the forehand, he's all over it.
Yeah, he is trying to smother that return and get the advantage. If he connects, he's going to put Zverev in some big trouble. So he's going to stick with that tactic for now.
The serve onto the backhand here, Ringdetnesh. Backhand from Zverev, back behind. Nicely done for a winner. It's 30 love.
30 love.
Gosh, messages coming through. Message from our social media. Busy Izzy, as Marcus calls it. Commentating, presenting team, be able to take a selfie of sorts. No, I can't do it.
What?
I'm no
You're
good
capable,
at selfies.
Peter.
I'm no good at it. Just, we're live. We're not dead. As the serve here, ball blocked back by Ringdetnesh. Half-court ball. Zverev goes cross-court with the backhand. He's gone wide. He might want a second look at it. He does. It appears on the screen now, and he sees that it's only just missed. It's a triple zoomer.
30-15.
It's gone right in.
It's interesting because, you know, with the electronic line calling, which I think the general consensus, it is more fair. It speeds up play. It just takes away the arguments, but it does take away the drama of the challenge.
Yeah.
Right? Do you miss that?
A little bit, but I still try and put the measurements in.
Yes,
'Cause
you
I did
triple
speak-
zoomer.
I did speak to the team about it. I'll explain that, unpack it in a sec. As the serve, blocked back by Ringdetnesh at the net. Oh, forehand drive volley. It's nicely done into the open ad court from Zverev. And he goes to 40-15. So the idea was, whenever you saw the challenge come up, and if it was really, really close, the camera, well, the metaphorical camera, would zoom in 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And it actually does equate to actual measurements. I did ask about this. It does exist. And so this started... Arvin Palmer can take some of the credit. He refuses to, but he can. Ball blocked back here by Ringdetnesh. Sits up. Zverev goes to the point up the line. He's coming in again. Ringdetnesh trying to go the pass up the line. He goes wide. And we continue on serve in this opening set. Winding down day number 1 of the championships. Zverev leading 5-4 on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world.
Well, on serve here, Ringdetnesh facing a couple break points. Zverev having a couple in his first game, but we are on serve leading into the sharp end of the set now, and this is where we're going to find out who just cracks just a hair in these last moments of this set. Ringdetnesh has been able to get himself out of trouble with some big serving and some big moments when he's been down in the game. So we'll see if he can maintain that service sort of performance. He's going to need that throughout this match, actually.
So the Zoomers... So just to explain, just quickly get this out of the way. So when I talk about a quadruple, single, so no zoom, the ball was out by more than 15 millimeters. A single zoom, 15 millimeters when it appears.
Time.
Double zoom is 5 millimeters. A triple zoom is 2 millimeters. Quadruple zoom, less than 2 millimeters.
Wow. So when I would hear you say it's a triple zoomer,
It really, really close. But I was trying to find an actual unit of measurement because obviously, you know, it might be 1.5 mil, it might be 0.5 of a mil out.
it's amazing that the precision, I remember when this first came out, the technology, just like all technologies, has improved. And it's been refined, it's working better and better, and it's just gotten much more trustworthy over the years.
So keep your messages coming through. Lizzie in Utah has asked about the curfew. It is still 11 p.m. As the ball here out wide from Ringdetnesh, missing. Hello to you, Lizzie, regular listener to us on the Wimbledon radio channel. So I have Twitter up here. I'm sure there's other messages and things coming in. We'll get to those in a moment as we've got a slice here from Zverev coming forward. Ringdetnesh, he tried to delicately just pop it over. Instead, he put it into the net. He doesn't stop. That's just one movement without a split step, I think.
Well, he rushed it a bit. I think Zverev did a nice job because he floated that pass, gave himself a little bit of time to get back into position, and Ringdetnesh closing extremely hard, rushed the volley a bit to try and dump it short, sensing that Zverev was coming back into the court.
So we wait now for this serve. Ringdetnesh at love 15, familiar position in set number 1. That's a good serve, though. The backhand flying long from Zverev. And it's 15 all.
Another big serve. getting back level in this game, and he's been depending on that cannon of a serve.
And as we wait now for this serve to come in. By the way, Taylor Fritz taking the third set against Giovanni Pesci-Pericard. The serve blocked back by Zverev. It gets over. Cross-court forehand from Ringdeknesh. He's pulled it wide. And it's 15-30.
Just start to wonder how many times Ringdeknesh can escape when he puts himself under the gun like this.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Onto the forehand of Zverev. It's a drop shot from Ringdeknesh. He comes forward. Zverev can't get there. No, it was on the double bounce. And that was cleverly done. He's disguised it again. And we're at 30 all.
Yeah, great disguise there. It's been hitting the ball huge and just changing the racket face at the last second. Zverev did make an attempt there, but couldn't get there.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. And the ball out wide. Big stretch on the forehand from Zverev. It goes long. The come on you hear is from Artur Ringdeknesh, because it's been a roller coaster of an opening set on his serve. He's got game point to level this at 5 games all. Here on centre court, day 1 of the championships on the Wimbledon radio channel. The serve clips the net.
First service.
We'll do it all over again. They're into the 4th set on the number 1 court. Dedicated commentary, of course, of that one. And of course, all the action here. We'll be back tomorrow. Packed schedule again as we complete the opening round of matches. Ringdeknesh serves onto the backhand of Zverev. This isn't going over. So Artur gets through. We're at 5 games all now in the opening set here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world, including here with the Amex radios around the stadium. And I'm spying plenty of them around this centre court. So thank you for listening. And stay with us for the next 13 days. Well, I'm not sure how far the signal goes outside the stadium, but come back tomorrow anyway. Why not? Wait in the queue. You can listen to us on the app, on the website. We're everywhere. As the serve coming in. Ball blocked back by Ringdeknesh. It's going to fly long. Heavy, heavy serve. 136 mph or 218.8 kilometres per hour. Just got to carry the one rush.
The math.
Yeah. As we wait for the serve to come in. Backhand picked up by Ringdeknesh. Forehand at the middle of the court from Zverev. And the reply from Ringdeknesh goes long. And we're at 30 love.
30 love.
Zverev in the rally seems to start having the edge as the ball gets into play, but Ringdeknesh doing a fine job on his service games of getting himself out of trouble with a serve. Zverev been a bit more stable on his own service games outside that first service game.
Over 80% first serves into play, but not on this occasion. First serve into the net. Second serve. As we wait for it to come in. Second serve. Big forehand from Ringdeknesh, dug out by Zverev. He's now back behind the baseline, doesn't need to play the next ball. The backhand from the Frenchman into the net. It's 40 love.
Great pickup there from Zverev. Inside the baseline after a serve, Ringdeknesh took the ball pretty early. Had a half volley on the full swing from Zverev. Produced the error from Ringdeknesh.
The serve onto the forehand here, Ringdeknesh. Off forehand from Zverev, backhand from Ringdeknesh, defensive. He's back there again, playing another one at the middle of the court. Cross forehand from Zverev, controlling the point. And then he's pulled that wide, has Ringdeknesh. So that's a comfortable hold for Sasha Zverev. We're right at the business end of set number 1. And he's leading 6 games to 5, our 3rd seed here at the championships. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world as day 1 becomes night 1. Late night style here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Yeah, it's great though that we can be under the roof. The roof's giving us the opportunity to play in any of these conditions and play deeper into the night, letting some of these matches run longer. hopefully, might be tough to sneak this one all the way in. But what do you
I've got
spying?
messages come through on X, not Twitter, it's X. Why is it Twitter on here? At Wimbledon Radio. Can you shout out my friend Robert on his chemotherapy being successful and is here on centre court? Yes, we absolutely can do that. This is what it becomes, a late night request show here on the Wimbledon Radio channel, but we absolutely can do that. And congratulations are in order.
That's
absolutely
a big deal.
Big deal.
Fantastic news.
So consider that done. At Wimbledon Radio on Twitter. We've got all the other ones as well. radio@altc.com. We'll try and get to some of those along the way too. As the evening winds along. At least another hour and 20 minutes possible of play. But I think once we get close to that time, if required, we'll pick a reasonable time to stop. An even time to stop, if you like. But Arte Ringdiknesh wants to send this opening set to a tiebreaker. And the serve, on the backhand from Zverev, very close. Ringdiknesh, watching that for a fraction of a second, thinking he was going to drop in. It did not.
A bit casual on that. It was closer than it looked and did end up being long.
So he prepares again from the royal box end of centre court. And the serve to the backhand of Zverev. That goes long too.
30
So
love.
30 love. Oh, he'll be praying for an easy service game here. A more comfortable one anyway. See what he can do. Looking for tour level match win number 9 this season. Has been lean in that regard, but has picked up as the grass court season's gone along. This time he catches the ball toss, which was miles out in front. It was almost at the service line. Now he prepares, and this one, he's serving volleying, playing the low forehand volley, but Zverev's at the service line, plays a forehand straight through his opponent, and luckily Ringdiknesh got out of the way. The ball was long from Zverev. And it's 40 love. I think he was hoping that that was just going to hit him.
Yeah, he came forward. The first volley from Ringdiknesh was quite short. And Zverev had to go right through the middle. Legitimate play to go at the middle with pace, but got too much height on it, sailed quite long.
That's where you say good leave. As the serve here, he's volleying as well. Forehand volley into the ad court corner, but just pushed it long. It wasn't by much. The close call has come up on the screens. Oh, that's your almost your triple zoomer as well, I would say. Maybe between a double and a triple, not a quadruple. It's 40-15. Wasn't that close. As we wait now for the serve to come in. Ringdiknesh at 40-15 to send it to a tie break. The serve down the tee misses. Second serve. And this one, Zverev way back in the court. He waits, plays a backhand up the line. It's a shorter ball. Cross-court backhand, Ringdiknesh, great angle. Dug out by Zverev, but it goes wide. And indeed, we go to the first set tie break. And probably fitting, you'd have to say, the way the contest has gone.
Just about to say the same thing. It feels like the set was moving in this direction. Ringdiknesh really working hard in his own service games to level the field, serving from behind, gets himself into a tiebreaker. And now, generally you would say the advantage goes to the server, but both these men possess powerful serves as huge weapons, so.
As the serve comes in. Well, big forehand from Ringdiknesh. Now he gets a shorter ball. He plays it backing up the line. That's nicely done. Aggressive play. The forehand rolling to the net from Zverev. A mini break for Ringdiknesh at 1-0.
What a start for him in this tiebreaker. He's been trying to take that serve early all set long, and sometimes it takes a few reps of that for it to culminate. Connecting there and then absolutely lighting up a backhand. Gets the mini break.
It's just that little spark, isn't it? Just to get things going. He's been the one to sort of get the crowd involved and on his side. Let's see what he can do here, though. Mini break, the serve to the backhand of Zverev. That's not coming back. It's into the net, the return. It's 2-0 Ringdiknesh into this opening set.
And that out wide serve Been a useful tool for him. Big fist pump after that. Knows consolidating that mini break is an important step.
As the serve comes in. Onto the backhand of Zverev. And up the middle of the court goes Ringdiknesh. He's a bit out of position. Now he plays a backhand up the line. Zverev's forehand back up that line. Good backhand from Ringdiknesh. Here's the baseline. Now he throws in a drop shot again, and it's successful. Goodness me, he's off to a flyer in this opening set tie-break. It's 3-0 Ringdiknesh.
3-0.
I don't think if I'd call that a drop shot per se. It was a little bit of a short drive slice that landed well short in the court, skidded low, didn't come up, but the disguise is what won the point. Going from hard pace into that touch.
Wouldn't call it a drop shot?
That was borderline. He
Okay.
kind of punched it a little bit more. It's a little bit more of a volley almost.
Oh, we have to work on our terminology, see if he's going to keep playing those. Zverev under pressure. The serve blocked back by Ringdiknesh. Short ball. Zverev goes into the ad court. Lob from Ringdiknesh. He's in! Over the top of Zverev, who was racing back to try and play it. He might have had a play on it, but he didn't. It's 4-0 Ringdiknesh.
What a stunning lob to come up, especially at this moment. Ringdiknesh blocking the serve back, getting pressed back. With Zverev closing. If you can get over Zverev with the lob, you know you've hit a good one.
4-0 Ringdiknesh. Zverev serving. Blocked back by Ringdiknesh. It's not going to be in. It's up the line. It's wide. And so Ringdiknesh, the next 2 points on his serve. He leads 4-1 in the opening set tiebreak. The crowd has certainly had its money's worth today. And they're seeing a nice contest unfolding in this final match of the opening day of the championships for 2025. As Ringdiknesh prepares from the royal box end. And the serve to the forehand of Zverev, that's netted. And just the come on, you can hear that from Ringdiknesh. It's 5-1 in this opening set tiebreak as the players change ends.
Oh, certainly Ringdiknesh with the momentum at the moment. Just seeming to struggle from behind, facing break points all the way through the set. In a commanding position here in the tiebreaker.
As Ringdiknesh works to the far end from the royal box. And prepares in a very strong position, which is interesting considering the pressure he's been under on his serve throughout the set. But he's managed to find a way. Can he continue the advantage here? 5-1 in this opening set tiebreak. He prepares again. The serve to the forehand. Zverev. Backhand volley from Ringdiknesh. Zverev is there. He can't do much with that. Fortune favours the brave. Artur Ringdiknesh has a whole host of set points.
Yeah, well, gutsy move there. The serve and volley again coming in. Zverev just playing the ball up the middle. And Ringdiknesh with a beautiful backhand volley into the open court. Handful of set points now.
But he's been the aggressor. He's been the one going after it. Let's see what Zverev can do. He's got 5 set points he needs to contend with here. He needs to try and save. And the serve down the tee, blocked back by Ringdiknesh. Half-court ball, Zverev with the off forehand. Ringdiknesh back out the middle of the court, dug out by Zverev. A shorter ball. Up the line goes Ringdiknesh. He's playing a backhand volley. Zverev is there, cross court. So it's touched the racket of Ringdiknesh as he was diving across. He's full stretch, he's okay. And he went for it. If he had it connected, it would have been spectacular. In the end, it's 6-2 Ringdiknesh.
He closed extremely hard on that ball, Ringdiknesh, to try and take away that angle. And Zverev with an aggressive wrist flick to try and get it by him. Ringdiknesh laying it all out on the line with the dive.
4 more set points for Ringdiknesh. 2-6, Zverev serves. Backhand from Ringdiknesh into the net. So it'll be on his serve now, the next couple of points.
6-3, Ringdiknesh.
Let's see if he can get it done here. It's just the pressure starts to build just ever so slightly on him. The crowd enjoying it There's still plenty of fans here on centre court. 3 more set points for Ate Rintiknesh. The serve goes long. Now again, Zverev is going to give himself plenty of room. He's way back in the court. He's going to take a big swing at it. Second serve. Rintiknesh serves onto the backhand of Zverev, which goes cross court. Now he's playing a forehand Zverev at the middle of the court. Rintiknesh cross court forehand. Matched by Zverev, a deeper ball. Now Zverev can really step in on one. It goes cross court. Cross court forehands from both players. Now Rintiknesh will swing again. He plays it right on the baseline. And Zverev, he can't get it back. That's Rintiknesh, under all sorts of pressure on his serve, has found a way through. And he's taken the opening set, the world number 72, 7 games to 6.
Well, a great tiebreaker from Rintiknesh there, and I do believe that his performance in the tiebreaker was partly set up the way he played the entire set. He was down on his own service games, but on the return games, he maintained his aggression. He wasn't necessarily putting a dent in the Zverev serve throughout the set, but as he got closer into that tiebreaker, he connected on a couple returns, and that made a big, big difference. He was more assured of himself, the aggressor. He wanted to take the game to Zverev, and Zverev just couldn't respond. And as a result, Rintiknesh comes out with that first set.
On a day of upsets, could another one be brewing here? Rintiknesh, the first set, 7 games to 6. So there you go. Right, but it is. I mean, the fact that it, again, we saw this similar to what happened with Daniel Medvedev today. If you get that player who just, I think you said earlier in the day on the Wimbledon radio channel that Rintiknesh can be up and down, but he can go on a bit of a streak, and he can just go and take control of things, and that's what we saw here. He didn't hold back, but it was a lot of control, and I love the fact that he was getting into the net. He's 9 of 12 net points won so far for the match.
Yeah, and he's had to come up with some good volleys to earn that percentage. So Zverev has challenged him, but he's done well on the volleys, and I think if you're Zverev, you know, there is the veteran aspect. You can say, okay, I can weather a storm. You know, he's going to play this level. Can he maintain that? Can he serve as well as he did? What did he serve in that first set? 70% first serve percent. Pretty high percentage. You know, if he falls off that a little bit, does Zverev have a better look at getting into the Rintiknesh serve? So, you know, he may be looking at this thinking, all right, I've weathered the storm a little bit. I've got to stick to my game. I think we'd like to see him step up and challenge Rintiknesh by coming forward. I think that not just for this match, but for his ability going forward deep into this tournament, he's going to need that skill set.
It'd be very unlikely for us to finish tonight. So then you have the dynamic of them coming back tomorrow.
Yep.
Second match on during the day, because that may change the complexion too. Have to make hay while the sun shines if you are to Rintiknesh as he serves. Big forehand from Zverev goes long on the return.
15 love.
15 love.
And this first game of the second set after that kind of a tiebreaker for Rintiknesh, really important for him to get off on a good start.
As the serve here, backhand picked up by Zverev. Oh, it's landed in. The return is so acute an angle, it just got over. Rintiknesh was coming forward anyway.
15 all.
It's caught the edge of the line. A little bit of luck there for Sasha. It's 15 all.
I caught him by surprise for Rintiknesh, I believe. He was coming forward. He didn't really make an effort to the ball. Thought maybe it was going to sail wide. It did find the line.
So we wait for the serve to come in. Onto the backhand here. Oh, he's done it again, Terry. Stand and deliver sort of stuff. A block backhand into his body. He's created another great angle. This time the other way. It's 15-30.
Well, a little bit of rhythm, that ball going into the body, but Zverev stepping out of the way, redirecting that backhand inside out.
So 15-30. The serve comes in. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. And we wait for this serve to come in from Rintiknesh at 15-30. Take 2 on the ball toss. He's starting to catch those now. As this serve onto the off forehand of Zverev. They go forehand to forehand at the middle of the court. Zverev will now play a backhand cross court. Cross-court backhand from Ringdicknesh. Backhand to backhand, they go all top spun. Now Zverev having to switch to a cross forehand. Forehand takes the net again from Ringdicknesh, looking to go up the line. It has a look and drops over again. At the end of this match, he's probably going to take that net, wrap it up and take it home.
Yeah, Zverev taking a quick look at its box, just saying, how can that happen again? That one again, just like the one earlier in the match, just hitting the net tape and dying completely. Zero play for Zverev.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Into the nets. Second serve. Ringdicknesh serves onto the forehand as Zverev. It's into the net again on the return.
40-30.
So 40-30. Opening game, second set. The first set going to Ringdicknesh in the tiebreak. And on the number one court, on serve, 4 games all, fourth set, Fritz and Pesci Pericard. So still the 2 matches going on day number 1 of the championships. As the serve coming in. Goes long. Second serve. And this serve, big off forehand, or more of a conventional forehand from Zverev in the end. They pluck the middle of the court, backhand into the net from Ringdicknesh. And the again under pressure on his serve. It's a similar pattern to what we saw in the opening set.
And this one, you know, he's just won the first set tiebreaker. Want to lead off in that second set. You don't want to give up that momentum immediately. So Zverev trying to claw himself ahead early in this second set.
So, prepares again. Ringdicknesh. He's had good success with the wide serve, and the serve onto the forehand of Zverev. He read it nicely. Now comes up the line as Ringdicknesh. Put up by Zverev. Oh, that's beautiful again from Ringdicknesh. The ball almost dropping at his shoelaces at the net, and he has no problem with the backhand volley dropper.
Yeah, that was a stunning backhand volley. Zverev racing to the other side of the court and hitting a slice that just dove down at his feet. Ringdicknesh getting down low, great racket face open, and laying that ball into the court.
As we wait now for the serve, blocked back by Zverev. Half-court ball, drop shot again from Ringdicknesh. Zverev, does he get there? He does, but he can't do much with it. And again, Ringdicknesh gets himself out of trouble. He holds in the opening game of the second set.
Yeah, as you said,
First game.
a lot of his service games in the first set looking like that, but he continues to find the answer. I will note that there was just a slight change from Zverev there. Most of the time on those second serves, as you noted earlier, he was moving way back in the court. There were a couple instances where he saw a second serve. He tried to take it earlier. He wasn't successful, but I think that if he can find his rhythm on that and challenge Ringdicknesh as far as his return with different looks and maybe taking the ball early every now and then, he can get into his second serve a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be some sort of change up. But the question is also Zverev. I mean, his first serve percentage is excellent at the moment. He's humming along nicely. Apart from that wobble in the opening game, he's found his rhythm. Can Ringdicknesh upset that? Serve down the tee here from Zverev. He's serving from the Royal box end. This magnificent centre court under lights. The roof is closed. Of course it is. It's almost 10 o'clock. Second serve, the serve onto the forehand of Ringdicknesh. Played it awkwardly. Up the line goes Zverev. Cross-court backhands from Ringdicknesh. Big forehand from Zverev. He goes cross-court forehand again. Blocked back by Ringdicknesh. Almost just trying to drop that ball over again. With the forehand slice, it didn't work. It's 15-love.
15-love.
Zverev went back behind Ringdicknesh, and he sort of got wrong-footed. Had to reach for that awkward forehand. Couldn't find the court.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Onto the backhand of Ringdicknesh. Boy, that's solid in the ad-court corner. He gets a short reply, then drops the ball in short. Zverev comes in up the line with the slice, but puts it into the net. And Ringdicknesh had followed that ball in, so he would have covered off the volley. It's 15-all.
And Ringdicknesh is using the short part of the court well. He's been pressing forward effectively. Incredible volleys, so he's keeping Zverev back, and that opens up that short part of the court. He's used it well today.
So we wait now for this serve to come in. The serve is an ace out wide. Had some nice heat on it as well. Was only 123 or 197.9.
Yeah, but that was so far short inside the box. Such an acute angle. No chance. That was an untouchable serve.
As we wait now for the serve. Ball blocked back by Ringdiknesh. Short ball. Zverev goes up the line, the backhand. Ringdiknesh is there. He's hit the cross-court pass nicely. He read the play well with Zverev bearing down, and he did a good job just to cover it off. It's 30-all.
Yeah, Zverev taking the backhand down the line into the open court, but he himself was outside the court, had to scramble to try and get back some position, and Ringdiknesh guessing right, cross-court pass landing.
10 o'clock and all's well in London town as the serve. Down the tee's an ace.
40-30.
It's 40-30. Just catching the edge of the line. The crowd hushed on centre court. 1 hour and 7 on the match clock. As Zverev looking to get on the board in this second set, in the second game. The serve. Down the tee, missing. Now, let's see what Ringdiknesh does here on this second ball. This time he's going to stay back. He's been up on the baseline for most of the opening set on the Zverev second serve. This time he hangs back. And he waits, and he'll hit a backhand up the line. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Big forehand at the line from Ringdiknesh. Back that way from Zverev, blocked by Ringdiknesh into the nets.
James Zverev.
And so we're 1 game all in set number 2. And the countdown clock is on. We've got 59 minutes of possible play remaining.
Exactly.
Well, exactly. It
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
well, sorry, 58.
Yeah, it's changed.
It's 10:02 now.
There you go.
Or 7:02 in the morning in Melbourne. Or if you're driving home in the US. Wherever you are, this is the Wimbledon radio channel. We're everywhere. It's 5-all, by the way, on the number 1 court. About to be 6-5 for Pechi Pericard. Pericard, I should say. No, Pericard, what am I saying? As the serve. Down the tee's an ace.
15
Nice heat on that one. 134 or 215.6. Well, that's one of the things, good things about not having lines, people. They didn't have to duck out of the way of that one.
That one would hurt.
The serve into the net. That one almost rolls back to where Ringdiknesh was standing. Such was the heaviness of the serve. Second serve, way back in the court is Zverev. He's going to play this backhand cross court. Big forehand switch from Ringdiknesh, and the forehand goes long from Zverev.
30 love.
It's 30 love.
Yeah, it's just a difficult position to try and create from. Zverev way back from the base on the return. Hits a quality return, but Ringdiknesh has a lot of time to see it. Takes it early and puts Zverev under pressure again.
Let's wait for the serve to come in. Ringdiknesh down the tee. Backhand picked up by Zverev. An awkward ball at the service line. Dropped over by Ringdiknesh. The touch is sublime. He was out of position. He was around the service line. He just touched it over. And Zverev was trying to get forward. Couldn't get there.
Yeah, it was great court sense because he was actually in trouble in that point. Just sensing that Zverev was hanging back a little bit. Catching that ball slightly behind him, but great touch.
The serve here picked up by Zverev. Backhand volley is sharp into the net from Ringdiknesh. It was travelling at a pace.
40-15.
And that's the thing. He's so quick to get there. His desire to get there that he just couldn't slow down enough.
Yeah, and that was a quality return from Zverev as well. Getting down below the shins, forcing him to absorb that pace and also clear the net.
So Ringdiknesh, the serve. Down the tee's another ace. And that's a nice hole for Artur. It's 6 aces for the match for him, and we're on serve. It's 2-1 in the second set. The Wimbledon radio channel. Our centre court service for you tonight as time continues to tick. I suspect we may have the remainder of this set to see us out for the evening.
Not that, as you mentioned, if we are going to extend, which it looks most likely that we will into tomorrow, how we leave today will be very important. Another day coming out, the momentum that anybody has coming out of today gets somewhat dissipated coming into another day.
Well, and the other thing is the conditions are different too, because it'll be the middle of the day, 33 Celsius expected. Another, well, they call it hot over here. I'll say warm to hot day.
Okay.
In the capital. And then a bit of rain, light rain coming on Wednesday, 23 Celsius, then back up to 25, 26. And a milder weekend and into next week too, although it is looking the early forecast like it will be quite the warm day or set of days heading into the finals weekend. But we're taking it one day at a time. Just like the players take it one match at a time, we take it one day at a time here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Well, the tennis that we're getting to see at the moment is enough to engage our interest. Don't have to look too far ahead. This is when we wait a whole year to start up again, and we are here now.
Is this your pencil?
It is.
Right. It was on the floor.
Oh, well, thank you.
Happy to help pick it up for you. You don't miss a second of the action on the Wimbledon radio channel. They're 30 all in game number 12 on the number 1 court in set number 4. Meanwhile, here it is Zverev serving from the far end, and a nice little play, good cross-court backhand winner from Zverev to go to 15 love.
Good backhand from Zverev, but Rinderknecht is getting a bit better read on the serve. He's getting some balls back in play.
So we wait now for the serve. And Rinderknecht traps it nicely near the baseline. He's scurrying to the juice court, plays a forehand up the line, but into the net.
30
It's 30 love. It was a sharp return, but Zverev was up to the challenge.
I picked it up right off the baseline. Rinderknecht on the dead run, realizing that he wasn't going to get back into the court, goes for broke. Did not get the let court that just fell over that time for him.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Ball blocked back by Rinderknecht. Can't do much. It goes to the official who
40 love.
is sitting in the spot where pretty much they would call the service line from here, but of course not the case this year. Explain why the officials are there in a sec. 40 love for Zverev as he serve onto the forehand of Rinderknecht up the middle of the court. Now in the ad court, Zverev goes. The backhand up the line long from Rinderknecht. Two games all in the second set. So the officials are still here. There's about 80 or so officials. A couple of reasons. One, if the system electronics fails, we'll have a line calling judges. But also, you need officials for different things, like if players go to the bathroom. Official follows them to make sure nothing untoward happens, and just to assist the umpire too in things like getting the new tennis balls out and things like that. So you still need to have some officials here on site, and we certainly do at the championships.
Let first service.
Rinderknecht first serve, clips the tape. 0.1 of game 5, second set. And 52 minutes on the clock. There's another first serve coming in here. Rinderknecht, the serve. Onto the backhand, serve as he works that forehand up the line. Rinderknecht is playing the backhand. An error from Zverev, though. That was a big regulation up the middle of the court. He nets it. It's 15 love.
And some signs of frustration. Seen a few peaks at that from Zverev today. A couple times where he's missed a ball that he feels is fairly routine.
There's the serve. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. And we wait for this ball to come in. Onto the forehand of Zverev. And Rinderknecht playing the backhands now. Backhands they go. Oh, another one from Rinderknecht. Come on. It takes the net, just falls over.
30.
Hands on hips from Zverev going, you've got to be kidding me. What sort of net is this? Because that's the third time I've been dudded by it.
Absolutely. That is that is very unkind, the net to Zverev today so far.
Not just a dead net court, a cremated net court. As the serve here from Rinderknecht, the serve onto the forehand of Zverev. Rinderknecht going the other way. Nice 1-2 play, cross-court backhand winner.
40
and he goes to 40 love.
Well, Rinderknecht putting that wide serve to good effect on the deuce side, stretching out Zverev. It's been a play he's used quite a few times. Gets the open court, he stays right up on the baseline, just directs it to the open court.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Onto the forehand of Zverev, I should say.
leads by 3 games to 2.
And it's on serve, 3-2. Ringdiknesh in the second set, and Ringdiknesh took the opening set 7 games to 6. We are 1 hour and 16 minutes into this contest here on the Wimbledon radio channel. On the number 1 court, Giovanni Pesci Pericard has a 4-1 4-set tiebreak lead over Taylor Fritz.
That was when that draw came out. I think everyone took a double take at that. Fritz playing
a little gasp
well enough, but Pesci Pericard just a dangerous person on these courts. Huge serve, played well here last year. He's just be very difficult to get into any kind of rhythm, and he is now up 5-1 in that breaker against Taylor Fritz.
Ooh, the Eastbourne champion. Maybe the curse of Eastbourne. Won it 4 times. Yeah, we'll talk about tennis players' favourite word, tough. And that certainly is for what those two are battling out there. That match originally scheduled for the number 2 court was moved number 1 court to get it through. I think there's only one match that's had the cancelled put through it, which means we're in very good shape after day number 1. But we continue on here. 49 minutes to go before the official cutoff. Let's see where it takes us. As Zverev prepares. Royal box end. He serves down the tee, misses. Second serve. Ringdiknesh way back behind the baseline, meters behind the baseline for this second ball. He'll wait. Serve, big forehand to the Zverev forehand. It's a shorter reply. Off forehand from Ringdiknesh. Dug out by Zverev into the ad court. Drop shot from Ringdiknesh. Coming forward is Zverev up the line. Ringdiknesh goes back behind Zverev with the backhand ball into the nets. He just stuck the racket out. It wasn't convincing at all, and it's love 15.
Well, Ringdiknesh did a nice job drawing Zverev forward. He's exploiting him at the net when he gets him there. Zverev not able to get that split step in. Ball behind him, and he just takes a sort of a feeble stab at the volley.
Raj with a very good coaching note. Always split step. Get that split step in. There's the serve. Zverev serves. Backhand from Ringdiknesh. It goes beyond the baseline. The return, it's 15 all.
15 all. And again, Ringdiknesh missing that return, but still trying to take it early, still trying to be offensive, and feels like he's just honing his read on that serve by staying consistent about his approach.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Ball blocked back here by Ringdiknesh. A half-court ball and just played up the middle of the court really in the end from Zverev, but he'd wrong-footed his opponent by then. It's 30-15.
Well, Zverev holding that backhand. He's got that big shoulder turn, held it just a split second. Ringdiknesh having to commit to one side or the other and made the backhand cross court, well, like you said, more up the middle of the court, look easy.
So prepares again. The serve coming in. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. Taking plenty of time on this second ball. Again, Ringdiknesh miles from the baseline. And the serve. To the forehand of Ringdiknesh, short ball. Zverev goes off forehand into the winner. And the corner gets it done.
40,
it's 40-15. Chance at 3-all now in the second set. By the way, 5 points all now in that 4-set tiebreak. Fritz has come back in the breaker. Number 1 court, maybe Pesci Pericard just a little nervous getting to the finish line. A serve here, big from, wow, Ringdiknesh. That was a huge return. It was nowhere near going in. And it's 3 games all in set number 2.
3 games all.
Clock keeps ticking. Tick, 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 tick. 46 minutes to go.
Zverev has had numerous opportunities, whether they be break points or just leads and windows of opportunities on the Ringdiknesh serve, but Rindic has done a great job of digging himself out of trouble with some excellent serving and some great net play as well.
Yep, agree. As the serve here from Rindic from the far end. Ball onto the forehand as Zverev dug as a half volley by Rindic into the ad-court corner. Cross-court backhand. Zverev up the line from Rindic and that forehand was a little limp from Zverev. His hands on his hips. He's looking around for. Is he asking the umpire for... I'm not sure what he's saying. I think they were looking for a let call, which didn't come. So everyone had stopped. Well, the players were saying that they both had stopped.
Yeah, and that's an interesting situation because Rindic actually conceded he as well thought it was a let. But they play on.
Well, it's 15 love. There's the serve coming in. Backhand picked up here by Zverev. Up the line goes wide, and that won't improve his mood at all as he looks to his team now. He's at the Royal Box end. Father taking pole position as part of the entourage. Been with him all the way through his career. 30 love as Rindic serving. And the serve down the tees and ace.
40 love.
Nice rhythm on the serve now. Up to 7 aces for the match. 72% first serves into play. 78% points won on the first ball. 67 on the second serve. Still good going.
Yeah.
Game points. The serve is an ace. Oh, he's running to the chair as well. Is Artur Rindic.
Rindic leads by 4 games.
And it's 4 games to 3. We continue on serve.
By 1 set.
And surprise, surprise on the number 1 court.
Oh, wow.
Taylor Fritz has turned it into a 5th set battle. I wonder whether they're going to play on. What are we being asked here? Hello. What's the question that you've just been asked?
Would you like a beverage?
Well, like a beverage?
Yes.
I would,
not an adult beverage.
Oh, well, then no's the answer.
Yeah, okay.
No. Thank you, though. Appreciate the offer. Are you getting a beverage?
Just a glass of water.
Okay. That can be arranged.
Yeah.
It's a lot of resources going into that. Do that. Mine needs to be stronger. Anyway, so he had plenty of opportunities in Pesci Pericard. We were just watching the scores ticking over. Of course, dedicated commentary on the number 1 court. Are they continuing on? I think they're having a discussion with the officials there as to whether they continue or not for the evening or whether they come back tomorrow. So if you want to find out how that resolves itself, flick over to the other channels. Because they'll be able to tell you what's going on. But it seems that a long discussion is being had there. But we'll focus on here on our dedicated commentary, of course, throughout the championships on centre court. Barbora Krejcikova to start us off tomorrow, not before 1:30 against Alexandra Ayala. As we've got a quick racket change for Rindic. He's forgotten. Then Alexandra Mula will take on Novak Djokovic. And Diana Yastremska will take on Coco Gauff. And presumably we'll have the conclusion of this match as well. As we wait now for the serve. Forehand picked up by Rindic. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Rindic, well, he was racing across to that ad court. He did get a racket to it, but the backhand rolls to the net. It's 15 love.
That was a great serve by Zverev, but Rindic is really starting to pick up on those patterns. He was there on the full stretch, hitting an aggressive return down the line. Probably a little bit more towards the center than he wanted.
So we wait now for Zverev at 3-4 in the second set. Discussions still continue on the number 1 court, by the way. There's a serve down the tee from Zverev, 30 love. I suspect, Raj, that the discussions would have been had between these two before the match actually got underway. And certainly, as we said, when the players were waiting just outside the centre court just to walk on, they did get a word in their ear to say, look, this is the scenario, this is what we're going to be rolling with. 30 love, Zverev serves. Down the tee, ball picked up here, short from Rindic, and a good short angled back forehand winner from Zverev. It's 40 love.
Zverev well inside the court there, but incredible racket hit speed to generate the spin, to take that ball off the court with a short forehand. Just flipping that racket head to generate tremendous spin.
There's the serve. Ball out wide and missing. Second serve. The serve, backhand, cross court, and now up the line goes a Ringlitnesh back up that line with a forehand. He almost stuck the landing. He was out of position. But all's well that ends well for Zverev. It's 4 games all.
Zverev holding comfortably there. I have to give Ringlitnesh real credit when you're playing.
Let first service.
So we're at 4 games all in this second set. And Ringlitnesh serving from the raw box end. The serve. One of the forehand of Zverev. A dropper again from Ringlitnesh, but Zverev's up to the challenge. He plays it up the line, but he pushes it wide. He had the court open. Ringlitnesh had gone the other way. He didn't need to be as precise as what he was. It's 15-love.
Well, there's been a few of those sort of loose errors from the Zverev racket. That one would have given him a 15-love lead there. Very routine forehand. He was quite astonished himself that he didn't find the court with it.
So 15-love. Ringlitnesh serves down the tee, misses. 1 hour and 27 minutes on court. 39 minutes of available play remaining. The serve onto the forehand as they're picked up by Ringlitnesh. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. He's pushed that wide too. It's 30-love, and we've just seen the last couple of service games, Raj, from Ringlitnesh somewhat more comfortable for the Frenchman.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's serving well. I don't know that he served a lot better. We're just seeing a few looser balls off the Zverev racket. Here, 2 errors to start the game.
As we wait for the serve. Forehand, he's back on the serve and volley. The low backhand volley was awkward for Ringlitnesh. He pushed it wide. Good return from Zverev. It's 30-15. That's part of the reason he's able to do that is because that ball toss is so far out in front. Ringlitnesh, because there's not a lot of time to react, you might as well go forward. Particularly if he's feeling the rhythm right now. 30-15, 4-all second set. Ringlitnesh taking the first 7-6 as the serve. Onto the backhand of Zverev. He puts it into the nets. And it's 40-15.
Yeah, serving from Ringlitnesh still being solid. Not necessarily as many clean service aces or winners in the recent games, but still effective.
So 40-15. The serve. Backhand picked up by Zverev. It was awkward again. It was a body serve effective from Ringlitnesh. He holds 5 games to 4 now in this second set. 1 hour and 29 minutes on court here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world. This is centre court action as we continue to complete day number 1.
Day 1. And I just have to note, give Ringlitnesh some real credit. He's just kept the energy level up. Oftentimes, you have a dramatic end to a first set. He comes through in the tiebreaker after struggling on his own serve throughout the set. And you can just have a little momentary lapse that can just let a set get away from you. And to his credit, he hasn't necessarily put big dents in the Zverev serve in this set, but he's maintained his energy level. He's constantly sort of urging himself on. And I think that's been critical to him staying close with Zverev in the set, being able to have the opportunity to be ahead towards the end of this set.
Well,
Time.
He's not messing about, is Sasha Zverev. He's already out from the chair at the royal box end. But Ringlitnesh will not be rushed. And fair enough too, when you're in this position in the match. Oh, bye, Sue. Sue's leaving us just all on our own, on our lonesome. Do you want me to? I'll take the iPad if you like. You'll get all the messages coming through from around the world saying, bye, Sue. See you tomorrow, Sue. Goodbye. means the channel is all ours. Here we go, Zverev serving, ball into the backhand of Ringdiknesh. Good return. Cross-court backhands from both players. Zverev going with a bit more depth, dug out by Ringdiknesh. Big off forehand from Zverev. Ringdiknesh going up the line, blocked back by Zverev. It sits up. Ringdiknesh goes to the ad court. Zverev full stretch. Ringdiknesh coming to the net, playing a high forehand volley. Just dropped it over again. It's effective, and it is love 15.
Ringdiknesh playing some excellent tennis. They're driving a backhand down the line deep in the court, followed by another forehand that touches the baseline. Just unbelievable depth. That's setting up that short volley for the winner.
Of course, I did get the iPad that has all that information from Sue, but I don't know actually know how to use it. As the serve here, ball blocked back here by Ringdiknesh. Forehand from Zverev, cross-court backhand from Ringdiknesh. He's in that ad corner. He plays another one to the Zverev backhand this time. Off forehand from Ringdiknesh. Zverev just in that corner. Now he switches to the juice court. It's a cross-court forehand. Big forehand! Lovely from Ringdiknesh! He'd had enough of that rally, and he went bang! It's love 30. He's making his move right now.
Well, he injected a lot of pace, and that was evidence from the large grunt that came out. Huge strike. Definitely not holding back, taking his chances. Up love 30 in this game.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Zverev under pressure. The serve onto the backhand. Ringdiknesh gets it back. Zverev coming forward. Ringdiknesh going up the line, but into the nets. It would have been an awkward backhand volley for Zverev. He doesn't need to hit it. It's 15-30.
Zverev coming forward, applying some pressure. This is what critical for him to be able to have that as some aspect of his offense on top of the ground strokes that he possesses.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. And ball blocked back by Ringdiknesh. It's at the service line. Zverev's there. Cross-court forehand winner. The +1 successful. And we're at 30 all. Hello to Britt, who's listening in eastern North Dakota. It's the most wonderful time of the year. We agree.
You figured it out, have you?
Well, sort of. Tennis theme playlist. Neelan, hello to you. Well, giving us a playlist as well. What music would we play in between? Ivo from Bulgaria is here on centre court. Ball, wow, the lovely serve from Zverev. Ringdiknesh get a racket to it, but he couldn't do much with it.
40-30.
It's 40-30. Loving the expertise and the banter. Listening, look right, halfway between you and the Royal Box. Ivo is here, listening with an Amex radio, no doubt.
Well, hello.
Hello to you. We'll just, we'll look for you in a sec, but let's keep our eyes on the play, because can Zverev get out of trouble here? He's served down the tee, misses. Hello, Red Sox Devil as well, regular correspondent across all the radios. Listening in Perth or in Western Australia. Second serve, Ringdiknesh, big forehand in the Zverev backhand. He digs that out. An off forehand from Ringdiknesh. Slice backhand defensive from Zverev. Now he get a forehand. He'll play that up the line. Cross-court backhand from Ringdiknesh is shorter. Big backhand from Zverev. Up the line goes at Ringdiknesh. Now he's playing a cross-court forehand. Zverev is there, covers it off. Ringdiknesh back in that direction. Zverev going in that direction as well. Big up the line from Ringdiknesh. Dug out by Zverev. A shorter ball. Drop shot from Ringdiknesh. Coming forward, Zverev. He plays up the line, but into the nets. That is an encapsulation of what we've seen across these two sets. It's juice.
Well, huge power from Ringdiknesh throughout that rally. Zverev doing well to track a lot of those balls down, but just huge firepower from Ringdiknesh and capping it off with just a bit of touch after he pressed Zverev back deep into the court. And again, Ringdiknesh shaking that racket in his hand, urging himself on. Critical moment.
Oh, I've got that working now too. Excellent. All right, well, let's wait for this serve to come in. There's the serve. Oh, it's an ace. It's down the tee. It's a pressure release for Zverev. He goes to advantage, point for 5 all.
Also calm, cool, and collected there. Big serve down the tee. Like another one here to level the set.
As we wait for the serve to come in. And the serve blocked back by Ringdiknesh into the ad court. Cross-court backhand from Zverev, matched by Ringdiknesh. Up the line goes Zverev. He's gone wide, though. Ringdiknesh was quickly across to the juice court to try and play that ball. And we are back at juice.
Yeah, the trusty Zverev backhand just missing the mark there. Trying to guide it up the line, didn't even hit it huge, just tried to redirect it, but veered wide.
As we wait now for this ball to come in from Zverev. Game number 10, set number 2. As the serve, oh, take 2 on the ball toss. We'll keep your messages coming through for as long as this match has got left for day number 1. The serve is down the tee, missing. Send us an email, radio@aeltc.com. radio@aeltc.com, or on Twitter/X @Wimbledon Radio. It's all I've got in front of me at the moment, folks. I don't know how to handle the other ones. I've got to call the match as well, as I do now. Zverev, big from Ringdiknesh, dug out by Zverev, short ball. Coming in is Ringdiknesh. He's going to play the backhand volley. No, he's not, because the forehand from Zverev goes wide. And now, all of a sudden, we have a set point for Artur Ringdiknesh.
Well, he lined up for that return deep in the court, but snuck in as Zverev hit the second serve. Coming in behind a sharp slice backhand. Just too much for Zverev to come up with any kind of a pass. And here we are at set point for a 2-set-to-love lead.
Well, this will be huge for Artur Ringdiknesh. Zverev prepares again from the royal box. He's facing a set point as the serve to the forehand of Ringdiknesh. Backhand from Zverev goes cross-court. Ringdiknesh into the nets. Into the nets. We go back to juice and the tension rises.
Well, that one near the top of the tape. Zverev breathing a sigh of relief. He's seen some of those let courts fall over. This one not making it. Back to deuce.
Hello to Liz in Utah. Grateful for the one match that is still in play. Vishal, listening in India, 3 a.m. We're everywhere on the Wimbledon radio channel. As Zverev serves, an ace out wide.
Advantage, Zverev.
An ace out wide. Boy, they've come in handy in this game. He's up to 9 for the match. A game point. And a hush over the crowd. Still plenty of fans here on a warm night in London. 25 Celsius at the moment. The serve onto the backhand of Ringdiknesh, but you heard the call. Second serve. Ringdiknesh again, just way back in the court. That's been the modus operandi in set number 2 for the Frenchman as the serve. Onto the forehand of Ringdiknesh. He hammers that ball. Good block backhand from Zverev. And the forehand into the net from Ringdiknesh. That was a battle. It's 5 games all now in the second set.
Yeah, and that was the first sort of roar of positive emotion from Zverev, clenching both fists, letting out a bit of a scream, just trying to get himself up for this.
Hello to George here on centre court. George is here on centre court, presumably listening with an Amex radio. Make sure you pick him up if you come into the championships. Hello, George, who's here with us. We're one big happy family tonight on the Wimbledon radio channel. As Ringdiknesh serves out wide, the forehand goes long from Zverev. And it's 15 love. Reminder, our coverage gets underway. 9 o'clock London time tomorrow morning. So that's about 10.5 hours from now, wherever you are around the world. As the serve, big forehand picked up by Zverev. Up the line is Ringdiknesh. He's coming in playing a backhand volley. Zverev's going to get there and dig one out as a lob. It just goes beyond the baseline. And it's 30 love.
Just seeing some great volleys off the Ringdiknesh racket. That one higher up, but he's able to knife it so that it stayed short. Plenty of backspin, underspin on it. Keep it low.
As we wait for the serve, onto the forehand is Zverev. That one's going cross-court and
40
wide. The
love.
return, it's 40 love. This is exactly what Ringdiknesh wants. Get through this service game, put more pressure on the Zverev serve. Game points as Ringdiknesh prepares. The serve's ace out wide. And Ringdiknesh takes a 6-5 lead in set number 2. He's already a set to the good. Our final match for broadcast on a big day 1 on the Wimbledon radio channel live around the world.
That was a big serve out wide from Ringdiknesh, and it sets him up in this game to have a little bit of breathing room, take a couple cuts at these returns, especially if he sees a second. Try to be aggressive and really pressure Zverev, knowing that if Zverev is to hold, worst case scenario, into a tiebreaker, and he's been serving well.
Just letting you know the intended order of play for tomorrow. Just repeating on centre court, Barbora Krejcikova as our defending champion. First up on centre court, the 17th seed taking on Alexandra Ayala, the Philippines, who's having quite the season. Finalist in Eastbourne last week. And Alexandra Muller will take on Novak Djokovic. Diana Yastremska will take on Coco Gauff. On the number 1 court, Yannick Sinner will take on Luca Nardi. And then it'll be Petra Kvitova playing her final Wimbledon Championships against Emma Navarro, the 10th seed. And then Jack Draper will play Sebastian Baez. The seeded players on court 2, on the number 2 court, Jessica Pegula, Lorenzo Musetti, Iga Swiatek, and Ben Shelton. Full order of play, of course, available on Wimbledon.com and via the Wimbledon app. You won't miss a second of the action tomorrow here on the Wimbledon radio channel. But action continuing. Zverev serving from the far end to the forehand of Ringdiknesh. That forehand return goes long. It's 15 love.
15 love.
So as we wait for this ball to come in, Zverev serving to force this to a tie break. The serve out wide. Ringdiknesh gets a racket to it. Amazingly lands in. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Big forehand from Ringdiknesh. Landed almost near the baseline. It caught Zverev out. He played it as a volley. That's how out of position he was to try and play it. It's 15 all.
Yeah, that return just somehow finding the course. Just a stab from Ringdiknesh and came back across the court and ripped a forehand with great depth. Zverev caught inside the baseline. No real play on that one.
The serve here down the tee from Zverev, missing. Second serve. At 15 all. 5-6 second set. As the serve to the backhand of Ringdiknesh up the middle of the court. Now good cross-court backhand from Zverev. It's effective. The backhand reply from Ringdiknesh up the line is into the net. It's 30-15. Question coming in, will the match be suspended after this set? I would suggest yes would be the answer now, particularly if we go to the tie break. They have to clear the stadium, of course. As the serve here from Zverev into the net. Adds a bit of extra spice if he could maybe jag the set here, Zverev. 1 set all, coming back tomorrow. After Ringdiknesh held the balance of power. Let's see. Second serve, Ringdiknesh, big forehand. He ran around to play it. And he pushed it well long. It's 40-15.
Ringdiknesh committing fully there, running around the backhand, way outside the court. Knew he had to go for the big shot. Blasted it well long, though.
As we wait now for the serve. Big from Ringdiknesh on the return. Now he's scurrying into the ad court, just plays a low ball. Zverev coming forward, forehand volley up the line. Ringdiknesh gets that back, but Zverev has plenty of time. He guides the volley into the open court. The first set went to a tie break, and that's exactly what we're getting in the second set. The final act of day number 1 of the championships.
Well, it seems again like the appropriate place to be as this set has grown.
And Nikki and Chris McCourts, Andy, where you are right now. We're here listening to you, been listening all day. We're up in the gods, but appreciate it during the hot time of the day. Please give us a mention. Consider it done. So it will be Artur Ringdiknesh to get this tiebreak underway. The serve onto the backhand of Zverev. Lands in the baseline. Forehand cross from Ringdiknesh. Now he's playing a backhand cross court. Zverev's there. Backhand to backhand they go. Now Zverev will lean into a forehand to the Ringdiknesh forehand. It's into the ad court corner. Cross court backhand from Zverev. He'll play it off forehand now. Ringdiknesh full stretch. Half court ball for Zverev to go cross court with a forehand. Dug out by Ringdiknesh, but only into the nets. And the mini break this time to open up the tie break, going to Zverev at 1-0.
And that point, Zverev dictating that point with depth. He was further up in the court, pushing Ringdiknesh deeper into the court until he finally succumbed on that forehand side. Zverev with the early mini break. Certainly wants to keep his nose out in front here.
It is 1-0 for Zverev. It's 1% for my iPad in front of me. What's going to last longer as the serve going long. Do you ever get that sort of anxiety or that tension? You're looking at that 1% thinking, oh.
We can plug you in.
I think the charge is gone with Sue. It's 1-0, but thank you for all your messages across all our social media platforms. We are reading all of them, even if we don't necessarily get to them all on air, but keep them coming through. It's the serve onto the backhand of Ringdiknesh cross court. Now he'll play a forehand, come in Ringdiknesh. He doesn't need to play the other ball because way back in the court, the forehand into the net from Zverev. It is 1 point all, second set tie break.
Well, a smart play there from Ringdiknesh, approaching straight through the middle with Zverev so deep in the court. So difficult to create an angle and enough pace to pass you from there.
Heading up to 10:41. 1 point all, second set tie break. The serve is excellent from Zverev down the tee. Ringdiknesh gets a racket to it, can't do anything with it. It's 2-1. We're on serve in this second set tie break.
Trading the mini breaks, but back on serve now. Ringdiknesh waits for these balls to get transferred to the other side. He's going to have a look at all of them to see which one would be the freshest of the lot. Get that extra 1% on the first serve.
Hello to Cody. Not happy that we're not going to finish the match tonight, but come back tomorrow. We'll be on tomorrow. You ever get your drink, by the way?
Oh.
There's the serve. There's an ace! There's an ace for Ringdiknesh. It's 2 points all.
2-0.
Well, I think I'll be okay. I didn't get it yet, but I'm sure they're working on it. Meanwhile, Ringdiknesh with a huge serve down the tee.
Don't want you passing out through dehydration. Meanwhile, 2 points all. Second set tie break. As the serve comes in. To the forehand here is Zverev. Ringdiknesh going the other way, and Zverev, he gets there, just gets a racket to it, can't do anything with that either. We continue on serve. It's 3 points to 2. Second set tie break in favour of Artur Ringdiknesh.
Ringdiknesh just continuously putting the pressure on. Anytime he's getting a ball to strike, he's really not hesitating. He's looking to find a way forward. Consistent pressure. Zverev now serving at 2-3.
Well, does Ringdiknesh continue to go after it? He's still hanging back in the court. He's going to take a big swing. As we wait for the serve to come in. Ball blocked back by Ringdiknesh. Sits up for Zverev. He goes to the juice court with a forehand. He'll now go to the ad court with another forehand. That's too big on the backhand reply from Ringdiknesh. 3 points all, players changing ends.
3-0.
Nikki and Chris. Oh, no, the iPad's gone. Chris was surprised that Nikki had put in the message and it got read out on air.
Oh, well, there you go.
And that's the last of our messages for the day.
No,
that's not going in there. Thank you for sending them through, though, folks. We do appreciate all of them coming through. But we will get to the end of this tie break, and that'll see us out for day number 1 of the championships. And in just over 10.5 hours' time, we'll be back with you on the Wimbledon radio channel with live coverage. Marcus Buckland and the Marcus Buckland Breakfast Experience from 9 o'clock London time. As Zverev serves from the roll box end, the backhand into the net from Ringdiknesh in reply. We continue on serve. It's 4-3 in this second set tiebreak.
Just feel the pressure continue to build here in these breakers. It's nice when you do have the big serve as a weapon, but finding your mark, super important.
Very much up for grabs. Boy, the winner of this tiebreaker, it is enormous, absolutely enormous. As Ringdiknesh prepares. And the serve. Under the forehand of Zverev, he can't get that back. It's 4 points all. When Ringdiknesh wins here, wins the tiebreaker, it's 2 sets to love up in a strong position. Zverev, if he jags it, will feel like he's getting things back on track.
Well, they come back. If he does grab that set, they come back and play a 2 out of 3 set match.
Yep.
On the following day, essentially.
Yeah, it's a good point. 4 points all. The serve onto the forehand. Zverev, Ringdiknesh back that way. Zverev picks it up. It's a shorter ball. Ringdiknesh back there again. And this time he gets the success. Big forehand winner and a huge roar as well. It's 5-4. We are on serve in this tiebreaker.
Oh, Ringdiknesh is just showing that he is going to keep bringing it. He has not relented throughout this whole match. And he's continued to put the pressure on. Zverev serving now at 4-5.
Under pressure again. As Zverev prepares, the serve clips the tape. We do it again. It'll take some time to get a new Schlesinger from the ball kid. And now he prepares again. Another first serve. Ringdiknesh again meters from the baseline as he's played pretty much this whole second set on the Zverev serve. Zverev delivers now. Ball blocked back by Ringdiknesh. It's in the ad court corner. Backhand to backhand they go. Now onto the forehand is Zverev with a cross court. Now Ringdiknesh goes big with his reply. And he's just a little too eager on that occasion. It's 5 points all.
Ringdiknesh looking for the big forehand down the line. Just caught a piece of the frame. Went flying. Still 5-all here. Ringdiknesh so shaking his racket again, keeping the energy up.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. As Zverev taking plenty of time, understandably so, winds the serve clock to 2-1-0. He might get a time violation here. No, the umpire giving a bit of latitude. Interesting. And still giving latitude as the serve. Ball onto the backhand of Ringdiknesh. Up the line goes Zverev with the forehand. Now he's got a backhand cross court. Ringdiknesh is there playing up the line. Big forehand up that line from Zverev. Now he's playing a backhand. Ringdiknesh runs around and plays an off forehand. Back that way from Zverev with the backhand. Slice in short from Ringdiknesh up the line on the backhand. Now he goes cross court. Dug out by Zverev. It goes long. The backhand goes long. There's the mini break. And Artur Ringdiknesh has a set point on his serve.
Well, a well-constructed point there. Lots of exchanges of fast-paced ground strokes, but Ringdiknesh changing the rhythm, a short slice, making Zverev hit up on the ball, giving Ringdiknesh the opportunity to drive the ball deep and push Zverev back. And now he stands with a point to move to a 2-sets-to-love lead.
A huge moment in this match. Heading up to 11 o'clock, day number 1 of the championship. Set point for Ringdiknesh. The serve, ball blocked back by Zverev. It's deep. Dug out by Ringdiknesh with a forehand. He'll run around and play a forehand up the middle of the court. Now cross court forehand, it goes wide. Great defensive work from Zverev at the back of the courts. The set point comes, the set point goes. 6 points all, we change ends.
Oh, huge save from Zverev there. Rock solid in that pressure-filled moment. Rinderknecht going for that big forehand, which he's done the entire match. This time it fails him, but that is the reason he's here. It's that double-edged sword.
Taking plenty of time at his chair as well. That's Rinderknecht, a bit to think about now. Business end of the tiebreaker in set number 2. Rinderknecht took the opening set in a tiebreaker, 7 points to 3. This one a lot tighter. Good contest. As Rinderknecht prepares from the royal box end now. 6 points all. Second set tie break. Zverev way back to receive. The serve from Rinderknecht, blocked back by Zverev, a floating ball near the baseline, off forehand from Rinderknecht, cross-court backhand from Zverev, back in the middle of the court from Rinderknecht, back that way from Zverev. He'll now switch to the cross-court forehand and put it long. Zverev puts it long. It's another set point for Rinderknecht, but this time on the Zverev serve.
Well, Zverev there in charge of that point. Really pushing Rinderknecht in the backhand corner. Seemingly in control, but sailing that forehand long. He's got some work to do with his own serve to stay in this set.
Let's see what happens here. Pressure back on Sasha Zverev. Another set point to try and navigate as we wait for the serve to come in. 6-7. Set point, the serve. Blocked back by Rinderknecht. It's not going over. It's 7 points all. And I've got to tell you, Raj, I've got to say it, 9 minutes of playing time remaining.
Oh, well, neither one is relenting at the moment. You can hear the crowd just loving the intensity here.
There is a healthy crowd too, still on centre court. 24 Celsius in London. It's 11 o'clock. What? As Zverev prepares, 7 points all. The serve down the tees, an ace. Right when he needs it the most. His 10th ace, and Zverev has set points.
Oh, that's just the beauty of these tiebreakers. Such swings as we get to the later stages. Every point leading to potentially another set point. Now Zverev with his first.
So now pressure on the Rinderknecht serve. Huge moments in the match. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel tonight, day number 1 has become night number 1. And Rinderknecht, he's serving. And the serve blocked back by Zverev. It's going to float long. The return is floating long. 8 points all. 8 minutes of playing time remaining.
And just incredible to see both of these men finding these big serves in these huge moments.
As Rinderknecht prepares from the royal box end. He wants to give himself another set point opportunity. Steps to the line, winds the serve clock down to 6. And the serve, blocked back by Zverev. It's a sharp return, big forehand from Rinderknecht. He's coming in, he's playing an awkward forehand volley. That's going to go wide. Great work from Sasha Zverev at the back of the court. And he's got himself a set point on his own serve at 9-8.
Well, that was a phenomenal return. Read the serve well and connected on the backhand. That just set it up. Rinderknecht committed to coming forward. Zverev, too much pace on the pass. Rinderknecht full stretched. Just getting a racket on the ball, but sending it wide.
Set point Zverev. As he prepares from the far end. We're across the 2-hour mark for the match. Is this the final act of the night? The serve onto the forehand of Rinderknecht. It's miss hits! And a roar from Sasha Zverev to his team. He has saved a whole host of set points. And he has leveled this match at 1 set apiece. And that will be it for day number 1 of the championships.
Well, wow, what a way to end the day. Lots of drama there. Zverev, I mean, what a huge, huge change in momentum at that last second. We've got Zverev, they'll come back tomorrow, and as we said earlier, now it becomes a 2 out of 3 set battle on a given day.
So he signed some autographs. Ringdiknesh is still in his chair. I think he's wondering what's actually happened there, because he had the match in his grasp. He's had the opportunity in that set, and now he's got a lot to think about before he comes back out here tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the challenge is he's going to probably, both players will get with their teams, try to make some minor adjustments. Ringdiknesh has a lot of things to be excited about, the way he conducted himself today, earning himself the potential to be 2 sets to love up. But now he's got to be able to let that go. He's got to focus. He's got to know that if he's gonna win this match, it's gonna take 2 sets tomorrow, and he's gonna have to find a way to do that.
Well, Ringdiknesh is still out on the court. He hasn't really moved. He's taking a long time to pack up, and everyone else is sort of leaving, so he might just be sitting there on his own. But how do you see this playing out tomorrow, Raj? Just give us a quick feel of how you think tomorrow might sort of start, I guess.
Well, I think, you know, I mean, as we said, the momentum shift there at the end for Zverev to look like he was potentially going to be down and out in under any circumstances. I mean, Zverev has done it, coming back from 2 sets to love, but it's a very, very tall order, and it feels a lot different going to the locker room for Zverev, being dead even in this match. And if you're Ringdiknesh, you're looking back on this, you think, gosh, I just had my opportunities in that second set. But his job is to come back out and say, look, I'm playing the level, and the tactics that I'm using of coming forward and pressing Zverev are effective, and I've got to stick to that. That's my best chance to really put pressure on him and end up winning the match.
Yeah, going to be change conditions. The roof's going to be open. It's going to be hot tomorrow. 33 Celsius we're expecting here in London by maybe the time they play. It hasn't been added to the order of play yet, but you can find out all about that and the full day 2 order of play, wimbledon.com, and via the Wimbledon app. He's still sitting out there. Ringdiknesh is having a drink of water. He hasn't even left the chair. Now he's getting up, and he'll eventually leave the court, and eventually he goes. So he will sort him out.
Well, I can't blame him too much. Center court's not a horrible place to hang out.
Yeah, anyway, so he's grabbing all of that. I'm not sure what's going on with our effects mic, but anyway, he's going to walk off the court. And he'll get the applause from the smattering of fans that are sticking around. I don't think he'll sign any autographs tonight, because he's got plenty to think about as he'll leave the court. And that will complete our day 1 coverage here on the Wimbledon radio channel. It's been a dramatic day. Whew, and day 2 is not too far from us. About 10 hours from now, we will have Marcus Buckland and the team getting us underway on the Wimbledon radio channel. A full preview, and then we'll be into all the matches. Barbora Krejcikova is first up against Alexandra Ayala. Novak Djokovic also there. Coco Gauff appearing on centre court as well. We've got Yannick Sinner on court 1, Emma Navarro, Jack Draper, a whole host of players as we complete the opening round. And of course, this match to be completed, Taylor Fritz and Giovanni Pesci-Pericard. That's a 5th set to be played on court 1 as well. So it's going to be a dramatic day, whichever way you look at it.
I mean, so much to look forward to. And, you know, every year you come back to Wimbledon, you look at the draws, and you think, wait, that's a first round? And then it builds throughout that, and we have this bleed over from today of these matches and the dramatic finishes tomorrow. All the while we have the other halves of the draws to look forward to, and so much to think about and so much to savor as we go into this second day.
It's going to be a warm walk home, I tell you. 24 degrees, unbelievable. It's going to be a warm night and a hot day tomorrow, but we're going to have plenty of action. You won't miss a second of it here on the Wimbledon radio channel. As I mentioned, about 10 hours from now, we will have our live coverage recommencing. But thanks for your company for day number 1 of the Wimbledon radio channel. It's been a great day. It's going to get even better for day number 2 tomorrow, and we look forward to your company then. But for now, from centre court, it's goodbye.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a hot one tomorrow, and it's going to be a hot one tonight as well. So, your radio coverage provided by Wimbledon Radio. Your commentary of match 1 was provided by Joshua Birch, who is also the producer and the scoreboard controller for some of the matches today, but myself, JT, being behind the producer and the main scoreboard controller. Anyway, thank you for joining us. We will have the resumption of this game tomorrow on Centre Court, where you can capture and catch every single moment of Centre Court and the other courts tomorrow in the live commentary for Centre Court and the live vlog alongside the live commentary for all of the other courts. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow for all of day 2 at the Championships Wimbledon.